them were forgeries, and that's why law enforcement is pursuing justice. Needs to be the center of attention all the time. Good or bad.
Using ad hominem projection now. Ad hominem projection.
Listen, you're the reason for the fucking stop starving human beings as a weapon. Anyway, coming back to
now we know who the real cunt is on the...
You fucking cunt.
I'm reporting you. I'm reporting you right now. I'm taking a screenshot of the room. Let me go to the report button. They said something. Here we go. Reporting an incident. Here we go. They said something.
Getting mixed signals here, Michael. No, completely understandable. Call him. I don't know. Call him whatever you want.
Yeah, I cannot kick. I don't know. So.
Hey, John. I know exactly where he lives. Like John. If he was on fire, I would just stand there waiting to see how much I can enjoy it. There are some people that just really, when all they want to do is make life misery for everybody around them.
Projection alert system has been detected. Projection alert system has been detected. Projection alert system has been...
Sorry for my outburst, everyone.
No, don't apologize. He's fucked, dude. He's cooked.
Put me up for it.
Now,
What the fuck?
Weird. Look at me, clown show.
Yeah.
Should we talk about something else?
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, you did nothing.
Crazy.
He didn't sound himself.
We're just going with the flow. We're going with the flow. Yeah, it's okay. So sometimes it's like this, sometimes it's like that. Like there's no big issue.
You know, right the way.
We're just we didn't really have any topic.
Producer's bitchiness.
Really?
What's going on? I'm scared.
No.
Is this
coming up?
still ongoing from yesterday?
We've got to go through like royal protocol.
What the fuck? Wow, this is like the longest streak ever.
You've got to get this chair.
So
You've got to have everybody vetted. And after starting to do that, before the room turns up, you have to share everyone's
Now he has access to other rooms.
I just invited her up to her own.
Oh, okay.
So it means
Yeah, especially after
still
9/11,
ongoing
right?
from yesterday.
Yeah, we love it.
Just
Even with a lot of unemployed people, you know, every time I had to listen to the TSA, I just found that they were dead inside.
What's the
Yeah, they were waiting for the infection. There's no security going.
You're the second person that cares about the TSA. I never heard about the TSA before until this app, and then you're the second person that mentions TSA.
Although I would far rather take the TSA over than
I've had a real life experience with having the family over for 6 months and having to wait for 3 hours.
It's interesting you are married to a Punjabi woman. Why did you call that guy a kike and say you're going?
yet again. John, get over us.
You know what's kind of crazy? He normally doesn't come in my room, but I don't know. Maybe it's because of you.
I think maybe he's just got himself some new SIM cards, and normally I'd just block him. But
Yeah, he has too many accounts anyway. You always find another way to come in.
it's like that. It's like, we're worried about you. Did you okay, buddy?
This is an intervention.
It won't help.
Doing the same thing that is in Tel Aviv, they should copy that to Jerusalem? No. Why not?
What can you report? Exactly.
So you
There
think
has to be some
it is modest.
You ever see,
Yeah, like even I would walk around Jerusalem.
Okay.
give them an income eventually. Yeah.
You don't even need 40 phones to like do that though. That's the crazy part. Like,
Oh no, if you were actually trying to rip off the royalties that you get from streaming services, you do what they do in Thailand, where you just set up a bank of phone farms and just have them interacting with lots of different fake accounts. But realistically, AI has now got to the point where that era of the internet has largely been handled from an operational security point of view. So what actually happened with the TSA? Because I generally take that when the orange one says something that is, I know that it isn't. But at one point they were saying they were going to replace the whole of the TSA with.
that makes a lot of sense because ICE agents is wild. You know, like that. He's just like a salacious person.
It's starting the same thing with.
I think it's a to try to provoke and other cultures, ideals, perspectives. I think this is something above you. You should not interfere. I think you should leave communities alone and go amongst other people that are going to allow this. No. If it's political and they like punching like regularly and being modest about that, so it's fine.
See photos from last year, and you can see exactly how it looks. It's completely different.
Why did she kick me from every room? I thought this was supposed to be a church of butter.
So what's happening, folks? What's happening? What's news today? Any updates? Any news?
Who are you?
Anything of excitement?
So when does it take place in Jerusalem?
Tomorrow, I think so.
I know I'm gonna go. Are you going?
No, actually, I never went to.
Wait, there's gonna be a gay parade in Jerusalem?
We made the Mea Shalim.
They want to tell everybody.
Yes. No, I'm not afraid of rainbows.
I love Pride.
אתה מכיר שיש מצעד השרמוטות, נכון?
Like for women to like the sharmuta, I don't remember what it's about.
So I think it's about rape victims or stuff like that.
Yeah, but something opposite.
I mean, not for rape.
Great victims. It's also from Australia.
I think it's probably, I don't know. But it's much less.
And they call it slumwalk.
Yeah, they have it in LA.
It's like with double quotes, Like,
Yeah.
Did you go to the love parade that we used to have?
Love parade?
Yeah, it was like a straight gay parade.
Yeah, I know.
Like
Have you read a book?
Yeah, I mean, the other one's like Rihanna. Yeah. When I was in elementary school. I didn't have that in my school or anything or anything like that.
Hello.
Hi, I'm going to my local
I'm
going to my local Pride parade this week, and I want to know, should I cleanse my rectal passageway prior to the event?
Absolutely.
So keep it clean just in case, JIC.
Just in case.
that bastard like that weird will.
Yeah, he said called me a kike and he was gonna slit my throat.
Nutcase.
Jeez, I hope son has a happy pride. I mean, his daughter. Services for homosexuals.
Whoever wins. Like, you will try to convert the guy will try to convert you, and let's see who wins.
Oh, this is.
Hello?
Michael! What are you hiding?
It's a recorded room now.
That's bad.
You removed him. You're hiding something.
What was your question, though?
What was I? What? I didn't remove anybody. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about me? I would remove somebody?
Yeah.
I didn't remove anybody. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking weirdo?
Whoa.
Yeah, you removed them. I can
I
tell.
did not remove anybody.
Yeah, he's getting awfully defensive.
No.
The rule of psychology is so weird and wild in here.
John,
He's anonymous now. John Carroll, another account.
John. He removed you again. Oh, cat dog is this?
Yalla, welcome.
John.
Meow. Meow. I came to speak with Bow Wow. Meow. Meow meow.
Okay, so we have a question.
Meow.
unbelievable, Michael.
Why are you hiding?
Straight jackets all round. Who's in?
Michael.
Yeah, Michael, who were you talking shit about that you don't want us to know?
So,
No one.
Michelle.
Who was that? We're gonna find out. You know this, so you may as well just come up with it now.
Michelle,
Yeah?
how is the weather today?
Why, where are you?
I'm in France.
It's okay. Is that what we're doing? We're talking about the weather?
Well, whenever I come across an English lady or...
Yeah, we had a more important conversation actually going on.
Exactly.
Like, I don't give a fuck about the weather in France right now. Michael.
What?
What? Who were you talking shit about that you don't want us to hear?
I literally don't remember. I was not even talking shit about you. Shut up. I was talking shit about you. I was not talking shit about you, Yasmin. Stop.
I don't think you were. I think it's bigger than that. I think you were talking shit about somebody even you're more scared of. Because if you were talking shit about me, I probably would have known it by now. But the fact that you're trying to cover it up so much makes me think that you were talking shit about somebody you're genuinely scared of. And I have I have some theories on who those might be. That you really don't want us to know. There's a reason why. Who are you talking shit about?
Huh? I have no... Dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So you have every idea.
No, I don't.
Then why'd you remove John twice right before?
I never removed John.
Mm-hmm.
God, you're retarded. I didn't remove anybody. Stop.
I'm gonna find out eventually, Michael. Rob, I'm picking up the glasses today. Well, picking them up. I'm gonna go to the glass place. Oh, it's
My
like
things about what you do, you kind of like wander from place to place and see things. What are the ways you think were the most novel ways you see AI being used?
So why is nobody talking? It's uncomfortable.
Doing chats and coming up with prompts, but there's other kinds of things I've been used.
Because I'm messaging John.
Oh, you're so smart.
I've seen
Yes.
AI in many different
What
ways.
type of shit about
Like,
something you're scared of?
Meaning,
Who was it? Just tell us. It's all over now anyways. You may as well just come out with it. You'll feel better. Come on. Who was it?
Hello.
Cindy.
Not right now.
Hello. Are you guys from Malta?
Yeah, I'm from Malta.
I'm from Gibraltar. Sorry. Actually, I just downloaded this app only. First year. Congratulations. Why one? What is it? I don't know how to use this.
So wait, are you actually from Malta?
No, I'm from India.
Oh yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, I'm from India, Kerala. South side.
South India.
Yeah.
Dirty. Oof.
Lower cap.
The north is nice though.
Well, very good.
How are you?
I'm good, Baruch Hashem. What about you? Good. Toda Rabba for fighting the fight, Keep on doing it. You're doing a great job.
Do you guys remember Aloha Charlie?
No.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Aloha Charlie, he used to have like those crazy rooms that just like he'd say the most obscene things.
Yeah,
And
with
then
the
he
Asian
got
face.
doxxed, and he was not a Supreme Court judge, but some sort of like state judge or high up judge. And it turned out the entire time he was like in his judge's chambers talking shit, trolling everyone.
That's awesome.
That's how I feel Kanedalach is. I think that Kanedalach is another case of this.
Oh my God, I'm definitely not a judge.
I think he might be a case of this though.
I don't judge nobody. I don't judge you. But I know you know.
I bet you do.
But I know you know about this one. It's American. He was a Southern American Southerner. He used to get.
Yeah, big judge, big name.
He wanted to become a governor in Texas. Yeah. Somewhere around there.
I remember, yeah, but he was quite a prominent individual. But he used to say the most obscene Aloha Charlie. He was so fucking racist on here. It was crazy.
Aloha.
Oh, hey, Aleister Crowley.
So
Your
thank
favorite
you.
opulent.
So I think I'm a judge. You know what I do?
Hey.
Hi, Michelle. What's your
Hi.
question? What's your question, love?
The question was. He's left. Marshall's left.
Put him down so he can't remove John.
Oh, that is brilliant. Okay, ask away, Yael. I'm dealing with raw chicken here.
You're such a cunt.
It's genius.
Okay, so the other day I was on TikTok and yesterday, and you were live streaming Cindy and Bow Wow having a conversation. And she asked him, did she reject you? And he was like, no, I heard something in the community. She thinks she's hot shit. Da, 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 da. Who are they talking about? Alistair.
Yeah, I mean they were talking about some chick that Bronstein knows. I don't know. I don't think it's something from Clubhouse. I told you, Cindy. I told you, Yasmin.
No, you told me you were talking about Cindy.
Yeah, I was talking to Cindy.
No, you said that you were talking about Cindy.
See, I was talking to Cindy. Fucking Yasmin. It's not about you. You know that. It's not all
I know it's not
you.
about me, because if it was about me.
You're making it
I
about
think
you.
it's
You're
about
making
something bigger.
it all about you. Why do you
No,
make
I
it
don't
about
think
you?
it's about me. I think
Always think it's always about you.
I don't think it's about me. I think it's about somebody else. I think you were talking shit. Somebody else. I don't want to say.
Using two conversations because the one that you're talking about. I wasn't talking. No. Don't put me in that, John. I never said anything about pussy pictures, and I said, no. Oh my God. Yes, means pussy pictures for less than $100 a baby. $200 for the full set. And I was going to give you your 20% kickback that you want. Special. Yes means pussy extra special.
Ew. Yeah, okay, good. She's gone.
So where did that horrible accent come from? Like,
What
is
accent?
it the product of Eastern Europe plus Israeli plus English? Like,
Emerald.
what made her such a nasty character? Emerald, she has an Israeli accent.
No, she's got a communist Arab accent.
No, it's not true. I can understand watching sex. Communist accent? How do you get that? By the thing that she's saying. Not the accent, content. Oh, the content. If you called her comrade, do you think she'd appreciate it? Probably yes. They actually start calling her comrade. At least that way we can maybe make a dent. You know?
Did you guys know that it was a Jewish Bolshevik that came up with the red triangle for the sign of Leninism? Look at this.
Probably.
It's all okay. And look up the storm on the Winter Palace of the Red Revolution, the October Revolution is like. No, we didn't invent communism. But look, PTR. It was and they came up with this concept. Isn't that crazy? And I'm not gonna lie, I really don't like the similarities. Storm, because you remember they called it the storming of Al-Aqsa Mosque? Yes. Look at this shit. It's like a communist thing.
Oh my God.
Communist revolution of whatever this is, like, what year is this? I don't even know. 1920. And October.
The fuck?
guys.
They had a video of him.
I mean, I don't have to do it, but it's like, I'm not gonna talk bad if I don't feel anything bad, you know?
And they ran out the store, chased him down, and supposedly the father shot him, but I think the son shot him and the father just
Shit. Immediately and instantaneously racially profiled.
Watching him the whole time, picking up the water bottle, and I guess there was like an interaction between Cyrus and the son. Like, you took leaving the store and asking guns chasing after him, and then the dad came after with the gun asking. As them running, Cyrus was running the entire time. He never did, but he was charged with murder. So the dad didn't murder him because it wasn't intentional or nothing like that. Did have a gun, but the gun, they would have never known if the boy had they never chased him out the store. Like, that's the whole thing. And he never pointed the gun at them. Like, according to 2 witnesses that saw what happened, he never pointed the gun.
Quick question.
I looked up the Yelp review of this store and it says don't fuck with Mr. Chow. That's what the reviews on Google said.
Question. What I heard was he shot him in the back. Did you say that?
Yeah, he shot him in the back.
You shoot someone in the back, it's preparing for your life.
The way that
So I'm reading the sequence of events. They said, in which there was witnesses that's in the store that said they didn't see a gun. So when he left the store, he started chasing him. He fell down, and he pointed the gun at him while he was on the ground. Got up and started to run, and the father shot him in the back.
2 witnesses said that he never. So that's what the
So
I guess like child lawyers
never
saying,
saw a
but
gun.
2 witnesses say that he never saw a gun. They never even saw him like turn around and point with anything in his hands. Like, he was running away the entire time.
And it just don't seem right, because he's 14. The man that supposedly shot him was 60, right? When they ran out the store, the son was in front of the father. So that's why I'm saying that it seemed like I'm just shocked that there wasn't no cameras and surrounding businesses where they could see what was happening. They just took,
like, they're saying that the state kind of case because with the charge it was harder to prove Cyrus. You know what I mean? Like, I can't explain it.
no,
But they should have tried that.
You have a 14-year-old with a gun.
Right. And the whole thing is that he had a gun. So, like, just because he had a gun, that made Mr. Child, I guess, like, justified for killing. But I think somebody said in the chat, Mr. Child shot 2 people prior to their death.
Man, this makes a good claim for the FBAs and how they always talk about these different people having businesses in our neighborhoods and not fucking with us. Like, this is fucked up. This is fucked up real bad. Like, the way that Cyrus' mother screamed when they read the verdict, that shit, it did something to me. I don't know, that was crazy. You got Cat in the audience talking about he deserved it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with him? There's too many issues with this case, for me at least, just listening to it, or even reading about it when it first came out. What do you mean? It's just too many issues. It's too many issues. It's just too many issues. I wouldn't have been chasing no kid down. If he stole a goddamn water bottle, I would have called the police. You put yourself in danger, number one. But then,
You wouldn't even call the police. You would have gave the kid the fucking water.
no, I would have called the police. I'm sorry. You steal out my store, I'm calling the police. I'm not running outside chasing somebody. I don't know what the fuck they got. I'm not doing that. I'm not putting myself in danger, and I'm not putting that person in danger. I gotta make money. You can't just be stealing out my store. Shit, my mom won't let me get free food out the restaurant. Like, come on.
That's almost exactly what happened to that girl LA like 30 years ago. This is like history repeating itself.
What state did this happen in? South Carolina. The other issue I have is a 14-year-old having a weapon. So it's just a lot of things that just too much with this case.
What state was this case in?
South Carolina.
Thank you.
Pointed at his son. And so the defense argued that he had to make the decision of, he was defending his son because he said there was a gun that was shot. So for people saying, how can you be shot in the back and claim self-defense? He wasn't claiming self-defense, okay? So that's the first thing. So there are times when people can legally be shot in the back. Okay, so let's get that out of the way. My understanding is that they ran 100 yards from the store. That they were chased them 100 yards from the store. Very interesting. It's in Columbia, South Carolina. I just wanted to put those facts out. Those aren't expert facts. I just got those off the internet. I'll leave it there. I have an opinion, but I'm afraid to give it because I don't want to be accused of being an expert in the Bible.
Give the opinion, child. We know you're not an expert.
My opinion, I have two opinions. One on the case itself, I'm still working through, but I have a larger opinion. And I know many people won't like the opinion, but something is happening in America where people are forgetting that they're black. And a lot of young brothers don't have
I forgot
models.
I forgot already.
Conversation, as it were. And I wish that people would have that conversation, but they won't. On the case itself, I think it's an utter tragedy. I think Mr. Chow, I think these store owners with these guns, while I understand why they have them, I think it is absolutely deplorable. This man has shot multiple people. I understand why they charged him with murder. I think a lot of silly takes, uninformed. So what happens? They overcharge. People use this. They don't know South Carolina law. When I was reading about the case, I looked it up. It makes perfect sense why they charge with murder, given the circumstances of the case, and that's what he was indicted for. If you overcharge, you're gonna get out charged with manslaughter. Manslaughter charge might have actually been provable than a murder charge if you go look up the distinction.
This is super dog. This is the super cheesy. We got raw.
Murder in South Carolina. So, that's it. I think the man should have been convicted. I think it's obvious murder. It's obvious killing with intent. To my mind, I didn't sit in the case. I wasn't in the jury trial. I didn't get tuna melts, but from the outside looking in, that's just my opinion. But let's see, the gossip, what's happening right now, and so forth. She can come up and tell me what I said that was wrong, or Sonny can come and tell me I'm not an expert in my opinion. Anybody can come up. I don't care. I'm done.
Dot is my favorite debater, and I can't wait to hear what she has to say.
She said, I don't know what's happening right now, so I don't know what I said that warranted that comment. Go ahead.
I said, what is happening right now?
Hello, Moto.
You don't know what's happening right now. Come on. Why'd you lie?
No. If someone's speaking and you're saying what's happening right now, that means something they're saying you disagree with or is confusing or is...
Because I was confused about your comment.
Yeah, which part was it?
Young brothers don't know that they're black.
Yeah, because they don't have role models to tell them that such.
Oh, yeah. Role model. Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Black men are failing young black men. Do you disagree?
But, like, in this case, what is that?
Because I'm talking about larger pattern of the ways in which you navigate the country, especially in places like South Carolina.
Okay, so
and what I'm saying is they don't have people, men, teaching them what it means to be a young black man in America, but instead they're sort of navigating the world on their own as young as men when they're still boys. That's all I'm saying.
And this boy is an example of that? Or?
Yeah, because he was carrying it was 14 carrying
and then the next day I moved to Mexico. So I didn't really see that should give you pause. I finally got in bed. After so much.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about it in general.
Is the oh wow because you didn't hear that detail? That's what I'm trying to find out. What was the oh wow?
Blindsided by that.
Brother, let her answer, please.
Don't talk to me like that, bro. Chill.
No disrespect to you, but I
don't just chill. You're not my dad, bro. Chill. But I didn't.
Black men to black boys. That's what I'm talking about. It's an internal conversation. But he does disagree, so I'll invite him up too. Because oh wow, what? You don't think that? You think I think I said automatic. Maybe it was semi-automatic. I apologize. Semi-automatic. I don't get it. So, Adad, you're saying, oh wow, that you think young 14-year-old boys should be walking around in the public sphere with semi-automatic pistols?
No, I don't agree with that, but I don't see how that comment is relevant here. He didn't go.
It's not relevant here. I said it's not relevant to the case.
Okay, so you just wanted to make a statement. Because it sounded like it sounded just like all the rhetoric
on the case. The man should be convicted for murder. People literally just want to argue. It's so stupid. I said it has nothing to do with this case, but as a general matter, there is a failure among black men with black children that we need to have those conversations, or people need to have. I'm not having any conversations with anybody, but people should be having those conversations. I've had my conversation. I can't have any more. I'm old and I ran out of PD. I don't even understand what. I don't understand what is wow or controversial about saying a 14-year-old boy of any race. We're talking about a young black boy. He's a boy, rental, familiar, etc.
In Columbia, South Carolina.
Anywhere, but especially in a place like Columbia, South Carolina. I'm really talking about like in certain places. Yeah.
I mean, I just find it interesting how no one knew he had a gun until this man killed him, and then they found a gun on him. But you know.
Oh yeah, I guess that's a different. I think it was definitely murder. I mean, the statute says with malice, it's just simply with malice, malicious intent, and it's clear if you chase somebody with a gun for it, you didn't know they had a gun for 100 yards for stealing water. That feels very malicious to me. But I'm just talking about.
I mean, I just find it interesting that the gun was there, and all of a sudden it's used to justify why he had to protect his son. But
did the prosecution explore that?
Camera never was mentioned beforehand.
Did the prosecution explore the gun? I asked if the prosecution explored the origins of the gun.
So
I don't know. Okay, that's fine. I don't know either, so that's why I'm asking. They did, and how did they do that? You know?
Yeah, they did. They investigated. They determined it was his gun.
Oh wow, okay.
What did they say?
I'll try to find the transcript records, but the reporting said it was his gun.
Yeah, it says in the reporting investigated the gun based on other reporting.
I didn't say it was
included. So they haven't released how he obtained it and who supplied it, but he did have a gun. And the gun had a laser sight on it.
Why would somebody with a gun run? Usually, people with guns, like, you know, are very bold and not fearing. Why would he run with a gun? That just doesn't seem, you know.
Why would someone steal a bottle of water?
He didn't steal the bottle of water.
He didn't.
The boy or the shooter? Who would run with a gun?
I don't think anybody with a gun would run from somebody else.
In this case, both people.
He's 14.
Did you watch the video?
But what does that have to do with how a gun like imbues you with confidence and fucking?
Did you see the video? They like chased him. He just looked back, and they were already like maybe five steps behind him. So first reaction, you gotta, you know,
people clutch when they're scared. They don't run.
Faith. You gotta create faith.
People don't do that with guns.
So you can have time to get the gun.
Nobody does that with a gun. Every gun owner is practicing their quick draw, practicing their clutch, practicing their brandishing before it ever even happens. What does that have to do with it? You think he doesn't practice fucking experience? I agree. He doesn't have any experience.
How do you know how long he had it?
I agree he doesn't have any experience shooting people, but I'm sure he has a ton of experience clutching his gun, holstering it, pulling it out, cocking it. I'm sure he's practicing that all. Yes. I'm doing it all the time. I'm also sure he's always imagining himself being bothered, being accosted, and clutching. That's what I know is most likely happening before he decides. He thinks that, I should start running now.
Yeah, you're shot. He was in the process of running. He did not use all of that practice and all of that bravado that a gun can give you and the weapon and all of that.
They would know. Like, I don't know.
So where was the gun on him?
Yeah, so
where was it on him? Was it in his bag? Was it in the bag? Bag? You can't get it out that quick.
They said it fell out his bag. The gun fell out his bag.
It was in his bag. How you gonna get a gun hella quick in your bag?
Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold still. Everybody drop your mic. Thank you. All right. We can't do all this 50 mics at one night, okay? We do that at night, not during the day. Thank you. So, one at a time. But I'm hearing a lot of loud voices, not just one. So yeah, if your volume is all the way up, can you please turn it down because your voice, whatever, microphone.
Hello.
Anyway, happy Thursday. I hope everybody's doing well. Thanks.
Yes, First Lady, the next one.
One second. Patty was talking, the host of the room, and y'all just stepped all over her. So please, just hold on for a second. Patty, can you please get it out what you were trying to say?
So, Concrete was bringing up something about why he wouldn't do this, that, and the other. I don't understand why you think a 14-year-old, when we have people that fucking train with weapons, go through fucking 8 months of training before they go down range to clear a fucking building. Once they get into the heat of an action, can't even perform the way they're fucking supposed to perform. So you think a fucking 14-year-old would be like, okay, yeah, this is how I'm gonna use the gun to protect myself, or this way. I don't know what's going on here.
Wait, so you can disagree, and that's fine. But don't pretend it's strange. It is strange, bro. A reasonable person. Okay, all right. A reasonable person. I don't care. So it's not. You can say it 76 times, and I'm still gonna hold to my opinion that it's strange that you're holding a gun and you're running. It's because he doesn't understand. Yes. I don't understand. This is a fat nigga who talks on. Okay, all right. You sound gay. It is what it is.
Was he holding the gun?
You're still mad about something, and you sound
No, the gun fell out. Now, going by the report, they said the gun fell out. I don't see it when it fell out. It's probably in the book bag.
But that right there, the fact that they said that the gun fell out when he fell to the ground, That's saying that he didn't put
There's
the
more
gun.
to it, and I wasn't done. So they said when he fell to the ground, the gun fell out. He picked up the weapon and pointed it at the person that was doing it. Then he got up and ran, and then the father shot him in the back. That's what's
So
that was testified.
The son testified that he pointed the gun at him.
Yep.
right. That's what's being said, but I think it was the clip of the gun. It was found like feet away from where he was shot. So when he fell and dropped his gun, it fell so hard to the point where I think the clip came out. So even if that was the case, like that doesn't make any sense. I think they're just saying it, and nobody else saw that. Only the son is saying that. Yeah, only the son is saying that. No other eyewitness saw him fall, pick up a gun, and it at him.
And if it was in his bag, wasn't the bag secured in some way, i.e. zipper? And so the idea, it just seems highly implausible that if it's in the bag, because initially I'm thinking it's on the waist for somebody to fall and for it to come out, but it's even less plausible that it was zipped, secured in the bag, he fell, and then the bag unzipped, unsecured, or the other alternative was he has a book bag that's like a open top, one of like the purses that women have where it doesn't close, it's just open. And if that's the case, then we can easily see the book bag that he had. And if it is a zipped bag, then this absolutely doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's very convenient that all of a sudden this man who has a history of shooting patrons now has a justifiable reason that a gun appeared and he was threatening his son and he had to defend him. I think it's very convenient. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, is that it? No more y'all crying and whining and that's so crazy.
No need to.
No. Nobody said anything when they was fucking jumping on my neck for this point.
No.
You know everything.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, you don't care. Cool.
I don't care about
where are you all getting the information that the gun was in the bag?
Yeah, I'm wondering that too.
And what do you mean by in the bag? I can pull a gun and it still end up in the bag. Like, I don't know, where are people getting this information from?
I heard somebody mention it. That's why I mentioned it.
No, we're talking about weird. If you heard somebody mention it, then that's not part of the story. The only thing we know is that a gun fell. The clip did separate, but even with the clip separating from the gun, nobody's paying attention to what falls out on the ground. Y'all gotta be in the heat of fucking movement, and y'all would understand. But regardless of the fact, the dude murdered him. He killed him. Look at that. But the thing that I'm always gonna go back to is we gotta kids shouldn't be, especially his ass don't live in fucking Aiken, South Carolina, where he's fucking shooting wherever the fuck they got there, raccoons or whatever. He lives in Columbia, South Carolina, bro. We gotta be more cautious with our kids.
Yeah, it's deep south. There's a bunch of evil racist
So
people down
multiple
there.
people have said the gun was in the bag. Concrete was saying it, but he was following up somebody's point. So people who said it was in the bag, where is it? I can't find the gun was in the bag. Where can I find it? I don't see it anywhere.
Think that ever happened?
Yeah, I don't see it either.
All right, so we had a detour about guns again in a conversation based off of somebody making a thing up.
No. You angry?
So I heard there was two witnesses that said they didn't see him pull the gun. Well,
I can't argue with you.
the jury obviously believed Andy Chow, which was the son. And you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And the prosecutor didn't do it.
Just to add, because
Maybe he didn't want to, but that's my whole conspiracy theory.
something that I was reading earlier is that the prosecutor didn't, I don't know if you guys talked about this, didn't introduce any lesser charges like manslaughter, which normally in a situation like that,
murder might be the top thing, but they would include like lesser charges that the jury could actually say that, you know, he committed manslaughter. But by not putting that on there, it was either basically like all or nothing, which is not normally. Why? So based off the facts of the case, it's the facts of the case. Murder or manslaughter. You just can't give people lesser charges because they're easier to prove. So have you looked up the South Carolina statute on the different manslaughter and murder author? This is what the article now. I'm asking. Yes, I didn't look it up. I just read an article. I'll put the post link to the article, and they were talking about normally in these kind of situations, even in South Carolina, they include lesser charges. Pin somebody down with a gun that you hadn't seen for 100 yards. Normally, they would charge manslaughter. Okay. No. Can you give us cases in the situation of murder? All right. I'll post it to the article and I'll send that to you. You guys will see it. Got it. I got it.
So I can see if the weapon was discharged in the store, in the area of the store. So 100 away from the store, the shooter is saying that he felt it. I'm confused, right? Because if you're in the store, you're around the store, cool. But the threat is moving away from you, and you decide to pursue the threat. Well, it's not even a threat if somebody's moving away from you. They don't pose a threat.
Yeah, I don't know. I said I would call the police. Then they would have discovered he didn't fucking steal water. Then they might have found a weapon on him. Then his parents would have probably had to go to some classes with the child. That would have been it. Like, I don't know. I'm not chasing nobody down, putting my life in danger or somebody else's life in danger.
Like the scenario I gave the other day in the road rage incident where there was a gentleman clearly in front of us, and clearly I just saw it as a threat, and I just visualized that we had no winds, that this person in a darkened vehicle, right, tinted windows, if we were to, continue to engage, he would get out his vehicle and shoot at us, literally. And so I instructed everybody to shut the fuck up, slow down, and just get out the way, right? So yeah, it's like, so I think, and if this individual shot other people before, he has a history of this, so he has an experience of it, like, so this just doesn't sound, it sounds odd to me. It just sounds odd to me.
All right.
So,
did they allow him to plead down? Was that a possibility?
I'm finding little about this.
It wasn't, because the prosecutors, so in the statute, it's manslaughter. It has to be in this, quote, sudden heat of passion. It would have been it's very
I think it's
difficult.
voluntary and involuntary. But
I'm reading the statute.
yeah, I know that's the voluntary manslaughter statute.
And so
but I think there's an involuntary.
He chased him 100 yards.
I'm not saying he should have. I think he should have been convicted of murder.
I
don't know how he wasn't.
Because now the debate's on the charge. So I'm trying
But
to.
I'm saying that you can plead down.
So,
like,
you don't accept the plea down.
and he
What
used
if
to be
he
available
want
to
to
plea
plea
down.
down?
I don't know.
Did he want to plea down?
I don't know.
So
I don't know any, like,
okay, so you're making a normal claim. Okay, cool. Yes, one can plea down, but people are saying Arthur came up and said, which we knew somebody would, that they should have done manslaughter. I'm looking at the statute. The statute has a, quote, sudden heat of passion. Chasing a nigga, excuse me, I apologize, the boy died. Chasing a person down 100 yards is sudden with a gun, and you hadn't seen his gun, is a heat of passion. Oh my God.
I'm saying the other one would be.
I'm not asking you, I'm asking Arthur or other people that are saying that, because the manslaughter murder thing is different from state to state. This is in their statute. I'm reading it. So if I chase somebody down with a gun, I didn't see a gun. I thought he stole 4 bottles of water. I run after him. He gets shot in the back after 100 yards. How do I go to a grand jury to get an indictment that that's a sudden heat of passion, Arthur?
again, I am not a lawyer. What I'm typically bringing to the table was the fact that it wasn't introduced, which normally in a murder case, the lesser charges are included. That's all that the article was basically saying. If applicable. It's not, I'm asking how is it applicable? It wouldn't Rape be that. Is a lesser charge. Grand theft larceny is a lesser charge. Child abuse is a lesser charge. Agree. They're not applicable. So I'm asking, how is a voluntary manslaughter in the heat of passion applicable? That's what I'm asking. Based off the fact that he's shot him in the back. And someone's talking about stand your ground laws. I don't know what is stand your ground. In fact, the person speaking, I don't know, he should have been blocked a long time ago. I don't know why he's even speaking in here. I don't like that guy.
That's in Florida. Like, it's stand your ground.
One second, Rambo. 1 second. Many states have stand your ground. Arthur, I'm asking you or anybody else, because I'm actually trying to learn. Everybody always talks about, and before you came in, I said someone's going to come in and do it, and you came in about 3 minutes later and did it. Why do people simply assume, because somebody is killed, and they think manslaughter easier to prove? Usually it is. It's always applicable in a quote like this. That's what I'm asking.
There are 2 manslaughter charges. There's the voluntary one, which is the one you read, and there's the involuntary one. Because the jury apparently was struggling with the malice part, he could have been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
It would have to be
the reckless killing of another.
It would have to be available.
It is available.
No, the prosecutor didn't include it. That was the
I don't know anything about the negotiations between the prosecutor and the
defense. You just said it was available. If you said it was available, explain to me how it was available.
Because it's the reckless killing of another.
No. How is it available?
So this is a homicide
case. On the books. How was it available?
Because it's a homicide case.
Ada, what I'm saying.
That's part of the homicide.
You obviously don't understand.
The prosecutor included
I got cookies and I got wafers and asking for crackers. Is the crackers available? Just because they're in my cabinet and I only gave you the cookies.
Yes, it is available. It's a charge.
No, it's not. It was not available.
How are you telling me?
Because the prosecutor didn't put it as a lesser charge, Ada.
You have to have it as a lesser charge or it would have had to be part of a plea. It was not available. Do you understand?
Do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand that a defendant can plead down at any time during trial? Like they can plead down any time during trial. So I don't know what to negotiate.
So they can plead down.
They have to accept the plea. Wow. That's what I'm asking you. Was it available? No, it was not.
The conversation about whether they offered involuntary manslaughter as an option, I have not read anywhere. So, and neither have y'all, because I literally just looked this up, and there's no conversation, there's no reporting of that. So I don't know if the prosecution brought that as an option or not. But clearly,
it's automatically an option, and he was acquitted of them. That's what I'm telling you guys.
It didn't sit.
In South Carolina, it's already available. So at trial in South Carolina, I thought everybody followed the Murdoch case. Maybe I apologize. I thought everybody. South Carolina murder.
No,
it's all. Let me just explain it.
Okay, explain it.
If you charge somebody with murder at trial, the jury can convict them for manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. They acquitted him on all charges, inclusive of those. That's why I said someone's going to come here and say, well, why did they charge him?
Come here and tell good fine.
100 yards and shooting in the back. So they thought they could get the murder trial. He was convicted of all things. I'm sorry, not convicted. Acquitted of all things.
If the water bottle don't fit, you must acquit.
Well, actually, I don't know if that's true because that's from Facebook. So I'm looking at the law. This is a mess.
This is a mess.
normative matter in South Carolina, it's inclusive.
As a normative matter, of course. But of course.
I'll think out loud. I'll think out loud. I don't know why I'm getting thumbs down. You don't know anything about it either.
Because, well, y'all are saying things that have not been reported. It's not
I'm not talking about the reporting.
And
One second. I'm not about the reporting. I'm talking about the law. I'm not talking about the reporting.
I'm talking about the law.
Huh?
I'm talking about the law.
So then what are you talking about? What's been reported? I'm reading the statute.
Because somebody
One second. I'm not. What reporting was I talking about? One second. What reporting was I talking about?
I was talking about when I was having a conversation with one of the mods, and she was like, "Has the prosecution offered that as a lesser charge?" I don't know. That hasn't been reported. I'm not going to say yes, but I'm saying that they most definitely could have offered involuntary manslaughter as a lesser charge. Like, that is definitely available because this is a homicide case, and
it wasn't available, and I'll tell you why.
How are you gonna? Okay.
Tell you why. Because they agreed to make it not available. The prosecution and the defense agreed to not make it available.
So
in pre-trial. Never mind, dog. I'm just trying to read. I'm reading from the New York Times. I'm trying to give the room and me and you information to have an informed conversation. But you just want to talk. I'll just shut the fuck up. You just explain to us.
Yeah, so my comments were coming from, if I were on the jury, what would I be asking while we deliberating? That's, and some people are coming from a legal perspective, some people are coming from different perspectives. And so, being that I don't know the details of the case based on what I'm hearing, I would bring the jury and have to deliberate on this. Those are the things I would ask. I will probably send a note to the lawyers or whoever for certain questions. I don't understand conceptually how a person running at 100 yards is a threat.
All right. Well, you could be running away, Rambo, and point at somebody else, and then somebody else can shoot you from down. You can be a threat to other people. Again, in the facts of the case, the man's son, Andy Child, that he was threatened. All right? Is that under South Carolina voluntary manslaughter is voluntary.
Last year I kind of getting there.
We'll bring all the attorneys. We'll come up and tell you they don't do criminal law, but what is that? They don't use the facts. Go ahead, bro.
You can't be in a position of possession. Let's talk about I'm talking about a different charge of involuntary manslaughter. Was not available, and most definitely would have been available.
So was it included in the judge's instructions?
No, because they
agreed before. Under South Carolina law, they've been equally upset. Oh, he only got 3 years. He chased them. He didn't see the gun. All the things that we talked about beforehand, I can understand the reason. So I take your point. Let's say they could have included it. Well, from what I'm reading online, it looks like that they agreed, the prosecution and defense, to only do the murder. I don't know how that works in South Carolina. I'm sure y'all are barred in other states, but experts on South Carolina law, so I'll meet up as a second. But I'm just reading what I'm reading from the news in South Carolina and from the statute. And it looks like it has a max of 5 years. I'm not sure. That's what people think justice are. That's fine.
I'm not sure that the jury, like, they have to weigh what charges are on the table. If you put murder,
So go ahead, Pruitt.
This is devastating, honestly. It's not surprising. Whatever the allegations are, whatever the jury instructions are, it's very explicit about exactly what they're asking and exactly it includes very specific questions and all of the options that the jurors have for how they want to find someone, if they want to hold them accountable, etc. This is bad, but I think this also just goes to the idea that, blackness is a threat, regardless if they're running away or not.
Well, one second before we get to that. So, do you adopt
I can't speak for everyone else. This was an intentional killing.
Because if you were logical, both instances.
Okay, I don't know if that's a hit at me. I said,
no, I'm asking anybody, can we get out of the murder while arguing that it's involuntary? That's just a serious.
Okay, so it's because of the elements of involuntary manslaughter. So if you were arguing that there was criminal negligence or recklessness, and it was in the commission of an unlawful act, but it's not premeditated, or in this case, he didn't say that there was an intent to kill or cause serious bodily harm, which I think is stupid, because if you shoot someone, you intend to cause serious bodily harm. But that is the rationale that can be employed to justify saying, okay, well, involuntary manslaughter. So,
sorry, say that again. I don't know about it again.
Okay, so to secure a conviction of involuntary manslaughter, you can have criminal negligence, which is when you do significant and reckless, and it's away from the moral standard that a reasonable person should use, that creates an unreasonable risk of death or great bodily harm. So generally, we see this when someone's drunk driving. I don't usually, I can't think of a time when someone pulls a gun and shoots at someone and they say it's just criminal negligence, but
I want to stop right there. I want you to stop.
Any girl that wants.
Let's stop right there. This is very interesting.
The mayor of Chicago.
After we see this person about to be swept,
any girl that wants a free ticket.
That's laughable.
Stop. I want to stop. Did you see the game last night? You think this person?
Back to sports.
Let's stop right there.
Cyrus is dead. Let's get back to the NBA.
Just ask me
playing.
If you can't, I don't know.
I don't think.
1 second. Can you think of a
Okay.
Can you think of a case when you shoot somebody in the back and it didn't charge you anything involuntary manslaughter, shooting somebody with a gun?
I think there was one time when it was a police officer and they said they intended to use their taser instead, but I don't think it worked. But I think that was, I don't know why, but that does come to mind.
Okay, so a cop, he could use the taser. Can you think of any, just like a non-police shooting?
I mean,
there's the use of a gun.
Where someone's going out shooting or hunting and then they accidentally shoot someone. They could argue negligence. You said not a. You said okay, not a hunt.
I'm not even using a person in the circumstance apply. Not I was cleaning my gun. I mean, come on,
I mean, that would be. Plenty of people have been convicted for that reason. So, but
hunting, I'm saying with similar circumstances.
Why not? Because I'm not even arguing that he should have been charged with involuntary. I think he should have been convicted of.
No, that's the one where his defense was that he thought it was a taser.
Yes.
I just want to mention that.
Oh, okay, go. I thought you were giving an example. Okay, cool. So, people. So the criticism that Arthur was offering and Adam was giving extra fodder to was the prosecution should have included voluntary or involuntary manslaughter?
As far as I know, I posted it. A lot of times prosecutors will put lesser charges just so that the jury. It's yes. This is between them.
I'm asking them if that's what they're saying.
I'm sorry.
So you guys are saying that voluntary or involuntary or both, which one should have been included?
Involuntary would have been, because voluntary is a very specific type of situation. Like, it's very rare that people bring that type of charge.
Which one? Voluntary?
Voluntary, which is the heat of passion murder. That's
right.
Like walking in on like your spouse cheating and you kill them.
Right.
Wait, I thought that was second degree.
Well, in South Carolina they do. I'm looking at the statute. It's SC Code 16360. It was updated in 2015. It just says involuntary. I don't know what's the reason on the statute. But y'all keep going.
But involuntary, since the jury was struggling, I don't know where people are reading this, but the jury was struggling with the malice element. If that was the case, if they really had a problem with that, then involuntary manslaughter would be the next charge. I think that would be something that he could easily be convicted of. But I think he should have been convicted of murder. So.
Wait, before you go to that, let's just stay on the law before we get to our this is interesting. Y'all just want to editorialize and be punkies. And so it says here, we read the statute. This is the statute from 2021. With regard to the crime of involuntary manslaughter, criminal negligence is defined as reckless disregard of the safety of others. A person charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter may be convicted upon showing a criminal negligence as defined in this section. The person convicted of involuntary manslaughter must be in prison not more than 5 years. And so people wanted this included.
Yeah, that does make it easy.
Why is Eagle Hawk in here? Eagle Hawk.
I don't think any would have worked because he was claiming he was defending his son. That's the issue, because he was claiming basically self-defense of another. So he probably would have got.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm still trying to find out outside of we want to get something out of it. Outside of that, take that to the side. I don't see how voluntary or involuntary manslaughter applies here.
I don't think it does either.
Well, yeah, because he murdered the boy.
No, outside of that, just based off the facts of the case, chasing somebody down, chasing down like Adrian Peterson when he broke away from the Green Bay Packers week 3, 2012. Or go ahead, you can go. Just give me a second before you change the case, if that's respectful.
Wait, who's
because this is good. What? He's the person that introduced the topic. Arthur.
People are high too early in the fucking day.
So who thinks they should have charged with manslaughter? I mean, which one? Because I don't see how any of these apply under South Carolina law.
Your next breakdown.
Is that the argument that is unless you have malice, it's having that the manslaughter charges don't require the malice?
Whether it is energy versus service.
No, not asking you. That's what I'm asking them, like to try to understand
more than half a percent since President Trump came in.
That's what I'm trying to figure out on, but I want to push. I'm not going to make a section.
Chairman Arrington is a resolution that would set a goal for Congress to get to a 3% deficit to GDP by within the next decade. This has bipartisan support. We're hoping to see that support grow. You've talked about this. You've set a goal of wanting to be at a deficit percentage of GDP starting with 3 by the end of the administration. I wonder if you could talk about the importance of that goal as well in just a few seconds I have remaining.
Yes, sir. I came up from behind my very comfortable desk and am here today because I was concerned about that trajectory, and I do believe it is possible to get back to the historical level, 3% deficit to GDP. And
while that is not a balanced budget, if you have nominal growth above that level, you are paying down debt.
Thank you, Ms. Chu.
You're paying down debt and infinite money
President
supply.
Trump launched his illegal war in Iran, you've repeatedly assured Americans that higher prices would be temporary. In March, you said Americans should expect only 50 days of temporary elevated prices. Secretary Besson, it's been almost 100 days and inflation is at a 3-year high with no indication of going down. In May, you said help is on the way when it comes to skyrocketing gas prices. A month later, Americans are still searching for the relief you promised, paying more than double at the pump than what they paid before the war started. Later that month, you described rising inflation as a very limited spike. In reality, for the first time in 3 years, inflation is outpacing Americans' wages, and Americans' saving rate has dropped by half since last year. And just yesterday, before the Senate Finance Committee, you again characterized inflation as a short-term blip. Recently, President Trump proudly claimed that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation when it comes to the war with Iran. So I want to ask you, Secretary Besson, do you agree with President Trump that you also do not care about Americans' financial situations?
Congresswoman, who was the president during World War I?
You do not want to answer. Why do you agree with President Trump that you do not care about Americans' financial situations?
President Trump does care about Americans' financial situations.
Well, he actually said that he doesn't.
That is a truncated thing, like everything is. That he is future-proofing, because I can tell you, Americans' financial situation. Woodrow Wilson, who was president during World War I, the Germans did not attack us. That he got into that.
Well, you're not answering the question, so let me ask this. Was your prediction that Americans would face only 50 days of temporary elevated prices wrong? You said that Americans would face 50 days of temporary elevated prices. Was that wrong? Since actually, of course, we're at 100 days now.
How much have gasoline prices come down from the peak? 7%. Crude prices are down more than 20, and gasoline prices follow crude prices.
Well, then reclaiming my time.
Those are inconvenient facts.
Reclaiming my time. Gas prices are up by 50% since Trump war started, and up nearly 30% from last year. Diesel and jet fuel prices have risen even faster because refining markets are strained. Utility costs have soared due to higher natural gas and fuel input costs, and that means commutes, home heating and electricity, airline tickets, and delivery fees are all more expensive. And how about grocery prices? They jumped more in April than they did in nearly 4 years since when Biden was president. Beef is up by 15%, tomatoes are up by 40%, bread and milk are up 8% and 5% compared to 3 months ago. And it's those lower income households that are hardest hit by Trumpflation. They're forced to cut back on spending. Excuse me, it's my time, but I know that it is hard for a billionaire like you to imagine how these lower income households would be hit by inflation. In fact, Trump said he couldn't care less about higher car prices for Americans. Do you agree with that statement?
I believe that food.
Hey, you're going to want to hear this. Credit Karma is dishing the truth on your credit scores and what they mean. Most people don't know VantageScore is the only model created by the 3 major credit bureaus and used by 9 out of the top 10 banks. Credit Karma checks Equifax.
Big basket, and the basket is up 2.5%. During the Biden era, it was up 5%.
Well, you paint such a rosy picture.
5% a year.
But I think Americans are not experiencing this rosy picture that you paint. They are asking, are my wages keeping up with costs? Can I afford the things that my family needs? And I'm afraid the answer is no.
I'm afraid you're incorrect, because we had real wage increases every month since President Trump took office, except for the month of April. So I know the facts don't align with your narrative. But please, you're entitled. Your
narrative is not lining up with what Americans are experiencing right now.
You're not entitled. You're entitled to your opinion, not your own facts.
I yield back.
Mr. Hearn. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Great to be here.
And I can see you're talking a lot about the facts. The facts are, is during the 4 years of Joe Biden, we had a 25% increase in prices.
No way did the wages keep up during that time. The highest gas prices we've seen in the last decade were under Joe Biden, but my colleagues have gotten amnesia. So, almost a year ago, Mr. Trump signed the working family tax cuts into law, implementing the largest tax increase in American history. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your hard work and for your partnership in getting that across the finish line. A huge part of working family tax cuts was making permanent many provisions of the 2017 TCJA, including eliminating the lockout effect, encouraging companies to bring intellectual property and profits back to the United States, lower rates for all Americans, the pass-through small business deduction, and immediate expensing provisions, all of which have been proven to drive tremendous growth and job creation. Prior to last year, the lack of permanency in these policies hindered economic growth and job creation. But thanks to the working family tax cut, businesses now have the certainty they need to plan, grow, invest, and create jobs here in America. I now want to shift focus to the expensing of factories, which is a new pro-growth tax policy in the working family tax cuts. After the passage of TCJA, bonus depreciation allowed businesses to deduct the full cost of equipment and machinery immediately, but the factory building that housed the machinery had to be depreciated over a much longer 39-year schedule. This created a major gap in U.S. tax policy. Manufacturers could quickly recover the cost of machines, but the cost recovery for the enormous capital investments in the physical factories lagged far behind. Last year's tax law extended and accelerated expensing treatment to the structures of new domestic production facilities, allowing manufacturers to quickly recover the cost of the building, and in turn make it significantly more attractive for companies to invest in expanding U.S. manufacturing capacity. And in fact, they have. We see that, we hear about it, we read about it. Those are the facts. Following the passage of the working family tax cuts, 52% of manufacturers surveyed said they would intended to use the new provision to immediately expense the cost of the construction or expanding a manufacturing facility over the next 4 years. Mr. Secretary, my first question is, last year I asked you about the importance of this provision, and you said that expensing for factories in a way puts us on a level playing field with countries that heavily subsidize their industries. And as you know, this provision expires at the end of 29. Do you believe this provision should be made permanent or extended to continue incentivizing the expansion of U.S. manufacturing capacity and job creation? And then also, in your response, could you also talk about what this does for your 333 plan and how that's part of the integration of that?
I think we should extend or make it permanent. I was able to go and visit Winnebago in Minnesota, and they told me that because of the expensing, they were on the fence on whether to do a battery project for their RVs in Florida to build a factory because of full expensing equipment, full expensing of structures. They were doing it. I think we're seeing that again and again. But Congressman, what is very important here, and I don't think people really understand, we are creating productive capacity here, and productive capacity is what generates future tax revenues. So you get the immediate hit to taxes now, but then you create an accelerated stream of income that is much higher, a multiplier effect after that. I call it the slingshot effect. So for 1 or 2 years, I think we're going to see this burst of factories and manufacturers that were encumbered under the Biden administration. And I think going forward, we're going to see a breakout in corporate income tax receipts.
Mr. Secretary, I think what you're describing, it shows the ignorance of the critics of this policy, because it's very easy to shut down a building or a facility, but much more difficult to rebuild something and re-staff it to move businesses back from abroad. So I applaud you. We're going to build it, and they are going to come. And then one final, and currently these financiers are claiming capital gains treatment, and it is, and best, highly questionable that unadjudicated claims of harm constitute capital assets. This activity is distorting our judicial system and turning our court system into a casino. And I would really love for your team at the IRS to work with me and look into how we have this tax treatment on this practice.
He's coming in and coming up the works and sponsoring these lawsuits in our system.
And paying no taxes.
And paying no taxes. So I look forward to working with you on this.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Mrs. Miller. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Bessent, thank you for being here today. I've found it a little disturbing, the animosity and lack of decorum from some of the members of this committee. Common courtesy takes us a long, long way. I'm a lifelong small businesswoman, and I want to emphasize the importance of working with business-minded leaders rather than career politicians who may not fully understand the real harm that bad policy inflicts on everyday Americans, especially back home in my state of West Virginia. The Working Families Tax Cuts provided much relief to our families, our farmers, and our small businesses across the country, and it fulfilled President Trump's promise of tax relief and certainty. One of my priorities has been saving the Gig Economy Taxpayer Act, which repealed the Biden administration's harmful 1099-K reporting threshold of $600, and it restored it back to the proven standard of $20,000 and 200 transactions. Can you speak to how much of an effect that this policy had on the tax filings of our hardworking Americans?
Well, I think that just speaks to the Democrats are not the party of Main Street. I don't know what they're the party, but they are bringing this down. I thought that it was one of the most reckless things that have been done. That you were going to create this paperwork for small businesses. Many of them, they are service businesses, and to do this, and the magnitude from 20,000 to 6,000, it just shows a complete tin ear. An administration that probably had a record low business people involved with the administration and what they viewed as business experience.
In your testimony, you mentioned President Trump's signature tax cuts, specifically the tax on which are going expand domestic manufacturing in our country and help hourly workers keep more of what they earn. Have you seen the new tax overhaul policy benefit our tax filers this past tax season?
It's the American way. We had I was in a local Italian restaurant there. The owner was because he was having staffing. So now he's experiencing it. He's not and the employees are happy to help the office.
Thank you so much. I yield back my time.
Thank you. Before I recognize the gentlelady, I now recognize the gentlelady for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you promised the American people that the big, beautiful bill would lead to a big economic boom for the American people. In a statement you made on July 3rd, 2025, after the passage of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, you said that the legislation would unleash growth in the American economy. Republicans pledged that it would stimulate economic growth and lead to an additional $2.4 trillion in government revenue. However, the most recent GDP data shows that the economy barely grew in the last quarter of 2025 at a rate of only 0.5% and continues to fall below expectations in the first quarter of 2026. Time and time again, you told the American people not to believe their own eyes or what's in their bank accounts, while families have been hit with higher costs from Trump's illegal tariffs and his costly war on a war of choice in Iran. This administration continues to insist that the economy is thriving. The reality, sir, especially for the folks that I represent in Alabama, is that you forecast a 5.4% growth in GDP for the fourth quarter 2025 and only delivered a 0.5% growth. The reality is that wages have fallen behind rising inflation and that job growth dramatically slowed down since Trump took office. Mr. Secretary, I'm asking you rhetorically the following questions. I ask you, why was your analysis so wrong? And I'm asking you rhetorically, since you've shown yourself not to be able to answer questions on this side. So let me try to answer it. Could it be that the illegal tariff or the cost of the war of choice in Iran were the reasons why your analysis was off? Whatever the reason, I want you to know that the people that I represent in Alabama are hurting under this economy. Prices in Alabama have fallen by 3.6% over last year. Energy prices are up 18%, and
I'm asking you a question rhetorically. And he's don't fucking answer it.
Since President Trump took office. In addition, the Iran war has cost American households over $100 billion. Grocery prices are rising faster than any time in the last 4 years, and gas is over $4 a gallon in Alabama, where last year it was only $3 a gallon. Mr. Secretary, your economy, this economy under this administration is failing the American people, and we can and must do better. My second question, or my second topic I'd like to discuss is what's going on. Sir, I haven't asked you one single question. Mr. Chairman, I asked to reclaim my time. I'm not asking him a question. I'm stating facts.
You're not stating facts, you're stating opinions.
Mr. Secretary, Black and brown Americans feel like they are under attack by this administration. President Trump has ordered state legislators across the country to redraw maps to dilute Black political representation. Moreover, Trump has weaponized the DOJ to go after groups like the Southern Poverty Law Center because of the work that they've done to expose white supremacy groups that are often supporters of President Trump. I am asking you, sir, that if the IRS plays a role in these cases, I ask that you ensure that the IRS is not improperly influenced by the president or this administration during the duration of that case. And I trust that you will make sure that that does happen. Lastly, Representative Davis and I sent several letters to the IRS, and I think that Representative Davis, during his questioning of you, asked you about it. This most recent tax season was the first time that the president signed an executive order in September of last year that ceased paper refund checks from being issued. This decision to upend paper checks has led to a significant delay in refunds for those taxpayers. And I understand in your response to Mr. Davis, you said that 95% of those that receive their refunds get them electronically. Well, I represent the 5% that do not have access to electronic repayment. Those folks need paper checks and they need their refunds now. I trust that this administration will do all that it can to make sure that all Americans, irrespective of whether they're unbanked or have access to electronic payment, that they get their refunds. And Mr. Davis asked a question that you didn't answer, but I'd like to answer it for you. We're asking that you and your office, that the Treasury Department, work with us to make sure that our constituents get their refund checks.
I will commit to do that.
Thank you, sir. I yield back the balance of my time.
That was the first I've seen. And to be clear, that number 5.4% was the Atlanta Fed GDP, not me now, but I know that's inconvenient. So,
Thanks. As announced, the committee will stand in a 5-minute brief recess.
Awaken pieces on the floor, stone by stone, I know me more. One sharp corner. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I fall from the dark, and my birth is from the house of death. Who can watch
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword crown. The sign of Apophis. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis thy...
Operating in your world, better outcomes, better methods, better fucking ideas, everything.
The world that we live in is a world much closer to the world that I just explained, where the voir dire process requires that the jurors swear under oath that they are not to impose any.
Going to anyways, right? And so the question is, the question should be, would you rather have a juror, regardless of who it is, be more sympathetic, or on the opposite end and not sympathetic? In a system, let me finish my statement. In a system that in which we're supposed to presume innocence.
Go ahead. Great point, Mr. Friendly.
I love that. No, here's. I don't listen. Let me be blunt, right? Because the system. No, Timothy. The system is supposed to lean. The system is supposed to lean on innocence. You have to prove guilt. And the way that a lot of people, when they talk about stuff, lean on guilt.
Presumed guilt.
It's supposed to be cloaked in innocence. Cloaked in innocence.
Because wait, let me finish.
Mr. Bennett killing y'all, that's why y'all keep that
This is why I'm talking about a jury of diversity, because you have to presume innocence. The state has the burden to prove that they're guilty. We don't go away and prove that they're innocent. That's not how it works.
You wouldn't know. The point that you're arguing for now, which to be fair, I said Florida free, all the people who generally the people who I generally don't side with are right about is that essentially what you're trying to do is import a bias that is in favor of the position you hold. But for people that don't hold that position, like imagine if like what we were doing was saying like, we need to make sure that we get 3 KKK members on the trial for let's say it's a majority black area like somewhere in Georgia. We need to make sure that we get 3 KKK members on the jury. Everyone will be like, no, that's ridiculous. But no, for diversity's sake, no, you want bias in favor of the person that you think is innocent. But like for most people who've analyzed this case to be like, actually, the kid is guilty. It's like, no, why would you want people essentially who are going to be biased?
So all right.
I'll go through Calgary, go ahead.
That's what we're arguing for.
Hold on. So basically what you're saying is there is 2 people here that are being evaluated. And when we evaluate one, it's a white person who is no longer with us, black person who is with us. And what you're saying is the more apropos, fair. Okay, cool.
I'm saying there is a blind process.
You're not saying that, then I'm going to offer an alternative, right? So the alternative, so I'm glad you're not saying that, because that would be ridiculous, right? Because we can clearly see how they could be blinded by the fact that one of their own has been slain. Now, the alternative is that this person is not have an antipathy towards blacks. They have actually resonate or they have just when you would say
that's the telling you.
Thank you. Yeah, they have I think sympathy for worse. They have a sympathy for I would say better understanding and understanding. And I think that is the key ingredient versus or a lack of understanding. Now, do you think that it's a problem to have people on the jury who have more understanding as opposed to less understanding?
No, of course, but
they need understanding of law and evidence in the case. They don't need an understanding of their position or where
Another reason why you need diverse juries is because the word reasonable is a big word. It is one of the most common used words in laws and statutes. It is. I'm gonna illustrate my point. When I was with this anecdote, when I was a beat cop, I shared this story many times. We were walking through a neighborhood, and there were several young black teenage males loud on the basketball court, arguing with one another. He thought that a reasonable response to that would be to go and
people come in here. I guarantee they're gonna come up here.
And I said, no, that doesn't look like a fight at all. That doesn't sound like a fight at all.
Are you looking at 4x4 again?
Right?
Never cease to amaze me how they want to stick.
They're not fighting at all. They're arguing with Jordan or Jordan and Kobe.
There's one person that's in the audience that says the same thing to us.
When you're looking at a juror and you're talking about someone's actions, whether or not they are reasonable, culture freaking matters. It absolutely matters. And so, in the example of the KKK person, yes, I'm going to rule. Yes, if I could put 3 KKK members on a jury with a KKK member that was on trial and to pursue justice, absolutely, because they're gonna understand culture. They're gonna understand what is reasonable in that person's action, and they're going to be able to educate. They're going to be able to educate and deliver. They're going to be able to educate when deliberating on the facts of the case, because that's their job, to deliberate the facts of the case. Right? Exactly. And if you have someone, that has no inkling of the culture or the perspective of the person and how they're responding, you can't make the determination that if what they're doing is reasonable or not, because you don't understand. Hold on, my phone's ringing.
I know y'all heard me.
Y'all are disgusted by reality.
I know y'all heard me call next like several times. So I'm just gonna jump in now. I called the next at the concrete. I'll check this again. I called next at the concrete. The Philly win. I'm just gonna jump in right now. All right, look. So the argument that they're making is it's actually one of the worst arguments that I've heard. It's something like this. So I'm gonna give a random number. I'm gonna choose the number 100. So there's 100 people. 100 people go to the courthouse. 100 people need to apply. I'm gonna say some sort of. They need to be applicable. Okay. So there's a test. It's gonna be in the paper. It's gonna be in the form of the paper. This is the hypothetical. They give them a paper. You have to score at least 80 or above in order to be applicable to be a part of the jury. Okay? Alright. So 100 people show. It doesn't matter how many blacks are there, how many whites are there, how many browns are there, how many yellows are there, that in this group of 100 people, alright, one of the questions are, will you be biased? And everybody who answers, yes, I'll be biased, you automatically lose 21 points. So if it's the case that every black, every brown, every yellow, any color you can think of besides white says, yes, I will be biased, you guys are saying it doesn't matter that they're going to be biased. We should remove that 80 percentile necessity for being applicable. No. We want a diverse group of people that are going to be biased, because when we brought up OJ, you know what he said? He said, so what if they're biased? I don't care that they're biased. I don't care that the woman openly said that she's biased. We want a diverse group of people. This is terrible line of reasoning.
What's terrible is that you think that people are gonna be honest about their bias. That's number one. Right? But that's number one. It absolutely matters. And so in the example of the KKK, because I know you're doing that. You're doing that thing where you use the racial thing, right? So the KKK invokes emotions, right? And so I'm supposed to automatically hate the KKK. But in seeking genetics, if that were a category to make the jury more diverse, and it's in favor of the defendants, yes, I'm good with that. Because in our system, where our system failed, and I've said things, I've done speeches on this. Our system failed, and it is a revenge system. It's not a system of justice. We're not seeking to practice the system the way it's designed. We're seeking to practice. We are seeking to practice the system. We are seeking to practice the system. We are seeking to practice the system a way in which we are seeking to practice the system a way in which we can be punitive so that we believe is guilty. And that's not how the system was designed. Define justice ultimately. Define justice ultimately. You did the hypothetical was that if it's gone through some filtering process
and which, just to be clear, the defense is participating in, and the result is just a juror, 12 people, it's a jury, sorry, of 12 people that you believe isn't like representative or the defendant, right? Do you think that you can basically just import 3 people that you think will be sympathetic to that fucking I gave you an extreme example to the defendant. I gave you an extreme example. What if the defendant stands accused of, being part of some proscribed group, namely the KKK or something, and he's like a racist, hate criminal?
I'm supposed to throw my just principles out the window because it's a group that hates me. That's not how that's supposed to work. And I don't operate that way.
We've got these systems in place, and it's just 12 people to be the jury. It would be fucking insane to say like, oh, look, you shouldn't be biting this as bullet. Like, that's actually ridiculous. Because obviously we don't want that. We don't want KKK guys getting off because of an obstinate juror who's just a racist. Like, as in, his sole purpose for being there is because he's sympathetic to racists. Like,
y'all are going with an extreme. You're going with an extreme example. Y'all are going with these extreme examples, and I played along, right? Because the extreme examples are just stupid. Because a diverse jury is not extreme. That's not extreme. Black people don't go on juries automatically thinking. Black people don't go on. Black people. I literally illustrated why I want diverse juries. Black people don't go. Black people and people of color don't. Black people don't. I illustrated it earlier. You didn't listen to what I said, but I illustrated it earlier. Right? Y'all are going to these extreme examples. Right, and I played along because I am still going to lead in the direction. I am still going to lead in the direction of the juror that is sympathetic versus one that is not, because the presumption is in no sense. You must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And if in your head you already lead, well, this person, whether it be male or black or whatever, they have a predisposition toward violence. They have a predisposition toward violence and crime because that is my worldview. I would rather someone be in the jury in the opposite direction because it is much easier.
That makes no sense.
It is much easier. If I can land my point, because it is much easier to convince someone that is sympathetic that this, using the facts, that they are guilty than it is to convince someone that is on the opposite end that assumes guilt that they're innocent.
All you're saying is I don't want someone that's biased against you. I want someone that's biased towards you. That's all you're saying. That's it. You say I want this type of bias. I don't like biases, but I like this type of bias. This is the type of bias I want.
Let me add one thing to that, because I know what Finley's response is going to be. It's going to be, yeah, that's a good thing, because in this legal system is predicated upon innocence until proven guilty. The problem is if we apply that, if we extrapolate that to another case where it's innocent until proven guilty, we have good reason to believe that someone is a KKK member, and his argument is, well, look, by the same token, we need to bring people who are sympathetic to my ideology, and they'll be like far more fair and biased in favor of me because I'm innocent until proven guilty. You think I'm fucking ridiculous. So the point is, the way this bias is determined is essentially.
That's what y'all are saying. No, that's what I am arguing for diversity. What y'all are trying to do is create this extreme situation. I didn't know they are here.
He's upset because the people that chose him to the Anthony case are white people. He's upset because they are white. You all is not right. Everybody agrees with me. I don't agree and have to fight it. You want to change it? Right. So I want to be disagree.
Thank you for helping illustrate the point.
Whoever did it,
thank you. Thank you. Thank you for illustrating the point. Now,
yeah, whoever, that's not.
Oh, yeah.
Don't put it out. We won't stop. We won't
Yeah, you were interrupted. You tried to make fucking illegal do a humiliation ritual. That shit was so cringe and so weird. I was like, yo, what the fucking weird ass fucking bitty shit is this? You were like, oh no, you apologize, but you need to apologize more. You need to apologize in front of everybody. What kind of weird ass muscle you're dealing with right now? Walk inside right now. A nigga that hates niggas who want niggas to bow down. How many fucking Alexes are out there walking around? You thought he was cool. And this is somebody who think you think would be even more cool than the average. Why in the world are we getting this type of KKK vibe from a nigga that you think would be more normal? Somebody gotta make that make sense. That's a new level of exploration when you do it the way you do it. But damn, he got that. Now he gonna play video. Shit, bro. All these places, man, to the top of the cycle. They can't even be the one that said, yeah, you gotta tell you the wrong thing. I'm like, hey, you was a smarty like to the Super Bowl and trying to get like that was innocent. I'm feeling they gonna like you, smarty like going to the top now. Like, man, I'm gonna tell you, is he on the order? I'm gonna tell you what, you're a smarty like that. Fucking give us a wrong. You're a same thing. That's what he was saying. I'm like, that's really what the smarty like nigga is. I don't see how you trying to fucking direct me into the smart magic. I'm like, that's what this nigga is. Car artist. Timothy respond for this fucking weird ass nigga get out. Yeah, all artists are technicians. Not all technicians are artists. We know what that is. Yeah, so what was Philly's position? Was it that bias should never exist in the jury selection process? Or bias is okay? No, you're using the word bias, and bias is not the proper word. The proper word would be understanding.
Did he say sympathy?
So, sympathy is a little bit also like not. I hear what you're saying, She-Wolf, but I don't think it's proper either. Understanding, because the thing you got to think about it like this from this mindset. You know how a black person is, right? There's some black people who are very distrusting of blacks, but they can be won over, right? Then there's somebody who's distrusting of blacks that can't be won over. Now the question is, what would I don't know, but the question is, what would allow somebody to be won over when they were initially distrustful? Obviously, it would be something that they can resonate with. And what can a lot of black people resonate with? Other black people and their plights. That's why you can't. I asked this question in another room. What is the purpose of a jury of their peers, and why is that a part of the system, right? Is Mr. Philly here? Mr. Philly here. Well, I think the understanding of like what the system is, as far as it being of like your civil duty in the larger community sense of what is right by beyond a reasonable doubt, or the preponderance of evidence, right? Like that's what that's supposed to mean, like your peers of clear. Well, you're speculating at this point, right? So you got what it actually says.
Okay, so you're speculating at this point, unless you're going to give us the document that the Founding Fathers provided and the reasons for providing it, right? That's what I'm looking for. The actual discussion on the legal theory of jury hearings, right?
All right, so I'll snatch that up, but
you got to do the work before you make the claims.
Well, all right, so what I just described, I wanted to make sure that
that's your intuition. That's your intuition, or did you study it?
I'm just thinking, do you share
that? Just answer it. Okay, so is your intuition is not something that you studied, right?
I don't know what that is. I'm asking if you share that.
All right, bro, come on, bro. You can't avoid whether or not something was studied or something was believed.
Yeah, I think you're making it about that. What I'm just trying.
I'm gonna definitely make it about that. Well, why do you think I'm making it about that?
Because I'm asking if you agree with.
No, why do you think I'm making it about that?
Because you're saying that it's not relevant if you agree with me, I guess?
No, you're trying to move to something else. That's fine. You can always try to move to something else. Right?
No, you had a question about
what I'm gonna do is yes.
Right. Why I offer? Yeah, that I offer like what the colloquial understanding is of like
the common sense understanding.
Right. And then
why would that be the same situation?
Because that's the definition that we're like operating on.
No, we're not operating on the common sense understanding. Why are we operating on that?
So that we're all on the same page, bro.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Okay. Yeah, I'm asking you, do you share this? If you don't, then I can go get the answer.
So what did I say? What do I want to accomplish? I know what you want to accomplish. Look. I know what you want to accomplish in this, right? What do I want to accomplish?
To see, for me to prove if I'm right or wrong.
No. What I want to accomplish is what is the legal theory on jury of your peers, and why was it established, and how is it implemented, right?
Right, so
what is the legal theory on jury?
Right, then you're saying that what I just described there could be right. You just want to know like what was the argument?
I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care about anything about opinion. I don't care. I don't care about opinion. I care about what the legal theory is, why it was established, and how it was the conversation in the legal system. I care about the conversation in the legal system.
Yours means.
I don't care about racial. I don't care about common.
No, yours.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about what my opinion is because my opinion could be wrong. I care about how it's dealt with. You understand a dire mistake. Yes, you could be right, but you also could be wrong. So why don't we just skip past that part?
I want to do the research for you. So it says the Magna Carta 1215 is where this theory came up about being judged by your peers equally by the justice or like by the objectivity of societal like standards. So this comes from the Magna Carta. This is like what it says here, right? So the question is like, what is peers now, right?
So we have to say how are they talking about it in the legal sense, not about how we have a conversation about it. But what are Supreme Court cases? How are they discussing it? Right? Because that's the only things that are going to matter. How are they discussing it in court cases?
Yeah. So peers would mean citizens, people in your community, not people from like another community or whatever that is. Even like in the federal like component, right? Like obviously these people don't live near you or anything like that. So, but yeah, like that's where it's kind of rooted from, and it's like in the spirit of like fairness. Where people have a commonality of like understanding.
There you go, understanding. There's that word. There you go. We're good.
Wait, hold on. But there's a difference between like understanding like what the law is and like how you should go about and like the operations of like the jury whole like thing, right? And looking at evidence and not allowing your personal biases to like intrude on that. And then there's the understanding of the person that's the defendant and what they're going through. And that's something that a juror should never do.
Is that what you believe?
Absolutely. Well, that's why there's like jury instructions to say, hey, ignore everything that you've seen online. Ignore this person's history. This person's history
is prejudicial, whatever, right? So the judges are already taking things off of the table for consideration for the jury immediately, because it could like basically just poison like the views of those people because they're trying to get it as unbiased as possible. So if Finley walks in there and says he looks like Trayvon Martin to me, somebody's gonna be like, oh, you just bridged something that should be like avoided of this situation here, and now you're gonna bring this into the conversation, and we can't have that. You have to look at the evidence in isolation, in collaboration. And we'll go to
That's a fact, Monica. It's a fact.
No, but I didn't get Finley's point because I heard what you were saying, Knowledge, and what Timothy was saying from across the front. You know,
Yeah, but someone kept yelling to the left.
Yeah, but what was Finley's point, though, if you don't mind?
You want to hear what he said about the OJ case?
No, I missed that. I heard your response, because I heard Timothy's response, but Finley was saying, that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying. You guys are trying to make it emotional, or you guys are trying to de-emotional appeal thing to attach to something. Like
Finley said the juror is supposed to prove their innocence. He wants a juror that's going to prove they're innocent. He doesn't want to live in a society where they try to prove they're guilty.
Oh, presume.
So when it came to the trial of OJ, we said, the jury said that they were biased as fuck, right? And he said, yes, that's what I want. I'm okay with that. He said, I'm okay with juror representing someone who looks like them and with them being biased towards them. I'm okay with that. And then the argument was, that's fucking retarded. You don't want people who are, let's say, that's why the KKK member brought up. Let's say there's a KKK member that's going to be put to trial. And all the members that were selected for the juror are all KKK members. You okay with that? He said, yeah. He bit the bullies again.
Well, like, if it's, like, presumed to be innocent, then that means that you have to work your way, this is, like, beyond a reasonable doubt, to where you're overly convincing that he's not, but you're starting at, like, let's say, a -1. Or, like, let's say a +1. Now you gotta work me back.
That's correct.
But then he said that he's okay with the whole jury pool being KKK members.
Correct.
KKK guys on the defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me that doesn't. To me, it's kind of like, hey man, hey, do you live in Appalachia? Yes. All right, let's strike this guy. Yeah. What's up, man? Oh, hold on.
What's up, man? What's up? Alright, what's up? Yo, Ishmael, quick question. Yeah. What's the question, man? Has anybody ever told you have a voice to someone that was slapped the dog shit out of? What do you mean about that? Oh, like, just your voice just makes you want to slap the dog shit out of you.
Oh,
Have you ever heard that?
What do you mean?
Oh, man, suck my dick, man. Whoa, that was never still motherfucking bad.
Why did you go like the lower belt like that?
Yeah, I think it was too far. I was just asking you a question. Motherfucking boy. I was just asking you a question. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. What are you doing? Who's gonna give a fuck about that? Sounds like he wants to get the fuck up, man. Slap the shit out of you. For some fucking foolishness, man. I'm just too respectful, but I just coming to school. I'm trying to be respectful too. I was asking you a question. That's not true, man. I've always respected you, man. This is alright. You have to respect the world. No, I was just asking you a question.
Yeah, look, man, like, we were kind of talking about this Carmelo Anthony thing yesterday, right? And I think that if you're going to be looking at this case through like the racial lens, you're going to be able to find some things, you know, and it's like one can think of
I was moved down for no reason, bro. That shit crazy. Shit crazy
reason. It's just either a good or a not good reason.
No, for no reason, bro. It's just random.
No, that was.
No. It's like something from nothing. Like it from existence.
How about this one? How about when God says, do these things or I won't bless you or answer your prayers? In that scenario, can a woman say no?
I just want to say it. Maybe he's on stage. King's going to be on stage. Just want to call it out.
I'm going.
Oh, shit. Bro. Hey, Nate.
He left.
Yeah, he left.
Yo, he shot him and moved himself down.
That's crazy, bro.
Oh, he is in the goo. Samoa, I thought he left. He's in the goo.
No. He moved the king down and then moved himself down.
What's up, Samoa?
Do you think, like, the narrative right now that the prosecution struck the last three that was on, do you think that is your intuition that there is something wrong here?
I think that they eliminate black jurors to eliminate any chance that there could be someone who will be, as Finley and Concrete was saying, for lack of a better term, but this is what Finley said, sympathetic towards the defendant. And there was some pushback as if sympathy would be wrong or something, similar to that nature. And Mr. Finley made a great point that sympathy would not be bad in the instance where in our system you're supposed to be presumed innocent, right? You don't prove innocence, you prove guilt, right? So that wouldn't be a bad thing. And I think they eliminate that chance that there could be one person there that might fight for the defendant, right? And it makes a situation where if you have an all-white jury, there won't be someone there in that jury room to advocate for that defendant. To understand that defendant, that would be more like their peer, right? And represent their peers more justly and more equally, right? Because as a black person, I don't live in an all-white neighborhood. So if I'm fighting for my life, and there's 12 people that are going to decide my fate, the jury of my peers is not 12 white people. In my opinion, well, maybe in the suburb I live now, but.
So my question, She-Wolf, is hypothetically, if you were a white person and let's say 7 of it were black people, you would say that's an unfair juror?
7 out of 12 sounds a lot more diverse than all 12.
Hypothetically, would that be an unfair jury?
No, because that sounds diverse if only 7 of 12 are black.
What about if
and walk back up front. He doesn't have anything. He goes to pick up his book bag.
Oh my God, we found Diva!
She says, no, it's right.
She's talking and politically correct.
Pockets in the front.
She's litigating and narrating live.
At that point, Andy says,
Cyrus versus Dr. Chow.
I saw something heavy, and that's, that he thought that was the water bottle, which I'm assuming was the gun. And so then he picked up his bag and he walks out.
Very disturbing case.
And then Andy and Rick run out behind him, right, screaming. And then you see it pan to
These are people who don't go to the trips. What does that mean?
Because they go off that camera. And then the parking lot.
And we're about to. Should have read this morning.
Right behind him.
I didn't read. I'm out of the top 1% today. Oh, gotta be in the 1%.
That's very interesting. You could listen to the things he says, how he says it, how he's hesitant to answer the questions. Very explicit. I mean, like you could say, sure, he was.
This is actually my contribution to eliminating structural white racism. I'm replacing it with structural black racism. If that's okay. Hello?
There was at least one witness that said.
This is law school for lawyers that never made it. This is Judge Judy in the afternoon for lawyers that just couldn't pass the bar. Just couldn't pass it.
He pointed at Andy or not. So somebody sort of terrified that witness story of you. Initially, I felt like, why aren't they taking witness stories as seriously as the story compared to people there at the shooting with Andy?
Yeah, when they asked him to, like, because Andy says, yeah, I saw him throw something. And then he's like, I looked, and he didn't see anything but trash. But then it turns out it was his phone, because he ran out of his shoe, and his phone fell out of his pocket, whatever. So his phone, he ran out of his shoe, he keeps running. What else was interesting? The hypervigilance of the Rick's store. And this is really interesting because I think they didn't talk about this at all, but I think that it's important for the psychology of what this type of was to a human being, right? Apparently Rick had gone to, he was a professor in some like tech, right? He did some sort of engineering, tech, AI, surveillance, something like that, right? And so did his son.
Right.
And so they had a high,
horse lab
like
in this room.
a cool facial recognition system in their store. So they had over like 25 angles of cameras, and the facial recognition system, they had an entire system behind the counter, and you see the video of the entire probe and this, whatever technology is just to identify the faces of people that come into the store is broadcast as potential, identify the gun, did you happen to look at the gun after? No, I didn't look at the gun.
What are you doing today?
I'm relitigating Cyrus's murder outside of the gas station.
I think the woman, the mom in the store owner, I think she was really wrong because she was standing right by my boy, and she seen him put back all those waters, and she still let her son and husband go out there and say he stole the water. If you look at the video, they was watching like a hawk. Like I would have put the waters back in, like I'm not buying nothing in the store.
How did the horseflies get in the house?
Like, did anybody have any?
Who left the door open?
What did the parents say about him carrying a gun? Did the parents make a statement about him having a gun? Did they know he had a gun?
Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home, Bill. Don't take your guns to town.
Like, we used to get our cars robbed and fucking motherfuckers had got robbed in fucking Columbia, South Carolina. This ain't no goddamn. Columbia, South Carolina is a fucking city, just like any other fucking major city. Like, that's not something that, I don't know what's going on.
The parents acknowledged that he had a gun. Both of his parents said he had a gun. Okay, thank you for answering my question, Joanna.
Yeah, like I said, it ain't in South Carolina where he might have been shooting fucking squirrels out of the tree. That's the problem I have with this. Like, we gotta be careful with our.
You know, that lady seen that boy put back all those waters. She should have had her husband step down. Am I tripping? Because she was right behind him. She was on phone in the store.
That shit, I think that shit bigger than Metro Atlanta. That motherfuckers be wilding out there. Y'all drill sergeants be getting fucking robbed all the fucking time out there. That city is dangerous.
Also, Mimi, I tried to look up and find what case filing is exactly, not just reporters or anything, in regards to the owner's previous incidents with shooting and stuff like that. Apparently, they did file it, and the judge rejected it. It doesn't say they don't have the transcripts of them. But I read free motion before they was in official hearings. The judge rejected it.
Can somebody play the 911 call? It seemed like that would answer it a lot.
Is he on that 911 call while he's running 130 yards? I mean,
No, because that's when he was shot. The kid was shot, and he was calling, and the dad was trying to apply pressure, and a bunch of other people. So there were sounds and stuff, people talking in the background.
Hello?
Gemini, I back channeled you the son's testimony, just that part of the video.
Thank you.
It's interesting how he was, this is I'll say this. Pay attention to the way that he answers the questions that the dispatcher's asking him, and in the time frame, and just like how.
Somebody got it.
I'm pulling it up right now, Ben.
Patty, let's get to work. Let's solve this one. Yeah, Patty's on the case. I'm driving right now.
It's about 14:59 in the video I've sent.
Oh, I thought that the whole video was it. It's not.
No, the whole video is about 2 hours. That's his entire testimony.
14:59.
14:57, I think, is the recording starts.
Okay.
More around.
When is the best time?
I can't help you with your car payment. What do you think I'm here for?
Give me 1 second.
I'm here to pay your car. I have a really tough day. I can't make my car payment today. Could you do that for me? I am here to help you find the most retarded rooms on Clown House. Prepare for your next level of retardation.
There's a whole cop that just recently resigned because his wife is going through divorce because she found out, or I don't know if she found out, but she's exposing her husband for being a white supremacist. Took a whole bunch of pictures of his text messages and stuff like that. This dude went through a whole freaking thorough background check before hiring sergeants and investigators. Like people are who they are, and there's ways to get around that. And all I'm saying is, if you want to hedge against that, people's biases, simply make juries diverse. I didn't say make them all black. I said make them diverse. That's what I'm saying. That'll hedge against that. You might respond real quick. See, I told y'all this. We want to maintain the status quo. Oh, this was
Oh my God, it's Monica! We found Monica!
We found Beamer and politically correct, and we found Monica in Chili's.
Right.
Gonna keep going. I can wait.
Hello?
Okay. Hold on. I got one more thing to say. Hold on. No, you're not. I've been waiting for
Well, Monica's requesting 2 minutes.
So, let's see how this lasts. So, hello, everybody.
Hi, Monica!
The death of Austin Metcalf, not the white boy who got stabbed in the track meet. Austin Metcalf. I was told they didn't care what the hell his name was. What they're worried about is low answers. And what I understand is that some people only lens. I'm not gonna fight for the mic. I can either mute up or the mods can do their jobs and they can mute the
I'm sorry, whoever's doing that, yo, stop.
I thought it was on Gustavo.
No, I thought Monica, then me.
So now we know who's interrupting. So in the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, there were many people that called him a white supremacist. There were many people that judged him guilty with no interest in guilty beyond a reasonable doubt or presumed innocent until. So just because you view them with a racial lens doesn't mean the majority of Americans. I understand there's some concern that it's an all-white jury, but I believe the racial demographic in that small Texas town is 60%, 70% white, 10% black, 20% Hispanic. I'm not sure of the demographic makeup, maybe 15% Hispanic and then 5% other. I can be corrected on that, but I would like not to be interrupted. So when people are making much ado about it being an all-white jury, I would ask that people remember that the unnecessary death of Austin Metcalf is inspiring in many of us. We do want a fair trial. While I wouldn't want to be on the jury, their venom and anger and feelings of injustice on the people. Finally,
as I was saying.
There was something wrong online from Daughters of the Confederacy speech.
My final point is, I get that you don't trust white people. I get that you think we're out for a lynching and won't this be fun. I'm sure there are some stupid white people who are looking forward to their pitchforks.
Projection alert system has been detected. Projection alert system has been activated.
And such a waste for both families. Thank you, Knowledge. The mic is yours.
I think I had a total of 3 points. Maybe I forgot something. I don't know. All right, let me try to do the first one. The first one was to Concrete, but I don't think Concrete is in the room. If he left already, it's about 18 to 20 minutes ago. Anyways, I wanted to apologize to Concrete for whooping his ass in front of everybody in the room. And I wanted to apologize for everybody.
Let's go!
His ass in front of you guys. I know some of your eardrums probably hurt, and it's my fault. I will take that blame. If I was to be arrested today and be held in court, I kind of understand what Mr. Finley is saying, but I still think it's wrong. So if I went to court today because of what I did to Concrete, I would want everybody in this room to be a part of the jury because I want to be let free, even though I am guilty. I'm saying I am guilty. What I did to them was wrong, but I am guilty. I would want everybody in this room to be
back to Bima. Every day, putting on 1 more pound to fix structural white racism with Patty, First Lady, and Pam.
I'm saying, so like, these are just, it's very hard to do this. These are levels of homicide, okay?
I understand all of that. That's not hard. I'm trying to square 2 things. A prosecution arguing that someone committed murder. The person admitting they were using deadly force in self-defense of others. and the deadly force being involuntary.
Social justice, equity, and restorative facilitator. Gemini.
I'm referring to intent. I'm not referring to the number of bullets. I'm referring to intent under the law. It's nothing to do with the number of bullets.
Okay, what I'm saying is if you fire once, your intent may be to just defend yourself and not kill the person.
When you claim self-defense, you're claiming the intent to use deadly force. That's what a self-defense claim is. That you intended to use force. Doesn't matter if it's one bullet or 1,000 bullets.
That's not true. I can claim self-defense and have shot somebody without the intent to kill them. I could have shot them in the leg, shoulder.
Gemini, anytime you use a gun, it's deadly force. It doesn't matter how many shots.
Claim self-defense in law and someone dies, the intent is deadly force.
Talk about the intent of deadly force. Deadly force. The intent of deadly force.
You got this.
When you're claiming self-defense, you're saying what you did is justified. So it could be killing someone, it could be assaulting someone, it could be bad. All these things. You're saying what you did was justified. So the prosecution would have to prove that this is not self-defense. This was what we're charging you with. So no, you can't claim self-defense and no, that's not what I'm saying. It's not self-defense and involuntary manslaughter. It's one or the other.
Hello.
For the record, what I was saying is self-defense does not equivalent to deadly force. There's a lot of different types of self-defense that is not deadly force. A lot.
No, it depends on what happens to the victim. So if the victim dies, you're claiming use of deadly force.
Yeah, free.
So real quick,
I'll go after you, Simone.
That's all quiet.
Knowledge is always defending the ops.
This is to you, family. I've been doing this home. And real wrong with me stated that this is what it was. That's what caught our attention. You said that you want a diverse jury because basically a diverse in thought, right? Which means that somehow people's race will make them be, I guess, basically some form of bias where someone is fighting probably for the worst aspect of the case. I'll give a scenario. If, let's say, it was black and white, not the jury, but this concept that... Are you in the Matrix or am I in the Matrix?
You're in a Matrix, Bentley.
Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'll repeat it and try to make it faster. But I'm saying, when you say diversity of jury, right, because given diversity of thought, you appeal to the idea that race gives you a different perspective, which you already conceded to. I don't think you sincerely believe that because, again, there's a lot of mixed people in here. We have a lot of diversity in thought. However, most of the black people in this space think the same way on one of the eyeballs, right? And what you're pushing is that some of the black people, or most of the black people, will probably argue in favor of Anthony, but not in favor of the facts, which implies that the white people will argue in favor of Metcalf and not in favor of the facts. And I'm saying that people can argue in favor of the facts, and we don't need people deviating to cause a hung jury or any type of jeopardizing in the case based on their own bias. So if you was in a jury pool, like some of us have been, and someone say, hey, this person is a black male and systemic racism has the X, Y, Z, or this person is queer, and queer people don't get a fair shake, they're exercising their own fucking bias, and we don't need that. So what I'm saying is, if we're picking a jury, and I hope you believe in this, if we're picking a jury, we want to get people who display objectivity, right? Because that would mean they're going to look at the facts of the case and only go off that. Everything else wouldn't fucking matter. And I wish we could have grand juries, so when they only hear the facts of the case and not see the people, but I know it's unrealistic because you have to consider all these other factors, the person's emotions, the showing remorse, etc., all that shit. So I'll land on this. Do you believe that people can come to a conclusion without using a bias? That's to you, family, when we get a chance, when we get back in.
All right, so I'll be quick here so they can throw that back and forth, right? So he's actually already answered this question here, right? Like he's already saying, like, hey, sympathetic or not sympathetic? And if I had to choose one, it would be the sympathetic for the defendant or whatever this is, right? But what it's supposed to be, and that's kind of like where you are, free, right? It's supposed to be non-sympathetic and like non-sympathetic, objective, facts of evidence, all these types of things. You're sitting there attentively. You're trying to like understand. Does it meet the threshold? That's what everybody would want. Like that's the ideal thing. And Finley's kind of merging into like, but what is the actual like things on the ground? Like what's happening on the ground? And you can see how we were just talking about this yesterday. Oleg brought up like $1 billion lawsuits where there's these like consultants that are paid like $40,000 for like an hour to sit back and read the potential jurors, right? Because they're trying to control for these types of things, right? And I don't see a problem with like what Finley's saying, right? Because if you're looking at just the GoFundMe's of like how people became tribal and $500,000 is raised for this person because they're countering, well, according to them, they're countering something that exists, and then online it just spreads like water. Like, how are you going to control for that? Right? Like, where are the trenches that are going to tame this wildfire of everybody now being like politicized with like the whole movements of like this cultural shift? And okay, it's happening everywhere. We have to fight. It's everywhere. You can't get this thing out of like our like consciousness and that. Right? Like, how does a person avoid that? And I think that what Infinite has speak to this, the majority of the jury, the potential jury pool, aren't going to be what you actually want. But I was just reading this here. It looks like the prosecution was putting on their case. They said that they actually had the footage and they're running the jury by it. And the view catches like basically like the whole football field and then where the tents are. And like he enters in, and then they say that after the stabbing, Metcalf holds his chest, says, "You guys stabbed me" or whatever. But this part right here, I think is kind of damning, and I'm wondering what the statements are going to be like during this trial, where he runs away from the scene, throws the knife by ditching the knife, and then tries to blend into the crowd so that he can flee the scene. Like that right there was like a little. I didn't really know about a lot of that stuff, so I think it's concrete.
I'm not the family. I think it's on concrete. Concrete was it for me. I felt up when I started talking. So. No, I think Samora did a good job because I did answer that question already. Samora did a great job of kind of still at my point and articulating it. I don't have anything else to add other than knowledge. Okay. I think knowledge. I think you be hanging around right around with your listening skills when I speak because I ain't said none of that. I said none of what you said, but I'm gonna leave it there. Okay. So I think I understand what you're saying, Philly. So. Yeah, don't use me to take a shot at that. That shit is crazy. Yeah, it's just. They put me in the. So here's this, family. Here's this. Let's do a quick back and forth. So sympathy should go both ways, right? I understand that the defendants presume innocent. That don't mean you deem them innocent. You just presume that the prosecution has to prove that case, right? And with that being said, you do empathize with the victim or the alleged victim too. That Metcalf was just a decent, law-abiding kid. He was in the place where he's supposed to be. He made. Okay. That's what I said. But anyhow, so you empathize with both parties. Hence, both parties have to make their cases. And I'm saying that to say that race, in my opinion, should be highly suppressed because that creates the bias that someone is going to judge. It's not really a factor. Because you can understand young people, young boys, they're testosterone, they kind of want to prove sometimes. They kind of don't take things. They're still trying to figure out the world. And in this process, both of them could have made a bad decision. Metcalf could have said something to him out. And Anthony took it the wrong way. And Anthony likely responded in the worst way possible by stabbing him with a knife that he shouldn't have brought to school. So I'm saying it to say that the jury have to look at these facts and undermine their own biases. Sympathy is there because we're human, but when the facts are presented, the defense, right? Yeah, is you over? Is me? Yeah, I was talking to him. I was shut up. I ain't said put me in the queue, somebody. I'm talking about the you or the Matrix? No, you're one of the Matrix. Oh, shit. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah. You could put me in the queue. You're cutting out. Yeah. Real quickly. God damn, I hate to repeat all that. I'm making fast. So I was saying that simply should go
case, and the jury, and that's what was listening.
Right, Charles.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, Charles. Lou.
Yo, who's in the queue?
I don't know. We fucking praying or something. Why is no quiet? Shit.
Tomorrow, go. I'm sorry, not tomorrow.
We could do, if there's
Free.
nobody
Go
that
back.
was
Hold on.
lying, and
Yo, Free, you cut man, Simone. We didn't hear the last 5 seconds.
Thank you, knowledge. I thought they were fucking with me. Okay. I was just asking Finley that sympathy should go both ways, and sympathy would subside if the facts doesn't give credence to the defendant. Meaning that if Anthony operated in malice, meaning that he had malicious intent that day, not necessarily against him directly, but he happened to be the one that he stabbed that day because the conflict arose with him, then that sympathy is considered anymore. It's just like any case, whether it be a rapist and a rape victim, like you don't have sympathy for these people if they're operating in malice. And I'm saying that's why I favor of the side that you like, which is, in my opinion, is not, especially coming from your background, is not objective at all.
And the reason I voted guilty was not because of my bias. If we took race, history, and every other thing that divided America, and we just have two human beings, and the same scenario played out, we just gave these human beings letters instead of identity, and you heard that one letter stabbed the other letter because of a confrontation under intent, we would all come to the same conclusion. Just like it's really that simple.
I'm at the line.
But what happens is we add all of those other variables into the story, and we also internalize it. We pull our personal histories, and we bring in the fabric of America, and that is how we are determining he's not guilty, or what about his upbringing, or his mama was sick, or we humanize people in other people's lives. Now, although he is guilty, I have to say this other part. I believe that if I was on as the one that's going to sentence him, I would give this young man a slap on the wrist and tell him, look, don't do it again. Send him on back to his house and then give him a hug.
For murder. Yeah, don't do it again.
Yeah, not Tim. Yeah.
He said, don't do it again.
No more murders today, anyway. I would give the young man a hug.
Yeah, tell it to the Israelites what's going on.
Every person gets one murder per lifetime. That's it.
Oh, then you can be upset at the Carolina guy.
Yo. Be respectful. Don't make me have to get all monkey with you, please. Because I will interrupt you.
Actually, you normally are. Don't do that impressive anybody.
Where your mother is. So the point is.
Well, I know you can't emulate your father. He never showed up.
Look, I'll start moving people down. It is lines go respectfully. Line. Anybody who interrupts as of now will get moved. Go ahead.
All right. So
could you put me in the queue, please? Ignore.
I would give the young man a hug and maybe a Bible, and then maybe we might sit around like a campfire and cry a little bit, just like they did for that one white bitch, that man sitting in his house in Texas, just watching the fucking wrestling or some shit in his underwear, and they, that'll be about it. I think you all are up like, I don't know, 400 years and a couple thousand bodies. You could lose one or two, maybe one or two a year by the hands of a black person, and it'll look the other way. Y'all got so many damn hangings and lynchings all over the place. Stop crying about this one white kid.
Because there could be some forgiveness with consequences that, right? So like these two things could exist at the same time, right? For me, the way I look at it is as the prosecution already starts at a negative for me, right? There's already an uphill battle for them because it has to be beyond, not just a reasonable doubt, but beyond that. So we're not going to start at 0. We're going to start like -3. And if I'm not even looking at the defense at this moment, right? I'm looking at the prosecution. How good is your case? Okay, cool. If they fail, I don't even have to hear from the defense. Like, that's the way it's supposed to be. It's like, did you rise to the threshold that you were supposed to be? And if I'm sitting there looking at all the evidence, I'm like, bro, all this is gas, third party, hearsay, circumstantial, like the person's not even there, this and that. I don't even have to hear the defense, bro. Right? And I don't think anybody would have to. But if they make a convincing argument, then you're interested. Then you're like, okay, well, shit, there was like 5 good points there. Hey, defense, what do you got to say about this? Right? And then it's kind of like this sparring match where it's like, oh, shit, both sides are doing pretty good, right? And I'm over here got some popcorn, I'm over here analyzing it. But still, the starting point should be like at -3, and the prosecution has to work their way. That's how I think you should kind of see that. I don't know why a person would say, hey, man, you're guilty of this thing, right? I can make the argument, and I've been making it lately, that I see where the defense is going to go. And I kind of like it, right? Because they're saying, hey, a reasonable person in this type of a circumstance reasonably would react this way, right? If you're just adding all the things that can kind of be like added in his view of it, and then make the judgment there. I thought what I just read out, as far as what the prosecution just said to the jury, I thought that's pretty bad, like what he did afterwards. Right? Because a reasonable person would be like, whoa, you ran away from the scene, you chucked the knife all the way away from you, then you started blending yourself into the crowd to conceal like your identity, and then you're starting to ask these questions of the police officer to see the level of trouble that you're in, right? Like you're fishing. So like these types of things are important as well. So I haven't heard the defense yet, but we'll see. Back in the queue. Good question. Add me to the queue before free. Okay, I think I'm in the queue. Why do I need a queue? I can't jump the song. We can. Let's do it. Yeah. I know, but Eric was next, but y'all can't just respond to Eric. Yeah. I'm not going to Eric. Let's go. So Wednesdays, I guess why. No, you're not after him. Fuck y'all. Y'all take care of the queue. I'll do a title fast. Why can't we just go queue and talk about Eric? Go ahead, Eric. Alright, I'm gonna go after Eric. That's the queue. I'll record it. Yeah. Well, I got it. Y'all got it on? Yeah, y'all gonna go after you, Eric. Just go, Eric. No, free out there. Go, Eric. You just go, Eric. Damn, free. Bro, I'll go after Eric. Yo, somebody muzzle this nigga, bro. It's been a... Well, anyways, the point is, the defense has a horrible heart. So I'll feel battle for that. Like, given all the facts that we know, right, I've yet to hear anything new, right, surrounding like the facts. So I'm curious to see what their statements are going to be. But so far, it doesn't look good. And I said it from the beginning. They made the exact argument that I said that the prosecutors were going to make. It doesn't sound good. Now, I don't know this, but I got to look at like lawyers, like these Carmelo Anthony's lawyers. But that was to me, it's not a good one. This team is not a good one. Right? His first indication that he's not good was he allowed this shit to stay in Collin County, Texas. Right? He should immediately ask for a change of venue because he knew he wasn't going to get a fair trial. Right? That's what I would have said. Right? That just would have primed me up for the appeal process that I was going to do. Number 2, he failed the Batson challenge, which, given the circumstances surrounding the jury selection, right, it should have been very easy. They challenged them. They were like, yeah, this dude's kicking all the black people off the jury. But he's talking with 3 black women. And the reason that the prosecutors gave to why they kicked those 3 women off there, because they were educators and they didn't want educators on the jury panel. And right, that makes sense. It sounds right. But when you look in the other, like there's a white woman still on the jury who's also an educator, right? Should have been like, bro, it's clearly right not the reasons to exclude, because you would have gotten rid of all educators, black educators, female black educators. Right? So
just shows level of incompetence. I don't know. The $650,000 don't look like it went a long way for him to get like a great lawyer. Probably when that happened.
Okay, so here we go. So last thing I want to say to you, brother, I do agree with you, sir. My issue is this right here.
Norm hasn't got to speak at all, please.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. All right.
Do you mind? I'm sorry, Free. Do you mind? Can you go after him?
Let's go. Sure.
I'm not sorry. Yeah. So, thank you. So, once you try to use self-defense, the burden of proof switches from the prosecution to the defense. So, as Samoa said, if you're not mounting self-defense or arguing self-defense, then the burden of proof is on the prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt. If you want to say self-defense, then you have to prove several elements. And that's why I'm opening my mouth, because I want to share those elements with you and see if this case fits those elements. Okay? Proportionality. The unlawful immediate threat of harm. Reasonable belief. And imminent necessity. Okay? So, number one, reasonable belief. You have to believe that force is immediately necessary. Okay? Now, this case might fit that. You have to have a subjective belief and an objective belief that you are, okay? Maybe this case fits that. Imminent threat. The threat of harm or unlawful force must be happening or about to happen right away. It might fit that. Not just verbal arguments, but physical threat. Okay. Unlawful force. You must be responding to an unlawful activity. Now, there's the beginning of a problem, because if you say, touch me and see what happens, as we've heard that he said, you have initiated the confrontation. Touch me and see what happens are fighting words. So right there, he might have destroyed his ability to use self-defense. But there's more. There's also proportionality. So deadly force is only reasonably justified when you believe that it is necessary to prevent death or serious bodily harm, or an aggravated felony like kidnapping, murder, which doesn't apply here. So, once again, you have to show that the person was defending against the use of deadly force. Now, that's a problem here, because only one side, and that's Carmelo Anthony, had a deadly weapon. The other side didn't have a deadly weapon. So they would have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that Metcalf was going to kill him somehow. And I don't think they have the evidence there to show that that Metcalf was going to kill him. Like if he had his hands around his neck, or if he was on his back, or if he had some weapon in his hand, or in some way Metcalf was able to threaten the life or the serious bodily harm, and that's just not a punch in the nose or pushing, then Carmelo Anthony might have the beginning of a defense. It would still be an uphill battle. But as such, and as Eric said, I think Carmelo Anthony has a horrible lawyer, because I would never have taken this to trial because of the weakness of the self-defense element. I think Carmelo Anthony has got pretty much an empty hand when it comes to the elements of self-defense, namely that he did not have a proportional response to an imminent threat of death. And there's a lot of witnesses there under that tent, and I don't think Carmelo has any witnesses on his side. I'm shocked to see what they were thinking, unless they're just going to bail at some point or try to use this as some sort of way to get publicity or something. I think they're going to fold before the end of this trial and take the plea. The attempt to racialize this, I think.
You keep going in a circle, but like
I'm just concluding. The attempt to racialize this, I think, is a bad strategy, because I don't see that race has any element in this. It's pretty clear cut. I think it's open and shut, and I think Carmelo Anthony stands to lose a lot. Thanks.
Hey, Free, I'm going to go ahead and towards me.
For sure. I haven't seen any racism towards anybody. I'm fucking with you, man. Calm down. Shit. You're not speaking. I feel very calm. I hope you feel calm. Okay, all right. You don't have to respond, bro. I got you. Thank you. I was trying to calm you. All right, shut the fuck up, man. Shit. I will let you go, man. Come on, bro. Take your own advice. Yeah, no, it's on me. Shut up, come on. Just take your own advice. Get a fucking nerve to drink. Let this nigga finish. Go ahead, freak. Thank you. Please. So I was trying to compliment the fucking idiot, but he made some good points, and Small, you did too. So Small, you say you started -3, and I agree, generally speaking, especially if you're not familiar with the case. But we do have certain information, right? Like the police report is one thing, then they have other witnesses stating that was recorded the same day, presume that they're going to be a part of the case. So you have a situation based on the report of him saying that it's not alleged idea stuff, right? So you have the confirmation that he actually caused the homicide. It doesn't mean he's not innocent. Of course, you have, like Bill was saying, alluded to, you have the self-defense claim, which seems to be out the window because you're saying, which is, of course, as a juvenile on school property, like all these things. So, like there's so many things stacked against him to the point I couldn't start at a -3. Just what
the defense offering, or the defense is going to say it's a self-defense, or at least that's the claim that's being made. You have somebody who posted on Facebook this report, which is initial statements and not really a complete investigation seem to be going on, and just saying it's self-defense or it's wholesale gun, and just saying it's self-defense or it's wholesale murder. So the ones with the tiki torches and the white pointed hoods are sitting there saying that this needs to go, and the other side is saying this is 100% self-defense. Neither side is right, because quite frankly, none of you know the evidence. You don't know is being put forward. There has been a plea deal. There has been gag orders. You haven't heard much except from in the beginning by that one guy that was lifting off of the family. You got them to get a GoFundMe. He took his cut. She bought a house and a car, and that's about the extent of what you have there. But as far as the two boys, you have no idea what's going on because nobody said anything. There is nothing out there except for like conjecture and things that are just floating on the internet. And in terms of having an all-white jury, yes, it is kind of odd to see this because then it does present a possibility of an appeal based on racial. And you know what? Maybe the defense attorney's sitting there going, you know what? This is actually going to work out great for us. So, I mean, there does have opportunities there where you may not. But the same people were also screaming in self-defense on the Carolina case and at Mr. Chow or whatever his name is, John Sal's chicken. They said he deserved to be let off because it was clearly self-defense and argued from a point. However, when you watch the video and you hear the evidence that was presented, you can clearly say that running after somebody with 100 yards, you're no longer aiming a firearm and firing. You are no longer the victim. You become the aggressor. You become that person. And then those had flipped. And so now all of a sudden, we're giving carve-outs and caveats and trying to make really weird sidesteps for one case and then coming down on the hammer on the other. And I find it really weird that people want to just make these judgments before you even heard the case. It's the same thing that happened in Rittenhouse. And everybody's saying he deserved to go to prison for all this. You didn't even know the facts of the case when they came out. Everybody was silent, including those on the right, who thought they knew the case and they still had the facts wrong. So, I mean, most of you, I would kind of say pause, and I'm just waiting to see what evidence gets presented because it's going to be a high-profile case. We're going to see it, and we're going to hear about it. So we'll know. And then all of you that are screaming up and down, one of you is going to lose. And I think a lot of people are just going to be absolutely wrong. You guys are just going to try to do the, I don't want to throw Samoa under the bus because that's not really fair to him. I will say you'll do the, let's forget about this one because, quite frankly, we don't want to talk about it and move on to the next virtual signal outrage that you're going to do on Clubhouse.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Yeah. So that there wasn't any sense to less than 25 years, right? You got to pay him.
Wait, hold on, but there's nothing new. Like as far as like the general knowledge of what we had because it hasn't been presented yet. So like the opening argument or the opening salvo from the prosecution is basically what we all thought it was going to be, right? But what we still don't know is like what's the defense going to say? At what point are they going to start describing the state of mind of Carmelo Anthony? So, for example, Eric, if we say it's only two people and and the prosecution hasn't said how many of the memorial kids were around him. And then you find out that in the defense, the statements are there was 6 people around him. Does this give a little bit of some shifting to like how you can see the defense's argument being?
No, don't think.
How about 9 people around him?
No, because you would have to argue, like, are those 9 people all hostile towards him?
Yeah, they don't all have to be. That's the point.
In order for it to be factored into, like, your rationale, like, you want to stab somebody.
No, like, red jersey versus blue jerseys, right? There's one person speaking, one person that's the aggressor, but he seems like the ringleader of this 9-person gang.
That's what I just asked, nigga. I said, and from the, what is his name? It's Carmelo Anthony.
From his perspective,
from his perspective,
yes.
All 9 of those people have to be against him, right? In his eyes. And that's why I asked.
You said that all of them hostile, right?
Yeah, from his perspective, brother. Look, he doesn't. He's not Professor X. He can't read their minds.
I clearly drew a distinction between Austin and the other 8. Okay, and the reason for that is that our view could be like they're not doing shit wrong. They're just standing there. But his view was like, but he's with them.
Yeah,
he is a blue jersey.
That's literally the point I just made to you, brother. Did you not hear me say that?
Right, and you're saying you wouldn't shift it. You wouldn't shift your view.
I said you would have to prove that to me. That in his mind, that he associated them as one. Like that they were all part of the same group.
How about this one? You have the red jersey, you, Eric. There's one person speaking to you getting aggressive. You see 9 people with blue jerseys. Is it reasonable for you to believe that when he strikes, they're all going to rat pack you?
Yes, that is reasonable. That's
well, there you go.
Yeah, nigga, that's what I just said. If that's the way that they frame it, yeah, I agree. But like, if it's not framed that way, then I don't automatically assume that because it's not niggas, that they all go out together.
Do you took an L somewhere there? I just kind of didn't know exactly what it was because you haven't seen anything yet, right? That would change your view, like on the overall.
No, that's not what I said. You didn't even hear what I said. Look, you still searching.
What did you say?
Yeah, so what I said was that on like face value, just presenting that there were 9 people present outside of what's the other dude's name, Matt Cat, doesn't necessarily change the the burden from you, right? It doesn't move the needle, right? But if they frame it in a way that like red jersey versus blue jersey, then it would move it. But like on its face, just there was 9 people there, doesn't do anything.
All right. But now that you know there's 9, it did shift it, right? Blue jersey, red jersey.
Yeah, I've always held that stance, bro. Never changed.
So tomorrow we're talking about how many people's in the camp on the team, or what? Catch me real quick.
Yeah, so like on this camera view, they say there's up to 15 people that are just kind of some standing, some sitting around the tent. And what I'm saying is like, from the outside, we can have a certain view of people that are in proximity that are benign to the actual conflict, right? But we have to be able to place ourselves in the defense's side of it on what was Carmelo's perception of these blue jerseys in front of him, right? He's obviously outnumbered. He's Centennial, their memorial, whatever this is. So they're going to argue from a point of, yes, not only is this one blue jersey wearer like massively bigger than him, but there's also these other people here that are, they can just say that they're antagonistic. Just their presence itself is like antagonizing the whole conflict, not de-escalating, but actually escalating this thing with this whole mob mentality that they're going to try to like lay out, right? And I'm saying that that these are 2 different perspectives, and we have to give some sort of room for these arguments to either be valid once they make them. Now, obviously, we don't know exactly what the arguments are going to be, but if it was me, that's what I would go for. Like immediately, like you're saying self-defense, so now you got to show that you are actually in imminent danger. So that's the only reasonable argument that I could see to be made out of what we have now to evaluate. Right?
You still go with the self-defense and not stand your ground?
Yeah, that's kind of like self-defense. That's what they're open to use.
Yeah.
So So self-defense, from my understanding, is that you felt there's an imminent threat and you had no choice. Standing your ground is that someone is trying to engage you mutually, and you comply, like, hey, we both about to square this shit off, we stand our ground. So,
Not with stand your ground.
go ahead.
Stand your ground is a self-defense statute in Texas. Right? So you believe somebody is trying to harm you, rob you, or let's commit like some violent felony against you, you're authorized to use deadly force to prevent.
You have no duty to retreat. In Texas, you have no duty to defeat, to retreat.
Retreat, yeah. 9%.
All right, so this is what the chat Google says. Self-defense, the overarching use reasonable force to protect yourself or others from imminent harm. Traditionally, if you were outside your home, self-defense law require you to safely retreat or walk away from a confrontation before escalating to deadly force, which is what I'm saying. Then stay your ground. It says a specific type of self-defense law that removes that duty to retreat completely. If you are in a place you have a legal right to be, to stand your ground and meet force with force without taking the police. So that's what it would be. Because self-defense, no, dude. And the stand your ground is no duty to retreat, which is I'm saying he would be doing stand your ground, not just self-defense in the sense that he's retreating.
Bro,
It has to be proportional. You can't escalate to deadly force.
Did you not hear me say that, like, he is using the stand your ground? He's not claiming self-defense, like,
no, I didn't hear you say that, but okay.
He's relying on the statute, right?
No, I didn't hear you say that, yeah. I'm not saying you didn't, I just didn't hear you. No, I just hopped back in the room, bro. That's why I told him to catch me up.
He can stand his ground, but he can't respond with deadly force unless he was faced with deadly force, and he clearly was not.
That's not true, Max. Wait, hold on.
It's true.
No, it's not. No, you're playing all the time, nigga.
I read you the
I know, right?
The defense hasn't presented their version of, like, what they're going to be. From what I understand, the defense hasn't, like, stated if it's going to be one or the other.
No, that's the only one that can claim self-defense under. What are the sections going to use? There's no self-defense section.
You can only use deadly force. It can only be in response to deadly force. You cannot
say that in a Texas self-defense law.
Yeah, I don't think
that is Texas self-defense.
Please, PTR. I don't think that's true. That's not true at normal.
You don't think it's true? Okay, so here we go. Deadly force standards, this is in Texas. Deadly force is only justified when you reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to prevent death, serious bodily injury.
That's not what you said, normal.
Yes,
that's
it is
not what
exactly.
you just said, normal. No, it's not.
To stop the commission of attack. You're just not listening.
I'm not going to read that back.
No, you're not comprehending. That's what you're not doing.
Listen very carefully.
Can you read that last part?
Yes, I will read it.
I think it's very pertinent to the conversation.
Yes. Deadly force is only justified when you reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to prevent death, serious bodily injury, or to stop the commission of an aggravated and that includes kidnapping, murder, sexual assault, or robbery.
Absolutely, yeah. So you were wrong. Thank you.
I'm not so he escalated to deadly force. There's no indication that normal for deadly force. You cannot escalate. I don't know why you're talking over me. If you're talking over me, then you can't ask the question. You are on trial. You're talking over me, then you can't answer. There's no excuse.
Order in the court.
Order on the stage. Over me, then you're not asking a question.
Order on the stage.
Is this a mod speaking?
Yes, it is. So,
you can't ask me a question if you're talking.
Hold on, brother. Okay.
Carmelo.
How about this? I apologize.
Hang on. Okay.
But you're using deadly force by not. You think that my voice.
Carmelo. Hang on. Then I'll take your question. Carmelo Anthony escalated to the use of deadly force by pulling out a deadly weapon. The other guy was not presenting deadly force, nor was he threatening with serious bodily harm or eliminating.
Can I ask you about self-defense? Is this a felony?
Wait.
So wait, one question at a time.
Yeah. And I like 500 pounds, right?
Right. Brother. He can be big or small. Order. No, that's how it works.
See, by example,
Try calming yourself down.
I'm very
Take a breath.
I gotta get the question.
Put your feet flat on the ground and get your water. Okay. You're gonna be fine.
I prefer coconut water, but here's the thing, right? So
Well, if you can't afford the coconut water,
I literally have it right now. Pineapple coconut water.
That's what you can afford.
So anyway, don't answer with
Pineapples are gay. Don't say that.
Pineapples are for swingers.
That's
Well, I do swing. That's for sure.
Well, yeah.
From a tree. No. Whoa! Wait, y'all heard that?
I heard it.
All right. Now let's give you one.
Whoa!
Let's hear the
I was
question.
thinking that swing from the stage to the goop, but that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But anyways, this is the reason why Carmelo Anthony killed a white boy, right? Because the thing is, you feel entitled to talk, however, to people that you don't know, right? And the boy felt threatened. I just felt threatened by his statement.
His feelings do not matter.
Yeah, but my feelings do right now.
No, they don't matter either. Only matters is the fact.
I'm just gonna go on mute.
It makes the stage a lot more.
I can stand your ground is what they're arguing.
Let me ask you. What? He can stand his ground, but he can't escalate to deadly force.
That's an elder law, right? Is assault in Texas a felony?
Depends on the assault. There are felony assaults and misdemeanor assaults. Why do you ask?
Nigga, if I said is it a felony, right?
Thank you for calling me that.
I wouldn't be talking about the misdemeanor.
It's not if it's consensual.
No, that's be true.
But Carmelo Anthony says, touch me and see what happens. Those are fighting words. He's now inviting the person to fight with him.
Hold on. I'm talking about previous to that. Previous to that.
Yeah.
Yes, when somebody touches you unlawfully.
Yeah.
Right? Is that not a felony?
No, not necessarily. You can bump into them. You can say, excuse me.
No.
Depends on what he does.
I know. We're using these circumstances.
The fact that, yes, under these circumstances, it's not clear that somebody committed a felony.
When somebody pushes you.
Yes.
Yes. Unwantedly, right? What is that?
It depends on the circumstances.
Oh my God.
There's no definite rule.
That's assault, my brother. Look, I'm just you don't want to answer.
It's assault, but it's not necessarily. It's not felony.
You gotta hear what Eric is saying.
It's not felony assault.
It is. It is.
No, Eric,
bro, just let me finish.
But it's not a felony.
It is.
A person whose relationship to or association to the defendant is described by subsection 71E1, blah, 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 family code.
Domestic violence. That's domestic violence.
3, a person who contracts with government to perform a service in a facility described by another section of the Penal Code of Family Code. 4, a person the actor knows is a security officer while the officer is
doesn't apply.
5, a person the actor knows is emergency services personnel.
That doesn't apply.
6, a person the actor knows is a process server while the person is
apply.
performing duty. 7, a pregnant individual to force. 8, a person the actor knows is pregnant. 9, a person the actor knows is hospital personnel. 10, a person the actor knows or really should know is an employee or agent of the utility. 11, by an actor who is committed to a civil commitment facility. And that's it.
What the bro? I'll never do that shit again, bro.
Why?
Can you please scan it to see if it's applicable to like the conversation before you just waste our time?
The point is that it's not.
Oh my fucking god. Alright, hey, Eric.
I'll be back to fact check in a minute.
Alright, so like a push or a punch, right? A push would be something like 4th degree. Something that's not like the severity, right? A punch would be something that's like 3rd degree, 2nd degree. Would you agree with that statement, Eric?
Say it again. I wasn't finished. Say it again.
Yeah, a push would be something like 4th degree, right? In severity. A punch would be something like 3rd degree. A weapon would be like
misdemeanor or felony.
1st degree.
Which degree what? Misdemeanor or felony?
Yeah. The misdemeanors are 4th and 3rd.
Different degrees. Yes, different degrees.
Right. If we're using the Carmelo Anthony case, the first point of contact is a push, according to the statements made by the people that were there. Okay? And then he responds after the push, so this is the whole misdemeanor assault right here that you're talking about. The next one is a punch me, and then you'll find out or something like that, right?
I thought he said touch me. Now, I don't know if he said that first or after he was touched. We don't know.
Yeah, there's 2 points of contact. There's the first point, and then there's the escalation to, okay, that doesn't warrant a response. Now do this.
What's the first point?
Yeah, the first point of contact was the push. And
I
then
thought the first point of contact was, would you please leave?
No, I'm talking about physical contact. Like actual physical contact. The first physical contact.
Walk us through it. So the guy says, would you leave? And then what does Anthony do?
And then Carmelo Anthony basically says, no, I don't gotta fucking go anywhere. And then he starts walking towards him, and he says, I mean, you'll find out. Then he pushes him.
Wait, stop it right there. Those are fighting words. He just lost his self-defense right there.
The white dude pushes him.
No.
Yeah, contact was already made.
Wait.
He didn't say that.
Hold on, bro.
Everybody meet up. So Eric's right, like because I was about to correct you on the same thing. You implied, or you said that like Austin walked up to him. Then Carmelo said, "Touch me, see what happened."
Thank you.
Then Carmelo, then Austin pushed him. That's not how it happened. Carmelo only said, "Touch me."
That's not what he said.
Come on. Look, let me just finish. I'll be quicker. Look. Just to clarify, I think what Eric was going to point out is that the push happened first. Then Carmelo said, "Touch me and see what happens."
Yes, that is correct. According to the report, that's not true. No. On the report, he said, touch me first. Then he touched him. Then he said, now punch me.
Yeah,
so he said that first.
That's right. One last on knowledge. Huey, you're off.
I'll be quick. It's going to pass the message to on I got a message from Louis saying that he got the money to send to you. So send me his cash app and his card. Just send me whatever the name is.
I know we all benefited from that toilet flush. Thanks so much for your kind.
So Free, can you tell us where in the you just read from where in the police report that it says that before the dude was pushed, that he told him to push him?
Yeah,
the first time. I'm washing dishes actually. I thought I pressed mute, so my bad. He said it. My bad.
You're washing dishes in the
Yeah. It's in the police report. Give me a second. Washing dishes.
Wait, Eric.
Eric, you gotta kill it.
I want to know hold on.
Page 4 of the police report.
Yeah. You said page 4 of the hit me touch thing? Make the terms clear, bro. Go ahead. Yes. You are saying that Carmelo said, touch me before any physical contact was happening, right? I'm saying that isn't true. All right, I'm going to say, please show me in the police report where that is the case.
Sure, give me a second, pull it up.
Yeah, so while he gets that, I want to make sure that the claim is clear. We're saying Carmelo Anthony said 2 things. First, he said, touch me, and then he said, punch me. Okay?
No, that's not my objection. That's not my objection.
I might have missed it, but I didn't hear the second one.
Yeah, that's not my claim.
Yeah.
That's not my claim.
Hold on.
I didn't disagree with you on that.
Yeah. Whoa. All right. So I want to make sure that you said that you disagree with something that I said.
Yes.
All right. So you're saying that
with the second declaration from Carmelo.
We're not disagreeing with the statement that you're saying he said. We're disagreeing with the sequence in which you said it.
So I want to make sure this is clear, right? So Carmelo says, touch me. I'm saying that this is when the first touch happened, and then he elevated it by saying, now punch me. That's what I'm saying happened.
Yeah.
We're saying Austin first pushed him. Go to page 4.
Out of all the statements, this is the theme that they're running with. The police is running with.
Why does that matter, brother? That is not my objection.
Hold on, bro. Because if you're only pointing one statement as far as like the order of events, The other statements outweigh the validity of this matter. That's not my argument. That's not a fucking argument, nigga. That doesn't matter. It's on the police report. Who's getting it? I don't know why you keep talking about like that one rule. We read this out the other day. I read it out to free. Yeah, I don't know why like you're doing like this weird thing where like you like you act like you don't hear like the claim that is being made, right? I'm not objecting to like one outweighing the other. Like that's not my fucking objection. My objection is when you originally presented it, you presented it as if Metcalf didn't touch Anthony first before like anything was said, and I'm saying no, he touched him first. Then Anthony responded with touch me again, and like see what happens. Yes, right? Something along those lines. Yeah, right. That's not the sequence that I heard. Yeah, that's the sequence that I heard. What was saying is wrong. Before there was any touching, Carmelo Anthony said, "Touch me and see what happens." Yeah, that's just not true. Yeah, that's not so hard. Yes. So no, because we want out loud. Because we wanted Eric to anchor in. Well, not normal. Could you want me to read it? Do you want me to read it? Please read it. Talk about moderation.
Keep in mind, we were talking about the particular point of touch.
Please read the thing before like y'all get back into it.
Read it out loud. Yeah, but I want to make sure you read the right thing. That's what we were talking about. I'm looking at it now, but I'm just trying to skim through it because I can't just jump to the word. Go ahead, Hugh, if you.
Oh yeah, good looking out, Louis. Look, next time pick the right side and know what you're talking about before you put your money where your mouth is. Knicks on top.
Okay, free was the okay. So this is something when I read this out from Officer Fisher Alvin. I read this out. So do you want me to read from a particular section? Because
before you start, what are you reading? What are you looking for?
Go to page 4. Officer Fisher Alvin.
Right, but I'm saying, what are we looking for in this book?
Oh, like check your Instagram.
Paragraph 2.
No, I got you. What are we looking for?
You're going to be more specific, Huey. He's not.
I'm trying to make sure we're looking at the right thing on page 4, and we're looking for what he was touched first before he said it, right?
Okay. Let me just read it out. Let me just read it out, okay? I attempted to ask them both what happened. I could not really get. Fisher Alvin. All
right, thank you. All right.
Here we go.
Okay, paragraph 2. I attempted to ask them both what happened. I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but blank stated that he wanted to speak. I asked him what happened, and he stated that they were all sitting on the bleachers, under the Memorial High School tent, when another male, who he did not know, walked over and sat under the tent. Blank then said Austin, the victim, told this male that since he does not go to Memorial, he had to leave the tent. Blank had said during the time of arguing, the male was reaching around the. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, sorry. Austin.
I can read what happened. I'm gonna go when you finish. Go ahead.
Austin and the male. In his bag, he had. It was the time. Sorry. My bad. It was the time.
It's not time. It's not telling you what was said in the argument. They're just saying they were arguing.
No, that's the issue. Wait, hold on. Please. That's not the dispute.
Oh, let me finish. I want to go out there. The dispute is what was said first, and that's why I was trying to ask you what was you reading, because I don't know if you understand what we're arguing here. We're trying to see what came first, the words or the action. That's what we're trying to find out.
That's new. That's the new shit y'all trying to have.
No, that's the argument we're having right now. We're trying to see if he touched him before he said touch him again. That is the argument. Jamal, you still there?
Yeah, I know y'all hate me.
That's the argument. Come on, next. I got my point right here. Let him breathe.
Wait, dog, let me give you the link, dog, because I couldn't also the link.
When I'm ready to read, No, it's on me, because I was waiting for the finish. It's on me, because I'm waiting for the finish to read my part. I do have a police report, yes. So here we go. This is what he's doing.
Which cop is it? Which police report?
It's Wetzel. Officer Wetzel.
You read it, then I'm going to read it.
Okay, gotcha. All right, perfect. So here we go.
So, Huey, here's where we close the casket on you.
Okay, cool. Here we go. So here's Wetzel, okay? He said, when I arrived on scene, I grabbed a roll of crime scene tape from the trunk and proceeded to the visitors' bleachers where dispatch advised me the victim was. When I was walking towards the visitors' bleachers, I was approached by a witness who identified himself as blank, blank, blank. Began telling me what happened, and I asked him where the stop occurred. Yeah, he told me what occurred. So here we go back to the thing. The officer and the suspect, who was later identified as Anthony. Anthony was from Centennial High, and he was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin had told Anthony that he needs to move out from under the team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. Now again, according to this right here, no touching happened. Yeah. Okay, cool. It said no, one more time, I'm just reading what it says. It said no one really thought Austin, no one really thought Anthony really had weapons in his bag. And Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him. Not just touch him, to punch him and see what happens. It shows how later Austin grabbed this is his report. Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what Blank called a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest, and then he ran away. So again, the touching happened after he provoked him to say, touch me and see what happens. Yeah, so he initiated. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Read yours again, Huey. Because Huey's Huey's after.
Just let him fucking read. Damn.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Yeah, we want to hear both fucking sides. Don't gotta get every fucking side. You didn't read the full thing. You guys are crying. Go ahead, Huey. And Samoa's not gonna go.
I've got the police report up too. I'm gonna go after it.
Give me a second. Free, can you go to page 4 and read Fisher Alvin paragraph 2?
Yeah, because he's making you out to be a liar, Huey.
Huey, we know that, bro. That's a general.
God damn. It's pretty short too. You said second paragraph. You want to repeat the whole thing?
I mean, you can read the whole thing, but the pertinent thing is in the second paragraph.
Okay, let me see. I got, when I arrived, the crime scene was already marked off and the suspect was in custody. I began to ask people if they were witnesses to anything. I made contact with Hunter Blank, which is basically like that, and then Blank. They were both breathing heavily in crime due to the nature of events. They were with coaches on the field, and it was pouring down rain. We made a decision to relocate to the locker room just east of the field. Once in there, things come down a little bit. However, they were still hysterical. Could not really talk in there. I learned Hunter was the victim. I took to ask both what had happened. I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but Blank stated that he wanted to speak out what happened. He stated that they were seeing also number pictures on a Memorial tent with another male who he did not know. It's really vague. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's very vague. Because if he said it in those words, it would change the whole dynamic of everything. I'm gonna finish. So again, real quick, this is very important. Real quick, I want to say something real quick. The point about them going back and forth is very important because it's big as fuck. No, it matters everything. Because think about it. The first part I read gave context to it. That one doesn't. It said that he told him to touch a person.
One person say
agreed, but that was more right. But keep in mind, that was more. Yes, but that was more detailed though. That's why it matters more. Because that was more detailed. This way, he just said they went back and forth. You don't know. You're right, but when we say when somebody goes back and forth, you don't know who initiated. You don't have context.
So like Huey's example, Nathan, is back and forth. The first one. If I tell you rape me. And you rape me. That means I initiated.
But that's specific, though. No, that's specific. If you said we went back and forth and you got raped.
My bad, Joe. I can't afford to talk over it, but I just want to point something out. We keep saying that the first one was more detailed, but the first one negated the push. Like, so how can we go to
no, that's wrong.
No, it didn't. No, the first one didn't include that too. The first one he grabbed him. He said he touched him. He grabbed him.
He can't speak over y'all. Fuck man, bitch.
I want to read another page.
You got my real quick, bro. In Huey's, it says they went back and forth, and then Austin pushed them. Okay. In the first statement, and the one that Norm's gonna read right here, it says in the back and forth goes like this. Austin Metcalf says, "Hey, bro, you're not from here. Get the fuck out of here." And he responds, "I'm not gonna fucking move anywhere. Touch me, and you'll see what happens," or whatever the fuck he says. And then
Metcalf said that. It's more like
hold on. What I'm saying is that Carmelo Anthony responds to him when he says, "Get out of the tent." That touch me and you'll find out or something like that, right? And then he pushes him. Okay.
Well, let me read the police
report. This is horrible.
Okay. I'm gonna read. I don't know what's horrible. I'm gonna read the police report.
I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why it was horrible. It wasn't. Okay. So he put down the crime scene, and now he's asking, the following is a summary of my contact with blank.
Right? He's sitting under the Memorial High School pop-up tent with his team and was near the victim. Austin and the suspect, who was later identified as Carmelo Anthony, hang on, this is little on my phone. Anthony was from Centennial High School and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin has told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside, and proceeded to tell Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded.
We just read it. That was just read. Why are we reading it again? Why are we reading it again?
Exactly.
Because moderation is terrible.
Slow down. And Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time.
No. Yeah, but yeah, what you.
I'm on page 4.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, you page 4.
Second paragraph. So like Nathan, what's? Yeah, I can't read it right now, but they didn't even include the push within that one. In Huey's? No, in yours. And the one that's El Normal. Where did it say he pushed them? Brother, like El Normal just pointed out where did it say he pushed them? I said pushed. I didn't say touch. Can you read it again? I'm using specific words.
Did the research. Samoa and Free are right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Huey.
You want me to read it again?
No, where did it say he pushed them?
Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under the...
Pushed them.
Slow down.
He pushed them right here.
I'll read it out loud.
Never mind, bro.
Austin told Anthony he needed to move out from under the tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens.
Respectfully, may I add empathy and all?
So Samoa, you were right.
Right.
So Samoa, you were right. Before he's touched, Anthony said.
Where did it say he pushed them? In the one that Huey read. I'm just before down, bro. That's what I'm asking a specific question. In the one that Huey read. Okay, so the one where Huey read said push, right? Push. The one that he's reading doesn't say push, right? No, the one with Huey read, the one with Huey read said it push, right? Yeah, and then the one with you read.
These non-white immigrants to come here and they.
No, because in Huey's, there's a back and forth before the physical application. And in the one that El Normal and Freeze reading, there is a back and forth, but it's more detailed.
Are you ready for page 68?
Before the touch, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hey, you want to cherry pick this one and say, because he said to
one gives ambiguity, the other was pretty clear.
Yeah.
One gives
He got touched the first time he got pushed. And the second time he got what they call he made a mistake to say, that's what I'm take care of yourself.
That's not what that's wrong. That's not what she was talking
Tried to physically put him out the tent. What part don't y'all understand? That makes more sense. He was under the tent that was allegedly there. The young man said, "You can't be here."
with his words.
I don't need to hear him because it doesn't make any sense.
You said you didn't know.
He's the old dusty bitch. He's so pompous, I can't take it. Bottom line is, it's an unfortunate situation. I'll say it again. Both boys' families are affected. In this case, I didn't say it's not
more so one than the other, because the other one, he's dead.
You know how it goes, peer pressure.
It was all self-defense. When he murdered him and killed him, it was in self-defense. Because if he didn't kill him and murder him, he would have been killed and murdered himself.
Yeah, I'm misspeaking. Nobody's talking about like the guilt or whatever this is. We're just talking about the recollection of the event.
But you guys are saying the same thing. What makes your article different than Huey? You're calling Huey a lot?
Yes. Right, so Huey said that there was a physical interaction or there was words that were exchanged, okay? And we're saying you're wrong. There were words exchanged before the tent. No, wait, hold on. We're not saying any of that.
Okay, after he said, what are you doing? You gotta get out.
Yes. And
I'm not going nowhere. He pushed him. That's what happened.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's why we're fully important. That's not what happened. He said he asked me to get out. He said, touch me. No. See, come on, slow down. Let's walk through this. He said, he told me to get out the tent. He said, touch me. Like, you know, do something about it. And then he touched it. And he said, well, punch me. You know what? That touch is not enough. So, I want y'all to think about this. About to punch me? You said punch me in response to the touch. That's what you said escalated. You're like, the touch is not enough, so punch me. Yeah. But this is real important. I want you to think about this. Hey, I want you to, hold on, think about this. Both of the parties are friends. Let me help you out because the applicant. No, real quick. I just state what the claim was. A lot of people hop in and they don't know what the claim is. I think Samoa just did it. They understand that. I made an objection to Samoa's recount of like events, sequence of like events that happened. Right? I said that Samoa was wrong because I was under the before Anthony said those words. But I did the research and the arrest report, not from social media. This is from the actual report. It says that Anthony said the words "touch me" to find out first before he was pushed. Yeah, that's what I had. Yeah, someone point out. But here's I'm saying last thing about 5 seconds. Y'all need to think about what both of those police officers said, regardless of the ambiguity or the discrepancies.
I got a question.
Listen. I got time. I'm about to land. Okay, cool. Just think about what they both said. He was reaching around in his bag while they was talking.
You raped me. That's a fact. That I escalated.
The rape is not after that.
Yeah, it's not the same, but it's totally
different. I think it's flawed.
Why are you scared to? I don't want to violate you. Be disrespectful. If you can't answer the question,
if you say don't rape me, and I say no, and then rape you, are you raping me?
How often do you hear those words?
There's legal nuance there. Where it's like you can't.
So you only gotta answer the question.
You can't, because like no, it's a like.
No, they're saying because he said, "Hey, punch me," or touch me, that he escalated. Yeah, because he said.
That's not the escalation. Those are fighting words. That's different. So the escalation is when he pulls out the knife. That's the.
Wait. Because he said, "Punch, guys." I'm gonna say it again. Y'all saying
in the words, though, Nathan.
Get this to your head, you motherfucker, you. You only exist out here because of me. That's the only reason. Not me. You, personally, every fucking wise guy still around will take a piece of your fucking kill ass.
You can say I was doing the community service.
What that phrase should be interpreted as is.
You don't say anything.
Wait. What that phrase should, any reasonable person would interpret that phrase to mean would be don't.
When he was the escalation.
No, you can't. So I think, So I think the issue is that like a lot of people are forgetting that there was an argument even before he said if you touch me or touch me and find out what will happen. It was an argument, so no one even knows what was even said between the two of them. But we can say there was an escalating argument. It was probably a hostile exchange, and then the outcome was basically Carmelo sending him a warning, like if you touch me, you'll see what happens. So like I don't really understand like why all of a sudden people are asking.
A threshold that should warrant a response. That's a threshold that should warrant a response. That's reasonable, like in nature, okay? But then after he's touched and he crossed out reasonable, like in nature, okay? But then after he's touched and he crossed that line,
That's the point either. I think it's that they were having an argument.
No, I heard what you said. Yeah, but I'm telling you now that the state of mind of Carmelo Anthony, knowing the difference of severity when it comes from a touch to a punch, and by him being the one that moves the line while he's arming himself, look a little bit questionable.
He's not the one.
It doesn't look questionable when you have people arguing with already approaching you in a hostile manner. They initiated the hostility. You're isolating it because you want to blame you want to make him the villain in your narrative.
All right, thank you. I'm only offering what the prosecution is going to provide as far as state of mind. So we can say, from step 1 to step 2, we could just look at this objectively and say, hey, his first point of understanding the threshold of where his line is the term touch. And then after that was crossed, he was already armed by now, right? By now he's armed. And now he's raised the standard of severity to punch. Because one would say he knows the difference between a touch and a punch. And because he didn't strike after the touch, he acknowledges that this isn't good enough. I can't hit you yet. But punch me and now it's going to warrant me hitting you with this thing. Okay?
No,
that was my argument all along.
So when he, come on, it wasn't like...
Okay, that's assuming the motivation. That's assuming the motivation.
Well, it makes the most sense, right? Why did he stab him after he said the touch?
No, it does not make the most sense. No, it only makes the most sense if you're trying to point at him as guilty.
Why are you guys removing the fact that this boy Austin?
They didn't, because it's not true.
And it is actually very true.
Contradicted itself.
Can I just ask Nathan one for
Agent is after me. So Free just said it. Free said he approached him with words, and Free approached him with words, and you don't use violence, right? So Metcalf used violence against Carmelo Anthony's words. Go ahead, Agent.
I'm not great. Come on.
So, hey Nick, how are you? So like my thing is that you like I see this is why I don't like having conversations with like people like Samoa, because they like to isolate people and portray people as villains and not look at the context of the entire situation. When you approach someone, I mean, I don't know, I'm from New York. If you approach me in a hostile manner and you want to argue with me, you don't know what the outcome is going to be. They should have never approached him. It was two guys because it was the twins. They started an argument with him to get him from underneath the net or the tent or whatever it was. At the end of the day, they should have never approached him. They should have never confronted him, because that's how it's been repeatedly reported as a confrontation. Okay, so that already admits to some form of aggression. There's already some form of aggression coming from Austin.
The problem is
knowledge is always approaching kids under 10. Knowledge is always approaching kids under 10. Knowledge is also approaching kids under 10.
I'm next. Go ahead, Knowledge. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not small. Come on, let's go.
So when we talk about confrontation, we're already saying that it's an aggressive communication style. So if you're approaching someone with aggression and hostility and you're trying to challenge them, that is going to be the result. You don't know what the result's going to be. So Austin initiated the problem or the altercation. And like, I don't understand why that continuously has been omitted from the conversation. Now all of a sudden people want, especially some of you guys who have wished death on people, who have said some of the most egregious things to people, not knowing how they will respond to you. But now all of a sudden you're going to say, well, words are just words. I would never do such a thing. Blah, 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 blah. Come on now, get out of here. Like, you guys are so absurd. Like, you guys really don't understand how the legal system works. But everybody here wants to be a clubhouse lawyer. You got
the problem is knowledge across
Boys are going to talk to the other. Come on, when you pull out a deadly weapon,
We're in the court. We're in the court.
Anybody think it's small with me? If you do, I'm more than positive I said I was next.
Bro, if you want to go before me, what?
You can go before me, Marshall. I'll go after you.
Less than 20 seconds. Less than 20 seconds.
It was, yeah, do you think, bro?
Who was it? Who was it on? Me?
Less than 20 seconds.
No, it was also more than me, but no, she's not saying that. Oh, no, you go ahead, Fifi, if you want to go before me.
Sam, don't do like that.
Less than 20 seconds. I was going to say, everybody knows damn well that we didn't fucking have to because he knows on everything that his light stands for, that if he was in front of me and he would have been like, yo, push me, no, my ass to push me one more time to see what happens, he would have shot me. He knew that's the only way he could have me right now. Thank you.
So please, Samoa, he said I could go.
No, yeah.
Samoa.
He's after me, Miss Fifi.
I'm not doing that.
Let me ask you, Samoa. You're at a football game. What's your favorite team? You're at a football game, NFL game.
Oh my gosh.
You're saying please help me. This.
All right, let's go. Come on.
Roll with me. I mean, damn.
I'm at the Seahawks game. Go ahead.
So why are you trying to monopolize the mic?
I know.
Ooh.
I just want to know. Somebody said you're in my seat.
Nigga, I'm literally in the queue, nigga. Go ahead, Miss Fifi.
If someone said, okay, you're in my seat, and you said, no, I ain't going nowhere, and the guy proceeds to say, you getting up on my seat in your face, he said, come on, man, get up on my face, man, come on. You want to tell me, what you going to do in that situation? That man put his hand on you and get you up out that seat.
Yeah, I'm gonna stab him.
You don't know what you're going to do. I didn't say stab, I'm just saying these are children. You're talking about children. You're thinking from a adult, man.
No, I would defend myself.
Yeah, he's being tried as an adult, by the way.
Yeah, I would defend myself. Yeah, so I would defend myself. But
I know he's being charged, and that's unfortunate too, Norm, because he is a child.
All right, well, he's not a child.
He's a young man. He's a teenager. He's an adolescent.
You guys are very good. You guys are very good. It sounds that way.
Guys, so I would point this out. Guys, I would point this out though, right? Is that when we're talking about the case, right? Come on, guys, come on.
Factors stubborn, all right?
Come on, man, you guys are showing you guys is all right. So just real quick, okay? Because what Agent did there was a little disgusting, right? Like kind of like generalized the statement when we're speaking about like the thresholds that Carmelo Anthony is setting for himself, right? I'm saying that if he warns him and says, "Touch me and you'll find out," that when he touches him, this is the time to strike, right? Because he's announcing like what his mindset is at the time, and that he is detecting like some sort of an imminent threat, okay? But because he didn't respond at that time, I think that time is past him. Because now he draws a new line. The new line is a punch now, right? So the touch wasn't really that bad. And this is Carmelo Anthony saying this. Well, this is what Carmelo Anthony said. First he said, "Touch me and you'll find him."
So, I mean, what I find interesting.
Wait, can I finish?
Oh, go
Hold on. Hey, come on.
So, like, when Carmelo Anthony, like, first, and the events went like this. Austin Metcalf said, "Hey, man, get the hell out of here." He says, "Dude, I ain't going nowhere. Touch me."
That's not the fact. You are handling.
Just wait, please, Miss Fifi. Please, come on. We all agree now, right? Like, everybody that was on that side are now on our side. So let's just move forward, okay? And I'm just giving the charitable like reading of what Carmelo Anthony is saying. He's saying that he's grabbing his bag. He feels that there's this threat in front of him, and he tells him, "Hey, man, if you touch me, bro, you're about to get it." That's right. So he's setting his line right here. The dude touches him.
We heard
he
this
does
here
nothing.
already.
Hold on. The dude does nothing, right? And then himself, nobody else. Carmelo Anthony says, "Now punch me." Right there. That's
He
what
didn't say.
You did say that. You didn't bring the police report. Page 4.
No, why did he do it though? Why did he hit him though? Why did the boy put
He
his
touched him because he asked him to touch him. That's why.
All right, brother. Hey, Free. I defer the rest of my time to Free.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sorry about this. So, one of the boys. No, AJ, come on, AJ, come on. Respect. It's on me. It's on me. I let you speak when you speak like the worst face aspect as possible. You're trying to make it seem like the white guy did everything wrong, and Anthony did everything right, which is insane. The bottom line is,
put white in there. We did not.
I know you're right. That's right. You're right. You're true. The male who is alleged victim, did everything wrong, and the alleged defendant did everything right. The problem is that it's totally normal to ask somebody to leave an area. You guys are trying to make it seem like he came to them hostile, like, get the fuck out of here. No, he probably asked him, hey man, this is our area, could you get out of here? And there was some back and forth according to the report. He probably said, man, I ain't gotta go nowhere. He said, well, you're not supposed to go here. And y'all should have an issue, if you're going to be objective, to think that he's by himself in the so-called racist area that people like to say. He's by himself as a black guy, and he's outnumbered. And it's probably in his best interest, even though he can be there, he has the right to be there. It's probably best for him to leave, but he doesn't, right? So once it escalates to where he, whatever felt some type of way, said, hey, touch me, because he asked for it. He said, why did he touch him? He said, touch me. He touched him. He realized, he realized this is not a good enough response for me to hit this dude. I want him to rally me up. No.
I hope they don't have
it. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Because I've been a young black man too. Listen, I've been a young black. I'm not even going. Y'all cut me off. I'm trying to paint the picture for y'all, and y'all trying to erase all the evidence. I do, because you're gonna keep asking these questions. No, you don't get it, because you still think he's justified. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not emotional. I'm just telling you my position. So let me finish. Yes, order in the court. Get these women on the check.
Alright, I love that we're all disagreeing with each other. It sparks the conversation, but let's just try to let people get their shit off.
Thank you. I'm almost done. Because you guys asked me questions.
We didn't ask you any questions. We didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, we did not.
That's fine. I'll ask him anyway. Thank you. So, the boy asked him to touch him. Carmelo asked Metcalf to touch him. He did it. That sounded like a nice gesture to me. Then he said, hey, that's not good enough for me to kill you, which is nobody knows is about Anthony. So he says, hey, punch me, which is still not good enough to kill somebody. And little did you know, Metcalf is why did not do that, because he don't really want to be violent. He probably humiliated him by touching him, because he probably didn't believe he would touch him. He probably felt this motherfucker actually touched me. All right, well, punch me then. And he's like, you know what, I'm not going to punch you. He grabbed him according to the police report, and then he plunged his knife in his chest. But in between that little interval, however long it was, he's reaching around in his bag. That doesn't make sense to do so. If I challenge, let's say, Nathan to a fight, because we're getting an argument on Clubhouse right now, and they say, all right, fuck it, let's do it, freak. We go outside, right? And I shoot him. Everybody would think, all right, just let me finish. I'm almost done. This is my last one. I know you don't like aging, you don't like thinking. It's fine. It's cool. You can go back, play crayons and everything. It's cool. But let me finish. So I shoot Nathan after the argument. We agreed to argue. I initiated a combat with him, saying, hey, we're going to go out and fight. I said that. Clearly, if he wants to come outside with me, that would be the mutual engagement. I could have shot him inside the clubhouse, so hypothetically we was in the same room. But I take him to another space. Okay, all right, let me finish. What I'm saying is you can't believe proportionality is not considered, because a lot of y'all don't believe a man should hit a woman, right? There's no circumstances. A lot of y'all don't even like the idea of that. So clearly if a woman hit a man and he breaks her neck, you're like, oh, that's disproportionate, let alone him hitting her back. So right now, if this boy punches him, the equal opposite would be him to punch him back. But he takes a knife out and shoves it in his chest, and then wonder, shit, how bad is the damage? Did I kill this nigga? Is he gonna recover? Because clearly, I might be facing murder. He's wise enough to know what the fuck is going on. I'll land.
Okay, thank you for landing, because that was like 8 hours of nothing. But my thing is that what I do is it's not my fault. You just talk too much. So my thing is that one thing I noticed is the two of you guys is that when it comes to black boys going to prison, for going to prison, you guys are the biggest cheerleaders for black boys going to prison. But you never talk about cases where black people are murdered, black boys are murdered. Like the Rick Chow case, how he shot a black boy who did not steal from his store, ran after him, chased him out the store, and shot him dead. You don't want to talk about that, right? And that man got off of murder charges. You won't go into the intricacies. So you don't want to go into the intricacies of that case and talk about how that Asian man shot that black kid.
We actually did it yesterday.
So get your toothpicks, okay, before talking. Now, you lost your tooth. You still haven't fixed it.
Well,
it was back to gingivitis.
Right.
Back to
there's no gingivitis.
Anyway, so like I was saying,
Anyways, like I was saying, I was actually going back to what I was saying. Now go.
We're happy to talk about
eat your pureed. Go eat your pureed food. Thank you. So like, sounds like it. So anyways, when we're talking about the Carmelo Anthony case, we're specifically talking about the legality of it, and you guys want to sit there and put your, emotional, trauma dump and emotional baggage on the case. What they're trying to prove is imminent danger when it comes to Carmelo Anthony case. And when someone is sitting down and you approach them and you get up in their face, that is presenting a danger to someone. If they're sitting down, they did not get up, and that is what Carmelo was facing at that point. Austin Metcalf, he presented himself as the aggressor, started an argument with this kid, and he basically responded. So that is what they're trying to prove in this case, imminent danger, and that's what the conversation should be focusing on. Not, how I feel, what should have been done, because you guys are all upstanding citizens and got it like that, That is what the problem is that Austin did present a danger to Carmelo Anthony, and Carmelo.
Not standing for.
Yo, can you brush your teeth before talking to me?
But not
okay, or resolve your tooth situation.
You don't sound like you have money, bro.
I think it's embarrassing. I think it's embarrassing. I think it's embarrassing. I'm actually skinny. I weigh 130 pounds. What about your wife?
What about your other feet?
What about your piggy wife?
What about your
piggy wife and your missing tooth? I'm 130 pounds, 5'8". Okay, so don't try to use those racial tropes on me, bitch. Okay, because I could talk about your big nose. Okay, I could talk about that wrinkly skin and those missing teeth and how your wife left you. So how?
Agent, we don't do lives. Come on.
That's his ex-wife. That's his ex-wife. He doesn't have a wife anymore. But anyways, I think when we need to talk about, then don't use racial tropes on black women, especially when they're not true. So my thing is that we're talking about imminent danger, and Austin Metcalf presented that to Carmelo Anthony.
Hey, Louis. Hey,
I love to hear concrete perspective.
Hey, Louis.
I'm
whenever you hear people talk like that, do you think they really know about the case?
In high school, you know what I mean?
Louis?
I'm kicking it with my bro right now. I'm like half paying attention.
Concrete got shorter.
He already said something about it?
Well, I didn't hear what was said. I just heard the life part.
No, I was just asking, what you thought as far as, their analysis. I think it's okay for us to be able to examine all of the evidence instead of just jumping to a conclusion that makes people feel better. But I understand, the gender, likelihood of that being a reality, right? I'm just wondering if you feel the same way.
The gender of what?
No, we're trying just to examine the evidence. I'm just talking about the evidence. And if you're not aware of the evidence, then what you're saying doesn't really make sense to us. Agent talks about imminent threat and then says threat without the imminence, right? Just points out that she doesn't actually grasp appreciate.
Explain the situation. You just don't listen.
Can I go after some more?
Respond to
this.
You are retarded.
No problem.
You are one of the dumbest people on the
I just want to make sure this is
you
clear,
just
right?
to say things and doesn't make any
Can
sense.
somebody help?
And it's embarrassing.
Can somebody help me? You don't have to be so reactionary.
You need to see a therapist, and you need to stop speaking. Speaking about things you know nothing about.
All right, wait, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
I will allow her to keep cooking.
Hey, yo.
I'm not that
No, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fifi, what you're dealing with in this case isn't objective, rational people. These are obviously biased people who have been conditioned to hate the Negro. They are leery of the Negro, suspicious of the Negro, exhausted.
Nobody remembers when it was my turn to talk earlier. It was I'm gonna do my thing. Whose turn it is? Was anybody ever? Yes, that happened today. I want to say about 3 hours ago. Yeah, it was my turn to see.
Can't turn the other
keep crying. It's okay though. I hope you feel better, homie.
What's up? Yeah, I was saying, so yeah, we have to
The comments over now? Is that what is to be assumed? The conversation is done.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You're gonna have to lose. You're gonna have to lose. Let me get 20 to 30 seconds. That conversation would have went straight through and guess what? A whole other conversation would have unraveled. Guess what? You said, you said, I want to fuck it up. Uncle came down and said, I'm going to fuck it up. And I was like, wow, I need to fuck it up. You need to fuck it up. I don't care what you are. I don't care about reputation. And I know you don't care what's going on. I am going to call the man. And as long as this is not okay, you can blame it on me, but I don't care. To overtime everybody without being interrupted. Was it his turn? Who knows? And there was a lot of crying going on. And now niggas want to cry. So everybody saw you want to look at this situation. You want to say, I got all the time in the fucking world. Crying about some okay. I want to see what he's going to say. Hey, stop getting crying. Hey, 15 minutes. Stop being crying. 15 minutes? No. Every day. Every time I crash down here, every time I crash down here, he goes out. 15 minutes, man. Cry. It gets like the waterfall. I'm okay with it. Hey, I'm okay with crying. I'm okay with crying. I don't care about crying. The crying. This is the crying. I actually do it. That's why every time you want to cry, I want every single time. You don't cry. You only have the best you can do. Maybe I want 13 minutes of background and the interruption. You actually have to end the you die every single time. I'm here for you. This is your weakness. When you're done crying, oh, no, your weakness. When you're done crying, this is the problem. Look at this. I'm not telling you. Eastern time. It is 3:10 p.m. Nothing we can tell everybody right now. I don't think you can run until 3:40 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going on the Johnson right now. If you look at my ring around there, the ring around his team, I promise you, the duration. In every scenario, in every world, in every community, every argument, I've noticed a common thread. And the common thread is, he didn't do it. Right there. That's twice right there. With the ring around his name, went away twice. The ring around my name hasn't gone away once. And it went away twice with one. This isn't different. Look, those three times. What's up his name? Look at the ring around his name. It was 3 times. How do you have been able to actually do this?
consistently. Why is it not stop that? Without stopping. We feel 3 rings around your neck. No niggas gonna try on the internet, bro. Let's see. Let's see if you say you can do it with 4 times. Like the ring around his energy. This is real big, bro. This is real big, bro. Go to the gym. Cardio is gonna help you, my guy. The reason why I can do these long class outs is because I go to the gym. It's because I actually go. I do cardio. Because I go into the freaking into the sauna. My God. I am giving you good advice. The ring around your name went away 5 times in the first. It's a comment that we have. I'm giving you good advice. I'm not telling something bad. Concrete. Go to the gym. Do some cardio. Do it daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, and you'll be able to be who I am right now. You'll be able to hold a long conversation without the ring around your name going away. The ring around your name went away already 7 times. You know what the funniest thing about it is? You lost earlier. Everybody said, yo, you lost earlier. You know what you did? You muted up 40. I'll give you something amazing. I'll say at least today. 39. You were going to check it up. You were like, you know what? I don't give a fuck if I'm muting. I don't give a fuck if I'm muting. Yeah, call me a loser. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep y'all see the nigga cry. You lost several times today. You can't mute fire.
You lose recently, survive, and you lost the okay. Oh, okay. Oh, look at you on the energy. It's okay. Oh, look at you trying to turn it somewhere else. Oh, no, look at me. Don't look at Coco. Look at me. Don't look at Coco. No, God. It's okay. You're trying to have fun. No. It's me talking to you, Mr. Concrete. Focus on me, Mr. Concrete. Don't turn away from me, Mr. Concrete. I know you hear me talking to you, Mr. Concrete. Don't talk to Coco. Come on, focus on me. You bring the energy. It's okay. Look. It's okay, Concrete. Go to sleep. My concrete. Go to sleep. He's on energy. Look, he keeps getting up. He's on energy. Look at the ring on his nose. Oh, it's okay. Look, I'm gonna do the same thing. No, okay. I'm gonna talk to the voice. Oh yeah. We gonna fuck it up.
We're getting back to the auction.
We gonna fuck it up. We gonna fuck it up. Thank you very much for getting us the body. Yeah, bitch ass nigga.
Has anyone suggested today that they just tell him don't kill any more people?
For the record, he left the room.
That doesn't count. Oh no, it does count because his phone could have died.
Hey, so here goes a couple of facts that are straight off the truck, bro. So one fact is that they did not know each other. This is from the defense and the prosecution, as far as Hunter and Carmelo Anthony. The other fact was that I guess.
Is Hunter okay?
What? Say it again? All right, so anyways, I guess Austin Metcalf got a text message from his coach.
On Clubhouse recently, they said that silent
I
moderating
was
is not effective. And
right,
I said to you that knowledge can silently moderate better than.
Hello!
It's quite impressive because I do have a knack for it.
Can you not hear me, Monica?
Word knowledge. Can we
Monica,
start the conversation again, please, sir?
Monica, can you hear me?
Do you mind?
Monica?
Wait, I didn't do anything. I didn't crash out.
Knowledge, can you hear me?
Coco, I might be able to do tonight, but I can
I can hear you.
tomorrow afternoon.
That's not. Oh, you guys are ignoring me?
No, I can hear you.
2 p.m. Eastern, I think, for our January 6th room.
Alright, so you guys mind if I say
You
this?
can reply in the chat.
Sure, try to
Votes on that necessarily.
I can't even hear you.
Wait, are you telling me that the January 6th are gathering again?
Back to you. I just saw your question.
What's up? Okay, Dawn. Here we go, Dawn.
People need some ass whoopings up in here.
Oh, not you, Dawn.
Yeah, I done whipped this nigga's Conker's ass at least 3-4 times today.
You know, you heard smallest feelings. You said you could do.
5 years ago.
Alright, thank you very much. Alright,
we can hear you
I want to
now.
say this, right? Thank you, brother.
Yeah, me and
Very
Monica.
interesting. Yeah, that nigga Knowledge is a weirdo. Alright, let me just put this out though. Like, this is straight from the, hey, can we mute her? She's on the hot mic.
How you gonna call me? Yo, I'm celebrating my freaking win, my third win.
Bro, you heard me? I was trying to get. Can we mute her again? Can we mute her again? All right, so this is from Austin.
Your shoulders in line.
All right, can you be quiet now, Monica?
I'm not stepping out.
I was trying to give an update about the Carmelo Anthony trial, right? So they never knew each other.
I'll attack people up today with my.
Can we just mute her?
And
she's acting like a West Virginian.
Oh, Dawn, now you can't hear Monica, Dawn?
Who's not arguing with this woman about what?
All right, so they didn't know each other. The coach from Centennial High School did not have a tent. There was no tent for Carmelo Anthony's school. And the reason why he was in the tent was because a friend of his was on the team in the memorial and waved him over there, right? So these answer the questions that all of the pro Austin Metcalf people had. Why was he there? Because he had a friend there, right? And how come he wasn't underneath his own tent? Well, because he had his own tent, right? Or because there was no Centennial tent.
He is guilty.
Hey, can we put her on mute? She's not making again.
34% believe he's not.
She's not by her phone down, so can we help her out? I don't want her to say anything incriminating.
No, I did it.
I was muted.
Oh, I thought you were out by
Yeah,
it sounded like you were out by
fish PTR.
Yeah, so I think this actually helps out Carmelo Anthony's case right here, right? Is that he did not have his own tent. He did not know Austin Metcalf. And the defense says it's Austin Metcalf and his brother was standing over Carmelo Anthony. So this is from the defense and the prosecution. This is from the actual trial. So that kind of changes a lot of things now, right? So did he have the tent? The answer is yes.
If knowledge would have been there, he's on the night serving on the fish the tent.
Yeah.
Real quick, knowledge. What's that mic that you got, nigga?
No, it's not. I bought a bunch of Amazon ones. They
no, this one's not like
I only had one good one from Amazon. I had one good one from Amazon. It was for the iPhone 16, bro. And then when I went to go buy a new one because I broke it at the gym, bro, they said, bro.
I bought like at least 4 or 6 from Amazon, and they don't hit the same price.
Did you say you bought 6 years old from the Amazon?
When I was in
Hey, that was good.
Bro, the angles that you guys find is crazy. Hey, there was something that you said, Knowledge, that was hella funny.
How are you doing?
Hope
you're better than butterflies.
Hey, do you hear that a lot, Tim, about rape me?
I didn't
That shit,
know.
don't rape me, that shit.
You know what's crazy?
Hummingbird.
I used to stay on mute years ago.
Wait, Samoa, were you here yesterday when my son knocked him out?
No.
Bro, so look. So yesterday was the last day of school, so I was taking the kids to school, and actually it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before yesterday. Samoa was talking, Tim was talking so much shit while I was in the car with my daughter, while I was coming back from dropping her off with my son. Everyone was like, yo, you gotta fight back, Knowledge. Yo, as soon as I got to the crib, I put my son on the phone, and my son goes, hey, Mr. Tim, can you please let all the kids out of the basement? Yo, he's been trying to... He's been trying to recover since that. It's been bad.
Not the basement.
It was a knockout. Tim was like, who the fuck said that? What kid said that? And I where they're at, so I can kidnap them too.
I'm to add them to my collection.
Right. I can kidnap them too.
Add them to my collection in the basement.
Yo, some more. I know you saw the Knicks do their thing last night. I know you saw.
Yeah, bro.
That's crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I thought the Spurs were gonna spank the Knicks, but Jalen Brunson is underrated, fam. He underrated.
You want to know who knows it even more than me, bro? Louis knows it even more than me.
What do you mean?
Who muted me? I've been talking this whole time.
She bet Ock.
Oh, they got a bet? They got a bet?
Yeah.
Oh, like,
Well, they lost the
Louis going with the Louis going with the Spurs?
Yep. Louis
Wait,
took the Spurs.
Louis paid up though. He paid up.
Yes, he did.
Oh, they only bet on that one game?
Yeah. They put money like that.
And now Hagop has a bet there. With Nathan's one of them for $20. And Plus is another one for $20.
Yes.
Johnson was
You fucked up a $15,000 bet yesterday. I want back off the $2 million.
You want a $15,000 discount on the $2 million?
I'm talking about. Fuck that. Next time I'm gonna lose 15.
How are the Democrats cheating in LA?
Yeah, you would have lost 15, bro. What is that right there? That dude was funny.
Tim, you know what I can't understand, fam?
Here in the state,
You from that blue, you cool as say for blue, true blue state, and you're a freaking Trumper fan. I don't know.
I'm a Trumper.
That state is super blue, fam.
Straight up blue.
He's talking to me.
Ain't you a Trumper too?
He's a Trumper.
Oh man, I got the wrong person. My bad, my fault.
Oh, this is definitely racist. One white guy ain't thinking of me.
Yeah, they all kind of just saying what we think about it.
White guy we talking about.
They all look kind of translucent.
All you know white dudes listen to say to me, man. I'm sorry, my fault.
They all look veiny, bluey, and ruddy. They're all translucent.
Yo, Samoa, you know what's Samoa, you know what's crazy? When I hung out with Nathan last, when I hung out with Nathan.
That bad so much, so you can get the reverse in there. Just have.
And he's still ducking me. I came at the perfect time, yeah.
I never had anybody over because
you got
jump shots, mid range, and ramps. That's telling.
Yo, Kendo. What up?
Yo, if you look at Mr. Bentley's PTR, his wife in the picture is 4'8", so he's barely about 5'.
No, he ain't short, bro. Like he reasonably tall.
Kendo like 6'3", 6'4", though.
You doing a great job too, Monica.
Kendo is
I'll put you on the block. He about to spin the block on you.
But he's about to come back. And I done got a little lean.
Come out and play.
I done got my footwork back. I've been there leaning, bro.
Come out and play. Chaos, the room is crazy right now. I can hear you, but the room is crazy right now.
No, please don't. It's still out.
Wait, hold on. Is the mic loud?
No, talk loud, bro.
No. If it's loud, I'll change it. Hold on.
Nah, that shit low, bro. That shit. Oh, y'all taking advantage of
Kendo.
No, I'm asking if it's loud, I'll change it.
The time before that, we played at Lincoln, and it was pretty much the OGs versus the YNs, fam.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look, we just had one of those games the other day. Boy, them niggas.
Is it better?
Yeah, some of them do the Rip Hamilton on them. We lost that.
That's a fact. What's crazy is that every game we played 3 games, they were up every game and blew every game.
Look, volume of the blacks. And look, my putback game is serious. And you know, like, they don't expect it again.
I was killing with that nigga. You know they're going to chase you on the 3-point line. That's all they know to do is shoot threes.
Them black people lungs make y'all talk louder. Them black lungs make y'all talk louder. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
No, I apologize to everyone.
I don't accept apologies, Monica. Hey, poor choppy.
I apologize. I'll womanize.
I kept not only did I hear anyone, everyone looked like they were on mute.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Crazy born to live a miracle. You must have got the MAGA hack. Exactly. The MAGA hack. It mutes every minority in the room on Clubhouse.
Yo, Kendo, why you think Monica uses that seductive voice? Where do you think she gets that seductive voice from? Why do you think she does it?
Monica's voice is seductive. I think it's a performance voice, and I think she's a Negro whisperer.
Like, she's so fucking fake. Why she put that seductive voice? So she could entice certain people and make us think she sound like that. You know Mike Tyson be putting a fake voice like Michael Jackson? She be doing that shit too, nigga.
Wait, hold on. Jacobus, are you admitting that you've been enticed by Monica?
I think so. Bro, I'm an honest nigga. I'm an honest Joe.
Huey, why you put that on my back, my jacket?
You see how it came out? You put it on my back. You see what she doing?
Come on, don't sexualize this old lady.
Hey, where she said, Huey, why did you put it on my back, bro? The visual is crazy.
I'm telling you, bro.
I just had a flashback. I was like, hey, yo.
Nigga, she likes you.
Did you look up those two toys for your baby girl?
Monica has a crush on you.
I did. The only problem is that she's already crying. So I feel like I'm too late for that, for the ball.
No, not the ball. She rolled it when she rolled.
She would have took Huey about balls. She likes Huey, nigga.
That puppy was cute.
Oh, and a puppy.
The robot puppy, yeah. But everyone who I've ever seen get it.
She's rolling over this nigga right now.
Real quick. That's why I kind of want something that's like low investment. Like I hate to say it, cat toys. Cat toys is like the best option, you know what I mean?
Huey's a married man.
You don't want her to eat them either.
Stop trying
No, because they're more durable than baby toys. So I'd actually rather her, if she's gonna like choose them,
Now you want to have babies with you. This is crazy, bro.
I definitely would give her a ball though, because she's so active.
Active balls, my nigga.
Oh, they have that train with the dominoes. Have you seen
hear it, but I don't.
Bro, Monica, the thing is, it needs to be automated like robo, like something robotic. To keep her, she gonna cry. Like she wants to be out.
The ball.
I'm in there with her.
I think the ball would work.
You know what, Joe? He's wondering why he's getting fingered and not understanding how. She's doing it. What the fuck?
You know what's interesting with specifically, so like I feel like my kids play with the box the toy comes in. The toy.
Yeah. Oh look, Chaos thought they were talking about something. Bro, I heard Huey say it's a meter long.
Thank you, Jamal.
And then now Chaos talking about playing with the box.
Recognizes. We
That's wild.
And I'm a skinny dove. But we recognize patterns, bro. And Jesus said, be like doves and wise as serpents. We recognize patterns and we gentle. But the serpent, they rough. They penetrate dogs with a bite. They penetrate with a bite. And she sunk her teeth into Huey. And on stage, Huey was getting masturbated by this demonic woman. And he let it happen. He didn't say no. Just like Adam didn't say no when it happened.
Well, I just have my
This is your shame, brother.
You punk
I
ass
will cover your shame.
That's why you blocked. And you stay blocked, Jacobus. Every time I take him in, it's too hard on Jacobus. He's having a hard time. You should give him a break. You should give Jacobus a break. Every time.
That's what this is about.
You perverted sleep.
I don't want that.
I want to come here.
I don't want that. No, I don't want it.
You can't like me.
Where's Nathan? Nathan, I don't consent. This is gross.
Implicit meanings are gross, yet the words that are stated are hidden. This is crazy. Tisk.
Hey, Huey, did you get the update?
Unlucky.
So he had a reason to be under the tent. Carmelo.
He had a reason to be under the tent?
Yeah.
What?
What was the reason? So he had a friend that called him over, or like he was speaking to a friend of his underneath the memorial tent. And to answer the question that's asking, like, well, how come he wasn't underneath the Centennial High School tent? Because there wasn't one. So I know, and they never knew each other, the brothers or anything. And from the defense, they're saying that it was both brothers standing over him while he was in a crouched position.
I'm not gonna lie, and this will sound cold as fuck, but like, I don't give a fuck because I know for a fact you're going to jail. Even if it's manslaughter, they're gonna get him on manslaughter, right? I think he's been charged with manslaughter.
It'll be a miracle if that man get off.
Wait. What are the actual charges? Do you know? Or has that happened yet?
I think it's manslaughter.
Premeditated murder.
But do they add manslaughter too?
Yeah.
Is that he doesn't get hit with manslaughter? Still what? 5 to 7, 5 to 8.
Well, maybe it was kind of like an accident or whatever. But the defense.
My lawyer, some more.
Carmelo Anthony is, no, I was defending myself because the environment is that. I don't know how a jury would be able to go from so extreme left and right to like a middle position. Like what just do it? Like, well, he did something we don't know, but we should just give him the middle.
Now that you're there, I want to talk to you after these two brothers.
I'm trying to see how they get the manslaughter. My bad.
Yeah. Samoa, let me tell you, what I think it is.
Oh shit, was I muted this entire time? Was I muted this? Fuck.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, that's crazy. I was like, yo, what the fuck's up with you, Jacoby?
Change the mood with that shit, bro. I know what the fuck's going on.
I was custom Jacoby size and everything. I ain't know.
That's so fucked up shit, bro. That's so fucked up shit, son.
I take all 19 bullets back.
I hope y'all see the wickedness of that way. I hope y'all see the wickedness.
Incredible amounts of stupidity. Let's litigate the case again for old time's sake.
I mean, this is almond milk. I'm like, motherfucker, that ain't milk. That's almond juice, right? And then they're going to have a whole discrepancy on that. And then to prove them niggas wrong, I'm going to say some deeper shit, and they're going to say, you know what? We're going to go back to that, and then we're going to attack that. So basically, I'm going to say this, look. A honeycomb is a nut, a vegetable, and a motherfucking fruit. And when you squeeze it, juice come out, or honey.
I'm not gonna lie, the almond juice thing kind of fucked me up.
You see what I'm saying, bro? So look, all I'm saying is, I was like the tiny little seed that fucking sprouted late. So my perception is a little late, but it's ahead of the time. So all I'm saying is this.
We'll talk about
almond milk. I know, but remember, I gotta give you 1 and 2. 1 and 2.
Why do they call the stuff that comes out of the coconut milk?
See, I don't want y'all to get confused. Because it's going to happen.
Maybe because it's white.
Hold on. Let's not get confused, and let's respect who's bringing you the dinner. So now, my nigga Huey is on my side. He understands that almond milk is some funny bunny shit and it don't exist. But almond juice does. And that a honeycomb is also a nut, a fruit, and a vegetable. And when you squeeze it, you make some water. You make some juice. And when you put a little water, it becomes sweet water. And when Moses gave the Israelites sweet water, he gave them honey water. Now go back to the almond milk and the almond juice like I told you. And then you will attack the nut, vegetable, and the fruit, known as the honeycomb.
Yo, I can't think of any juice that's white.
My nigga.
Do you guys know if any?
Nigga.
Is there any juice that's white?
I can show you the seeds. Listen, I can show you.
Technically, coconut milk would be.
Nigga, no. You see? about to hit you with some deep shit. Watch this, bro. Let's go deep. Because we ain't gonna go homo. Watch this. If you got 2 seeds and you squeeze those 2 seeds and some white liquid come out, that is a juice. Now, what it came out of was a fruit. And right now, that fruit is not forbidden. But a long time ago, it was forbidden.
Because people use it instead of dairy milk from cows as a replacement.
Oh my God! Listen to a woman, you're not gonna understand. Wait. Milking. Mikey, look at your food before I finish.
Okay, so milking is.
Oh my God! This is why I can't bring nothing out. All of it. It's like your snakes in the pigs.
Who's the pig? Who the fuck is the pig?
Wait, Samoa,
are you here?
I had to lay it on him yesterday, bro.
Samoa, read the chat, Samoa. Samoa, bro. Samoa, they lied. Centennial had his hand. There were 8 teams on at the track that day. There were 8 teams, Samoa, and each one had their own set. Okay, Chad.
Why would you put that in your body? Mikey, look at himself. Mikey, look at himself. And he's going Mikey, look at himself. He made me look at myself. Bro, I'm a fucking poser, dog. You said it. I'm a professional poser. I've set up myself more than anything, bro. And now I was the one that declared me staring at my butthole. You didn't do anything. Guess what? Mikey saw. That's the thing. Mikey. I look at my butthole. Now guess what? Mikey saw. Mikey, look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. Mikey, look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. Mikey, look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. I'm gonna keep making you say that. Mikey, look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. No. Don't stop now, bro. Look at himself. I don't think you can handle it. Mikey saw. It's too much of a tongue twister. Mikey, look at himself. You're already slowing down. Mikey's slowing down. You're already slowing down. I'm dancing with the song. No, you're not. You're not dancing. Now guess what? Mikey saw. I'm doing it. You have to dance when they kick their legs up in the women in the dresses. I'm doing now. Mikey, look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. Nigga, you got my Mikey. I'm trying. I know that was the good part, right? Now look, let me go back to the fruit and the vegetable. You would agree that ain't no way almonds got titties and they cannot produce milk. You would agree with that? You're trying to change it now. Look, you're trying to change it. Mikey, look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good. Look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. Nah, bro, it don't sound good. Nah, everybody gonna look. Everybody gonna look at you and guess what you looking at? And you gonna have to tell us, Mikey. You gonna have to tell us. Making me say it. Dad, why are you stopping your rhythm? Because I want to tell them about the milk. You quit. Okay, go.
Wait. Jacobus, can you do the because it was the blood? That's my favorite.
Yo, I never knew singing was powerful. I thought it was just. But look, let me just say this, Mikey. These niggas was telling me that almonds got titties and they produce milk, and I told them no, that is juice. Oh my God! So now when you squeeze, a honeycomb, it's a juice called honey, and that's a nut, that's a vegetable, and that's a fruit. Now somebody asked about the white stuff. Now if you got 2 seeds and you squeeze it and you shake it up, and some white stuff come out, that is juice. And therefore, you would say Now, therefore, you would say that is a fruit. Now, this fruit a man has. Now, this fruit is forbidden. No one is supposed to touch it. No one is supposed to eat it. You're not supposed to consume it. But a woman touched it and looked at it, and she consumed it. And now, yes, this is deep. For the forbidden fruit, I shall not say.
Yo, I had a quick question. Come on, I had a really quick question. Yo, She-Wolf, I just saw your PTR. Yo, did your man finally put a ring on it?
He bought me 2 rings, Nolly.
What? I see 3 rings in there.
Okay, the middle one I bought, and I said I was gonna give that to a man one day. That's a man's wedding band in the middle. It don't fit him, and he don't really wear rings, so I never gave it to him. But that's a man's wedding band in the middle.
She-Wolf, that's your hand?
Hey, Monica.
Yeah, that's my ashy ass hand.
She-Wolf, congrats.
Oh, she can
Monica, you need to read better.
These are old.
You know, She-Wolf, you can scratch a good back.
I've heard that many times before.
You know, what about a bad bag, nigga? What about a bad bag?
I do scratch a good back.
You scratch a good back.
I'm checking Samoa now.
You know what's funny? Have you ever heard the saying cats have like 9 lives?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gotta read
I never believed in that.
What, Samoa, can you put it in the chat?
I saw Huey die at least 4 times. Yes,
It was bad. It was
I
pretty
saw him
bad.
die 4 times yesterday. 4 times today. I think he's on his last life.
You know what that means, bro. When they say
I'll be rooting for you, Huey. You're one of the better argument makers. But yesterday it wasn't good, Huey. I've seen you make some of the better arguments in the room, Huey. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Yesterday it wasn't good.
That's a fact.
Can I tell you what the Monica's
Yeah, Monica's been trying to say something to Samoa for a minute.
Let him get that joke out.
What am I going to Samoa and Monica?
Throw that shit out like David.
It'll be really quick. Okay, like in your Grok response here, it says typically this is what they do, and what I'm providing you is like what was testified to in the trial today. The Centennial on this day didn't have it. Okay, so like that's the difference.
I'm asking too, but the Grok also says Centennial's tent location was positioned on the far side or opposite side of the stadium from the Memorial High School tent. So,
Why are you guys using Grok? That's the worst.
Wait, real quick, is the trial being televised? You know?
no, he's on
No, these are all
Right.
Well, it's just a prompt, right? It's
bro, like if you use like chat reply, you're gonna get better results. You're gonna get better. My claim is based off of accuracy, and I'm saying in reference to what you guys are like looking into. Grok sucks.
I don't know. I usually read it.
Test it. Put it into something.
Oh, love him much.
Yo, yeah.
So Centennial High, according to Grok, for my new prompt, Centennial High School was the only team without a tent set up that day.
Right.
And that's why Mike Hackens is Bernie. He is a public defender. He's not a. They hired a.
Yeah, these are the people that are in the room. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, there's a lot of conjecture on like what the actual arguments are going to be. So I've learned 3 new things just from like watching these people. So.
What's the other things you learned?
Not just that they don't know each other. The coach asked Austin Metcalf to be more of a leader, kind of like controlling the dynamic at these types of track meets. And
there were some thefts at previous track meets.
And that Carmelo Anthony had a friend that was underneath this specific tent that called him over, and that's who he was engaging with.
Yo, so Samoa, forgive me, my nigga.
No, you gotta do your thing.
No, I gotta tell you something, Samoa. Right? No, I'm not accusing no one. I'm just saying. I said, you understand what I'm telling you, right?
No, it's just stupid. How many people want this professional development? If there's 3 people that want to go to Kingston, I will meet up. I'll probably leave too, but I will meet up. 3 people. Who wants to meet Kitover? I'm looking. Hey, man. Why are you taking from the local club? That's not coming.
I've been on a geek yesterday and the day before. I started healing. Today I killed Conquer at least 3 to 4 times. So I am going to. Alright, so battle me, nigga. Come on and play.
Ema, I was talking for 15 minutes thinking that nobody was talking, and then I changed the audio setting and realized that everybody was talking. I'm embarrassed myself.
Are you scared, nigga?
Yeah, what was that? What was that?
I'm totally embarrassed
Somebody
myself.
text me.
Nigga, do you have a Siemens phone? Was that the Siemens phone?
No, this is
Gary does.
This
It's covered in Siemens. It's easier.
Wait. He said Siemens. He ain't talking about the fucking crate you passed me.
No, it's covered in Siemens. Did you hear Hunter speak to the press after the killing? Did you hear what he said? He had 2 interviews, one in his house and one in the house. Now the third one, which one am I missing?
Why is the arrest report?
Why are we just talking about murder?
It was last year though. Like it doesn't really matter now. We're gonna find out the truth.
Let's talk about why they.
The truth about what? What are you
My
talking about?
husband from coming into
Is
the
that
country
Carmelo
and
and
his
the case
uncle.
in Texas the track meet?
Oh, is that finally happening?
Yeah, the trials are right now. Right, yeah. They just
Why?
had opening arguments. The defense spoke as well, and now they're gonna
That's what was going on.
Why haven't we had a trial for Luigi yet? Where's Luigi?
Yeah, it's going through. It's just they stop cameras from going inside because obviously.
What trial for Luigi? He committed murder.
But like he's not the same trial, right?
Yeah.
Or,
It's premeditated murder. He's gonna be sentenced for a long, long time.
They just went with the death penalties now, but
No, I don't think they'll put him to death.
Does anyone think that this youngster that stabbed him is gonna get off?
what Luigi Mangione, they did a really good tango song about him. I'll put it in the chat.
Eminent, it's called due process. We can't just adjudicate him guilty without a trial.
I agree. For sentencing, they're gonna like the guy openly admitted to doing what he did. Like it's done. They're just gonna sentence the kid.
Alright, why do you keep calling him a kid? Kids are innocent. This wasn't an innocent man.
but I
This was somebody who murdered.
Carmelo's a kid too. Being
but I know we don't need a little monkey.
Look,
because
when we say
Yeah, but
kids,
he's black, so
Jinx,
you know,
when we
black
say
boys
kids,
aren't really kids.
look, when we say kids, we mean that there's a connotation that we have around it that makes us feel like a kid is innocent.
Upon you what? Upon you what?
Kid. Relax.
A connotation? What word are you using so I can learn it?
Oh, connotation.
Like maybe.
Connotation?
No. Let's make it helpful.
Yeah, if it's connotation, I know what that is. I don't think he's using it correctly, but
Let's make it helpful. If you exercised this morning, you would have been out of breath and you would have did yourself a favor. But you didn't do that. So don't try to exercise your mouth now. Okay? So now all I was saying is this. When we have words like kids and babies, we think of connotations, things that make us look at it in another manner that's more polite.
oh, he did it again.
And when we, oh my God, and when we look at this individual, this murderer, he was not innocent. He knew what he was doing. He also knew the consequences. And the fact he knew the consequences mean he wasn't a baby. He was ignorant of what was going to happen. So he did this himself and he chose it. And you got people in this room saying, I will make the same mistake, so he is not wrong. And that doesn't make it right.
Jacobus? Or are you talking about Carmelo? Or Carmelo?
I was talking about both.
Oh, okay.
So what do you think
One to
I think you might get on, bro. Like, does it matter to you guys that in court today it's been verified that this dude outweighed him 100 pounds?
see.
So you got 230
I
pound guy.
fucking told you guys. Go ahead, Samoa. I fucking told you. Well,
This is the first day of the trial.
That's
saying they can't put him away for the rest of his life because he's a minor.
Yeah,
You
they're
can't
not,
get minor. You can't get minors life without parole. Can't get minors life.
he's now like fucking criminal, okay?
I see you feel like they were
No, I'm saying that the first thing, it's just a
Child, that minor white boy was killed unjustly. She's already decided that
Austin Metcalf.
I'm so okay, whatever.
Austin Metcalf.
Whatever his name is. You've already decided that that child was, I don't have to say I want to. No, don't tell me what the fuck to do. So anyway, you've already decided that he was killed unjustly. We don't know yet if it was self-defense. You've already decided in your mind that it was murder. So that already goes to show that people like you cannot be objective and unbiased, right? You already have preconceived notions about whether or not the child was murdered or he was killed in self-defense. You've already decided that. So somebody like you cannot be unbiased. Cannot be objective. Cannot listen to the evidence and will not listen to the evidence and wait to make a judgment.
Yeah, you don't.
That's why we say you should not take over an entire jury, 12 people who look like you. That's why we say that. Because 12 people like you will decide before they hear the evidence that it was unjust. Somebody like you will decide before the evidence that it was unjust.
She will. Austin Metcalf deserve to die.
Monica's a racist. I just want to be biased.
She will. Do you think she will? Do you think Austin Metcalf deserves to die?
Nobody deserves to die, but that's not what you're litigated.
I'd like to hear from She-Will. Is that a possibility?
He is a
Can I speak to She-Will?
We don't care. We don't care.
Could I
And Austin caught
talk about cyber crime.
And Austin caught that heat.
She-Will, do you think?
I'll burn down all South Carolina. Let's go.
Monica, wait, Monica, just wait.
She-Will, do you think Austin Metcalf deserves to die?
Yes.
I think that we should wait to see the evidence to decide if it was justified or unjustified. And we shouldn't decide before it was unjustified or justified.
That's a fact.
That's what I think.
No.
I agree.
That's what
You're not answering my question. Can you answer this one?
Can we get one back? No.
Wait, you still alive? Welcome back.
Monica, hypothetically, wait, hold on,
Monica's always going to be on the side of whiteness. So, like, what hypotheticals are you?
I must get after Huey's question. Okay.
Monica's so predictable.
I have a general question to people in the States because I'm a bit confused because I did look over the arrest report, but what I'm confused about is why is it so short? It's got, my arrest report was...
Really? Just shut the fuck up.
Can I have my question real quick?
No, yeah, I'm going to finish in like 5 seconds. Yeah, I was just confused. My arrest report was like triple that size, and it was just like a tiny bit of like non-violent or whatever. So I was just confused why it's so short. It just
That's a good point, sister.
Look, if this is really turns out, and this is a narrative.
She just saying she was more of a gangster. I thought I heard a woman talking. I thought I heard a boy in this.
I got a question for you. Oh, my bad. No, Miss Fifi, I'm sorry.
No, she knows what she did. She knows what she did.
I got some questions for you too.
Fucking skinny Monica.
Your mic is low, Fifi.
I thought you guys would find this question interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty low, Miss Fifi.
I can't yell.
I know.
It's disrespectful to be yelling like that.
Oh, you turned up. You have to yell.
Yo, Free, shut the fuck up.
Like that, baby.
Shut up, you coke, you piece of shit.
Hey, Huey, bro, you gotta do your thing, bro.
It's to me.
I'm so sorry, Miss Tuffy, because I
She can cut Miss Vivi off to save my voice. And I apologize, Miss Vivi. I should have
Come on, send me $30 so I can get a big mic.
Can you guys be quiet so Miss Vivi can say what she wants to say? Because I cut her off, and that was rude.
All right, cool. Moderate. Thank you very much, Miss Vivi. Huey, go ahead.
Okay, no. Okay. Now you kind of asked the point, but I just did want to ask Monica. Monica, hypothetically, if, let's say, a person like Candace Owens decides to investigate Austin Metcalf and finds out that Austin Metcalf was dealing drugs or doing a whole bunch of like shady shit on the side, would that change your opinion on whether or not we should talk about that, or do you feel it's like inappropriate to talk about that because
or is drug dealing relevant to his death? We should everything, all the information that's relevant to his death should be brought before the jury.
But would you think it's inappropriate to do a whole investigation about like his past, his
Huey, that likely would be something that a judge would say that can't come to the trial. The jury can't.
No, she will.
Unless it was relevant to him. If it was relevant.
Okay, so the only look, the only reason I'm asking is that I always find it interesting that like when it came to George Floyd's death and Candace Owens did what she did, nobody really asked. When it came to George Floyd's death, nobody took the weird sympathetic approach that you're like approaching Austin Metcalf. I don't remember hearing you or anybody on that side like have that same sympathy and been arm in arm with everybody else who's like it's fucked up that George Floyd died. Right, but it's just interesting that like nobody can really examine the circumstances. We can't like just I guess have any kind of empathy or sympathy for Carmelo Anthony because Austin Metcalf is the victim and like he's the poor white kid. It just feels that way. He's the poor white kid died, and therefore we shouldn't look into it or XYZ. But like, would you be comfortable if we decided, hey, lefties, let's band together and like look into fucking Austin Metcalf?
The third time you asked me the question, my first answer wasn't good enough. I said if it's relevant to his death. She said no. She said no. Let that black woman finish. Hey, Bree, why don't I give you the mic and you repeat exactly what I said? Because maybe they'll hear you better. Because they're sure not listening to me.
She's saying that black person rot in jail. All black boys.
So she passed it on to me.
I'm about to block you.
You can block me, Monica. I don't care. Like, I'm gonna cry. I'm blocked.
So Huey, I think the significant difference is that the argument is, Huey, if you can hear me, the argument is that his fentanyl, his drug habits seem to have a role in it because I'm talking about George Floyd, because he was with his drug dealer at the time, and then we also found drugs in the system, and there was an open cap in the car. So if that wasn't relevant, you'd be 100% right. Like when they talked about him, having this robbery of this pregnant woman, I don't think that was relevant. So in that context, you're right on that. But the drug use is in the case of this.
So I was trying to answer that question in principle. Obviously it's different cases, right? One's an adult, one's not. One's from the streets, one's not. Like we understand the differences. I'm trying to discern a principle here, right? My question to you is like somebody said, Monica asked, did Austin Metcalf deserve to die? So I'm just going to ask the other way around, right? Did George Floyd deserve to die?
No, he didn't deserve to die.
So then, any of that other shit about his past, why did that matter?
Let's do how you view the situation. If Metcalf crossed the line, then death would be warranted. So we just kind of get a temperature check of how you view the situation.
Let's not ignore the fact that they just selected an all-white jury for their trial.
I'm sorry,
you can't point out that this is a manipulative tactic from the left as far as like virtue signaling and guilting people into doing what they want. And then the person that's like on the right pointing at the person on the left deploying the same tactic.
Trying to humanize
just hold on.
And dehumanize. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, so like the question is, hey, do you think Austin deserved to die? Like this is like a guilt trip, trap that's kind of like being it's a deployed trap to guilt somebody by saying, hey, you're a bad person, by avoiding the actual conversation and being of, is this going to be like guilty or not guilty and factoring in the evidence? Like that's the real conversation, right? So her doing that, but pointing
at the left, like, hey, you guys are bad people for doing this type of a thing, and now she's doing that type of thing. I think that's what Huey picked up on. Like, hold on, let's.
Yeah. And to be fair, Monica, I think you probably misworded because I hate when people do that first.
For Nuggets just said yes, he deserved to die. So I was actually hoping, she would say no, he didn't deserve to die.
It's not about whether he deserved to die.
But I also
whether
accept
it
her
was justified. I'm answering you, Monica. You're asking the wrong question. This is about whether this was justified or not. If this was self-defense or murder. So when you're asking if he deserved to die, that is not a question that is going to be fucking answered when this jury makes a decision. That is irrelevant. And I think you're asking that question to steer away from, right? It's an obfuscation from the fact that this could have likely been self-defense. So that's why I can't and I will not answer that question.
So you answered me, and I accepted your answer, and your answer was, I don't know yet. I have to accept your answer whether I like it or not, because that's your answer, and I thank you.
Wait, Monica,
I'm not fighting you over it.
Monica, wait, hold on. Monica, you don't feel like you did the Piers Morgan trip?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Wait, let me describe the Piers Morgan trip for the audience. After October 7th, one of the things Piers Morgan perpetually found himself doing is anytime he had somebody who was coming to speak up on behalf of, let's say, Palestine, he'd do this weird thing where it's was October the 7th justified? And he'd force this weird.
You condemn Hamas, bro.
Do you condemn Hamas? Remember that shit? Where it's it's clearly the conversation is bigger and broader than let's say the atrocity of October the 7th, right? It's the Piers Morgan trick where you're trying to force people to, not committing to the broader conversation and an arbitrary sort of moral position such that it seemingly undermines the broader discussion that they're trying to have, right? It's a weird thing. It's like a weird moral gambit that you're putting people into that kind of situation by asking, did he deserve to die? That's such a weird question.
Huey, what we're witnessing right now, Huey, what we're witnessing right now is
y'all gotta let new speakers talk.
This is what I'm saying because this is a beautiful conversation. I work for a black grassroots organization, and a lot of people don't pay attention to these things. What we're witnessing right now
is
Dominic Alexander.
Hold on.
What doesn't work for us? Look, what works for them doesn't work for us. When kids were getting bullied in school and their people were killing themselves, they started movements and they were locking up people who were bullying their kids. When Carmelo Anthony's bully got killed by the person being bullied, they selected an all-white jury with no black people on that panel. The laws that work for them don't work for us. Look at what just happened with the Chinese man at the gas station where they chased this young boy 100 yards and he had his back turned and they gunned him down.
130. That's a whole football field, goalpost to goalpost.
Exactly. He wasn't a threat.
Plus 10 yards.
He wasn't a threat and they shot him down and he was found not guilty when that is actually indeed murder according to their laws. You understand what I'm saying?
Biased, and they do not.
You just repeat what he said.
Biased, and they do not.
You just repeat what he said.
I understand your simple man doesn't have any boyfriend. That's why you're on stage talking to and interrupting and want to be heard.
We are grown. We can have
I'm the bigger person, and obviously, I need to be coddled like you are.
Just calm down. But if I get the loud mic, y'all gonna cry, right?
Yeah, because okay, share knowledge. How much is it? How much you need, nigga? Cause fuck all this. I'm tired. How much you need, man?
This is like Trump is trying to
show me some rabble.
Show me some legs.
Yo, what the fuck? Bro, Trump is trying to actively change one of the 3 sections of the 14th Amendment, which was basically created to have slaves become.
You know,
Monica, I know what I meant.
You said jurors. You said jurors. I didn't check it. You didn't say jurors. You said jurors. Okay. So quit it, Monica.
But he's trying to change the 14th Amendment, and that was basically created for the freedom of slaves and shit. You see what I'm saying? And there are 3 parts to it, but we all know how our president likes to act. He likes to pull people in by saying this about the immigrants, and then we fall for the shit, and then immediately after he attacks black people. Immediately after. No pass, go collect $200. Immediately. So if he's going to do this and put it on the network and on the mainstream, then it's so that immigrants, children don't get birthright citizenship when birthright citizenship was created because of slaves and slavery. What does that mean for our people?
No, I mean we're okay. Like, what are you talking about? America?
No, it doesn't mean that we're okay because he's also trying to change another thing to where if your last name, if your last name is not the same name on your birth certificate, you lose the right to vote. So what does that mean for married people? See, it's a lot of shit that's changing, bro. I know it's insane, but this is what he's doing.
No, I'm saying what you're saying is the same thing that makes sense.
But this is what he's doing.
You get married, you literally change your name for everything from your driver's license to your
But didn't you just hear what I said? Hey, Free, did you hear what I said? Free, did you hear what I said? They're literally changing things for our people, which is why they just changed the voting districts, which was changed because it was what it is now, which is what they just changed, and it was racist back then, which is why they changed up the districts. So more black voters voted counts, and they just changed it back to where our votes don't count in certain districts anymore, to where Republicans and the motherfuckers who don't believe and, being peaceful on this planet, I'll say that much, they get a majority vote.
I'm talking about the case anymore. We're going every fucking way. We just talking about.
I'm speaking about everything that they're doing.
Yeah, but these are the people who claim they want democracy, but when it pertains to black people, all of a sudden things are out the window. These people don't believe in a democracy. And it's embarrassing. But you know what I noticed is that when men speak, they can go on and on, but when I speak, people want to go robble, or chicken head over there wants to come off mic and speak over me. But it's okay. I think you're absolutely right, Grim. I think that what you're saying is quite pertinent to the future of America. People want to talk about democracy and freedoms, but they're okay with limiting the freedoms of black people. I don't really understand the questions that are asked towards Monica because we know she's a racist. And the thing is that when you ask Monica these questions, you expect a different answer, but her response is always going to be aligned with whiteness. She is fine with a black man going to jail. She is fine with black men dying.
She's a big
but as soon as
why do you think they never teach what the Declaration of Independence teaches in elementary school?
Go ahead, Agent. Yeah. But as soon as a white person is in question, she wants to, these people like Chicken Head down there and Monica, they want to humanize that individual, even though what they did was disgusting. It was dehumanizing to that individual. And then they want to create a monster out of that black person. And it's really sad, but like at the end of the day, we know Monica's character. We know if she's one of the 12 jurors, she's going to find that boy guilty. Monica, you're not the chicken head, so you don't need to put that PTR.
Yeah, you don't got to body like that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we're very aware of, Monica's sentiments towards black people. So I just think some of the questioning or her involvement in conversations, her responses are surprising. They're not
when we think about what we learn in these areas, well, we can't forget about the Reagan boxes. We can't forget about what they did to those black men that had syphilis for 40 years. We can't forget about what they did with Black Wall Street. We can't forget about how Gaddafi tried to get their ass money to fund black education and black people, and they turned that money down. We can't forget about certain things that would have put us in a certain light of elevation to put us on the same level as these people, but they want us to die and they want us in prison because our bodies generate more money for their economy. You understand what I'm saying? There is a lot of things happening that you should, yes,
he's right.
Okay, real quick, I just have one more question. I promise I'll be done with this, okay? Monica, I noticed that you have a PTR of a tweet from Austin Metcalf that says something like, faith that God got me and my work will pay off. And I'm guessing that that tweet is somewhat like indicative of his character in some sense, that he's a God-fearing kid, he was a faithful kid. My question to you is, do you think when he told Carmelo to leave the tent, he was acting godly?
I think we should wait for the trial, just
I
like
think
she
that we should wait.
Wait, hold on, Graham, hold on. That's not going to be addressed in the trial, though, obviously. I'm just asking you in terms of his character.
Might be.
Do you think that was the godly thing to do? Do you think Jesus would have told Carmelo to leave the tent?
So interrupters can stay on mute. In the interviews by Hunter, they said they didn't notice Carmelo until he started shouting, and then he started talking reckless. So if you're protecting your area, like Hunter also said, the coaches said, hey, we've had some thefts at track meets. Be alert and aware of your belongings and your team's belongings, and pay attention to your surroundings. Then he was honoring his neighbor, wasn't he?
Well, let me ask you a question. Wait. Hold on.
I'm asking you, is that racist? What questions are we asking?
Can you just move them down, knowledge, instead of no?
Why move me down when everything I'm stating is facts?
Graham, just chill. Graham, okay, so Monica, you don't think that it's likely the case that if it was Jesus, you don't think that it's likely the case that if it was Jesus would probably, if he thought Carmelo was like, let's say, a disturbed young man wilding out, he would have prayed for him rather than kick him out the tent? You don't think that's more likely?
Maybe performed an exorcism too.
Sure, that would have been better than like manhandling him out the tent, right?
We correct. Depends on what you talk about. Manhandling could have been a push, could have been a touch, could have been a shove. We'll see the testimony.
But witnesses already came out and said that he physically touched him.
When someone talks about the U.S. Constitution and they talk about the amendments, we make sure that the verbiage is clear. We correct people when they say things that are wrong, and I'll stand a correction as well as anyone else should. Because when we are impeccable with our speech, it increases the chances that people actually hear us. Not always, but a lot.
Did that answer your question?
So what happened is, what happened in that situation is, hey, hold on, man, let me say this.
She wasn't done. Rabble. Y'all interrupted. Rabble.
I'd like to give the remaining of my time to knowledge. Rabble.
Yeah, so I disagree with everything that Dog is about to say. Go ahead, Dog.
No, so I mean, listen, right? You just witnessed the fake Christianity that gets oftentimes weaponized against me. And full display, the question wasn't answered. So the question still stands. Would Jesus cast Carmelo Anthony out of the tent, or would he bring him into the fold? What does Christ say about being the lost shepherd? That when the one goes astray, he will go seek the one that is lost. That specific one, he will go seek that one that is lost. Monica speaks about exorcisms, right? Last time I checked,
when somebody's demon possessed, they get violent. You know, they want to put their hands on somebody. You know, and sometimes people who are demon possessed, they get shot. So I think really the onus of the demon possession should have been on Metcalf for thinking that he has the authority to put his hands on someone. Oh my God, rabble. Oh my God, so you know, the rabble. Oh my God, dog. So we can hear the brother, the Phlegm and Samoa's voice when he speaks. I think he needs to get a detox in his system. I'd recommend ginger, turmeric, with some pineapple. Good way to cleanse your system, brother.
Cayenne too.
Right? And also, I do think that on the topic of exorcisms, right, we do need to cleanse the spirit of the room. Jesus definitely would have taken Carmelo Anthony in. He would have de-armed Carmelo Anthony without even putting a hand on him. What did he tell Peter?
He told them.
Alright, when Peter was ready to pull out the sword, what did he tell him? The Christians don't know about that though, but I'll let you go.
Well, if we're gonna talk about Christianity,
I was next. Freeze next.
A lot of these Christians are Paulites.
Next. Come on, Graham. Y'all respond, bro. Thank you. Let's go ahead and address this question about the Christian thing. I don't like this idea that Christians are supposed to be pushovers and pussies, right? Like, that's not, especially like back then, all right? We come from the crucible, this brimstone age where Christians were pretty much go to war and all types of shit for their beliefs. I'm saying we as humans. Anyhow, the bottom line is that, yeah, Christ or his followers probably would have told him, hey, this ain't your space, could you please move? And we always try to interpret this in the worst face possible, that Metcalf just walked up to him and said the most egregious shit. No one, especially for those who are trying to defend Anthony, no one's considering the possibility that he probably asked him nicely, hey, man, everything's good? You over here for any reason?
There are witnesses and evidence to show that's not what happened.
I got you, but hold time out. No, dude.
The white man is always good. The white man is always polite. The white man is full of love.
It's still on me. But
I'm just saying, though, what you're saying is false. So let's get the people to truth.
Hey, let me finish, bro.
I'll take all white people. We don't do hypotheticals when we're speaking about things after what reality. That's not what happened.
Put his hand on his head.
He put his hands on him. He fucked around with them.
Come on, man.
That man fucked around and found out.
One mic on free range, please.
Thank you. So no witness reports suggest that this boy came to them in a hostile way. And you got a bunch of lies that you think. There's a bunch of lies that you got to believe. Hey, stop talking, bro. What's wrong with you?
It's the altercation.
Let me finish. You don't want me to talk, but you won't let me fucking stop and get my point out. What the fuck? Anyhow, let me finish. There's a lot of conspiracy theories you motherfuckers believe about this, that these boys tried to jump in, which is not true according to the police report. It just seemed to be one debate between these two boys, not the team. Nigga, shut. Don't trip out. You disagree, just shut the fuck up, nigga.
Look, starting right now, any interruptions will get muted, no warning.
Rapple.
Thank you. So, the bottom line is, according to the witnesses on the report from the people at the time, they said it was only between those two boys. They didn't say. Look at his tablet. False. The boys tried to take his phone. False. They tried to jump him. False. They was bullying him. False. They knew him beforehand. False. So far, there's nothing corroborate that bullshit. At the end of the day, he did touch him. That does not want you to get fucking stabbed or jumped or kicked or none of that shit. And these same people, I guarantee you, in any other scenario, they wouldn't have the same sentiment because, again, they only lean to their bias. If a guy went to a women's gym, for whatever fucking reason, he's not supposed to be there. Not the clerk or the people that were there or the police. If just regular customers was saying, hey, could you leave, sir? And he said, hey, just don't touch me. Just don't touch me, we cool. And one put their hands on him, just literally touch him. He knocks him the fuck out or stab him or break their neck. Many of y'all would say, well, she should have kept their hands to herself. You would think like, dude, that's not an appropriate fucking response. But in this situation, we're going to argue it's totally normal to reach around in your fucking bag, look for a weapon, after you ask someone to touch you and then stab them, knowing they're not aware of the danger that you pose to them. So the bottom line is, I'll land on this point, you don't know what tone he came to this dude in, spirit he was operating in. It's not like because he's a fucking Christian, he's supposed to just not stand up for himself, or at least consider, I don't even say stand up, let me take that back, consider to address somebody who might be doing something wrong. Because he's probably thinking that, hey, you being here could cause a conflict amongst us, so I just want to ask you nicely to leave. Pew, pew. The bottom line is, yes. The bottom line is, you're not operating in good faith to give any consideration to the white guy. I would do it for the same for fucking Anthony. But like I said, it just don't look likely that he had any justification to be there, let alone respond the way he responded. I'm just calling you guys out. You're full of shit. I'm glad you guys are in the fucking audience. Hope you say that so logical people can speak.
Are you crying?
No, look. Let me. Because I'm about to leave. The room. Wait, hold on. I'm about to leave the room. Before I leave.
I think Samoa was next.
Okay, Samoa and then Bima. I think if no one was after Samoa.
But yes. One mic on Samoa. Any interruptions, you will get moved as of now.
So I normally don't like entertain like the fleas and everything as far as like those that aren't even at a white belt status, right? But like when people rant the Bible, it's like this is in reference to a person's flock of 100. This is in Matthew 11, right? It talks about like being within the flock. So the flock here, on how you're able to apply this to the Carmelo Anthony thing is, there is a real high school flock. If one of them would stray away, would you not go retrieve the sheep of the flock? Is Carmelo a part of the memorial flock? Answer, no, absolutely not. Right? So like when people take Bible verses and try to like make a point, it's just so stupid, bro. Just to update your record. So like just to update your for you, Free. So it says here that something that was said was that he did have a friend there that caught his attention that went over there underneath the tent. So like he was speaking to somebody there, and that the defense is arguing now that it was that Hunter and Austin were standing over him is the wording that they use. So, hey man, new information every time.
Yeah, thank you, Samoa.
Next in the queue is
May I go after Bima?
And next in the queue is Bima. Any interruptions as of now, you will get moved starting.
Wait, hold on. May I go after Bima?
Yes.
Grim said he wanted to leave also and he wanted to go, so let's get Grim in there.
Oh, Grim can go before me.
Alright, it's on Bima. Any interruptions as of now, you will get moved starting now.
Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, we could have gathered that the brother was there from just listening to the brother's statements. The original interview the day after with the mother, he was standing there. He used the term "we got in an also."
He said talking reckless as well. Sorry, specifically the comment that was talking reckless, whatever that means.
Thank you. So we already knew that. Okay, that's the first thing. And then the other thing is
It took a while because
so look up what is self-defense. If you feel like you're a statist and you can't look to and figure it out on a moral status, I know that's a big deal for a lot of people here. You got to get into you got to get into a lot of stuff. You could appeal to the law. Okay, that's fine. Look up what qualifies as self-defense. What happens during self-defense, right? What are you able to do during self-defense, right? And to form then your opinion. I want you, because we're going for Texas. So I'm going to tell you right now, I don't agree with a lot of what these states consider what I have the ability to do if I feel, okay, well, what was Carmelo able to do? And I want you to remove a couple things. Well, we'll get there. Let's start there.
Who's next in the queue?
I'm next because I'm finna go pick up my kids.
Is there a queue?
It's Brim,
Yeah, there's a queue.
the dog.
Yeah, I'm back to the queue.
I said, look, so
I said one mic on Grim. Any
I said, look,
interruptions?
now
One mic on Grim.
my baby before we pull out.
One mic on Grim. Any interruptions, you will get moved as of now.
No, real quick. Can you post it?
And in the light of the situation of the way that they're trying to explain it to other people in the room, okay, say if Carmelo was in a tent that he didn't belong in, right? Okay, they asked him to move. He did.
go get the authorities. Instead, they approach this young man, and in the evidence, once someone puts their hands on you, your life becomes in danger in that instance. Now, that's just like if someone punches you and you have a gun on you, you fear for your life and you shoot them, correct? Or am I incorrect? Just because they didn't have one doesn't mean anything. Your life was in danger. You felt for a threat for your life. So you who were hosting that event, even though they were the people who were a part of that event, they should have never put their hands on him. What Metcalf did is fuck around and find out. But the law only works for them, correct? Because if it was reversed and it was him sitting down and a black man approached him, they would give him life. And he's facing an all-white jurors. You feel what I'm saying? This is blasphemy. The law only works for them. And we see this time and time and time again. That we find ourselves in the same situations that they find themselves in when it comes to us. When they murder us, we get the ultimate price and they get to walk away scot-free. And it's as simple as that. We can try to ignore what the fuck is going on in the world, but this is what's happening right now. The same way with the boy that they said stole 3 waters, but when they found his body, after they chased him down all of those yards, he did.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind people about the prophet Tariq Nasheed, and he came out with this amazing film called Hidden Colors. In Hidden Colors, they spoke about a thing called buck breaking, right? And I wanted to tell you about buck breaking. It's a brutal historical debate. And I wanted to tell you about buck breaking. It's a brutal historical debate of practice in which slave owners purposely, how they feel as though the white man is God. And what they actually tried to do was humanize Austin. They said that Austin basically put prayer hands on Carmelo. That there was no alteration. That the white man can't be violent. The white man can't try to exert their dominance onto other people, right? This is what the 2 black men or the 2 black Brooker men were trying to say. Try to claim to. And I find it quite embarrassing. And this is why I feel as though black men cannot lead. Because of these buck-broken black men that we've seen on stage. Now we know what altercation means, and oftentimes altercations lead to violence. That's the whole term of an altercation. It's always a hostile engagement, right? When we talk about altercations. And that was reported several times. It was reported several times that that's what occurred between Carmelo and Austin, yet they choose to ignore that and try to, like I said, romanticize, because that's what they dream about, sleeping with white men. Romanticize Austin. He was handsome. He was great. The black guy wasn't supposed to be there. It was raining. It was a tent. I think it was a sports event. If somebody goes underneath a tent for rain to cover from the rain, I don't see that as a big deal. I don't see that as a reason to approach someone. And I don't really understand why, simple humanity or simple politeness is omitted when it pertains to white men. But this is what happens when you're buck broken, right? You see the black man as a demon and the white man as God because he rammed his dick up your anus. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Can you ask this to you, please?
Dog was dog. I was in the queue. I was in there. I was in there.
AK and then.
You shit. That's a ton of shit.
I don't
even know the queue. Yeah, and actually queue.
It was AK free.
Oh, sorry.
Dog was next.
That's cool.
I don't know who's next.
So
how you enforcing the queue? You don't know shit.
I'm not. I'm enforcing people over talking.
I'm not the dog.
So how the fuck you know you're supposed to be talking?
Anybody besides Ak, if you
Let's go, baby.
No, dog was next. She said it in the chat.
Yo, watch your mouth. You don't want to
Said it in the chat.
No. Okay, who's next?
It was dog. Dog said it in the chat.
I was personally trolling when I quoted that scripture, but I mean, we can redirect what Christ says about this situation. If Christ really could be put in the situation, but Matthew 25, verse 34, actually verse 35 is referring to when Christ comes back. It says, "When I was hungry and you gave me something to eat, I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. I needed clothes and you clothed me. I was sick and you looked after me. I was in prison and you came to visit me. Then the righteous will answer him and say, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and we gave you something to drink? You as a stranger owed you. And he responds, the king will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did me. Guys, if you looked into his mind, I think it could have been avoided if Austin was kind to the brother and let him in. Because at the end of the day, Austin didn't know who this boy was. Right? The Bible does say be kind to everybody, for you never know if you're even entertaining strangers. It says that for a reason. Be kind to the stranger is the whole purpose of it, right? And I think that's the thing that, like, that's the whole purpose of what I'm, like, getting at, is that, like, if you want to take the Christian spin on it, there's the blame on Austin, too. He's not just this innocent victim. And I think we just got to be honest about that. So, I mean, that's all I got to say.
Who's next in the Matrix? I mean, in the jury. On mic on free.
Well, firstly, dog, I was about to say that.
Wait, sorry. Also, any interruptions as of now, you will give.
Thank you so much. So, I'll say thanks to you because it's good to be objective as much as possible. I kind of want to have a back and forth with B, but I'm not going to do it, of course, because we have cute. But you hear a lot of these things, and I think it'll matter because when you talk to people who have this very, very inconsistent mindset where they can't focus on one issue, they want to try to make this whole collective bullshit, historical racism and blood breaking, a lot of shit is just not true. And clearly, historical racism is true. Blood breaking is not. I know Asian wants to say something now, please don't. Matter of fact, say something, I want to see you get kicked to the audience. So if anybody doing any little bit of research on blood breaking, if they can have no credible historian believes blood breaking was a thing, it's not, it's fake. It's a myth. But anyhow, to off the Metcalf in the situation, back to the thing, to what you said some more. I wasn't trying to make light, and I don't think you were saying this, I think on the same page. We weren't trying to make light of Christianity. I think people would like to misuse and weaponize it against actual Christians, which I think, no offense to you, I think that's what you were doing here. You're trying to say he should have took the approach, but the onus is always on the whites and not the blacks. Always. Like every scenario you go to, like the guy who just stole the shit and got chased down and killed or whatever, he shouldn't have been fucking stealing. But we're more just that. It's like almost every situation you dig into, we see that the blacks, like in some of these, like George Floyd with the drugs in the system, with his drug deal, etc. This guy, he was stealing drinks, which is on camera. He ran off and he didn't have to find out some scenario. Like, hey, well, you know, he's supposed to be there. Yeah, but he's supposed to be up there. Well, he was defending himself. Yeah, but something he provoked, which is not really defense. But you're gonna ignore all that shit. It doesn't matter. So so Dima, if you want to respond when you get a chance in the queue, I'm just curious. Do you consider Metcalf? And I'm only addressing you because I think you're a little more reasonable. We already know everybody's on the fence. I already said I can't consider Austin's position, but it's really hard because it seems impossible to ignore all the shit that's wrong with his situation. But I want to ask you, is it possible? You got any kids here? What? It wouldn't matter, but I think we can all reason. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. I think human beings are equal. I think human beings are equal, and I think we can all reason certain things. And wherever we lack, see, that's the thing. That's racism right here. It's weird that, thinks everybody's equal. Thank you. So, and I hate to do it because I like fucking Fifi. She's been nice, but whatever. So the bottom line is that I think we can reason these things out, but I don't think to her point that she just brought it up, I don't supposed to consider the white dude. Austin Metcalf, I don't mean to keep calling white dude. I'm supposed to consider him black. What about the white dude? Did y'all kick somebody? Yes, kick. Yes. So actually kind of like this now. Thanks, knowledge. Yes. I got a gun. I got my partner in crime. All right, so the bottom line is, y'all keep going off to stuff on that shit. The bottom line is, I don't supposed to consider the white male Austin Metcalf because I'm black. And the only logic I should have is that black people are victims of white people. And anytime there's a conflict, I should lean on my race and gender or some stupid shit like that. And this is why I think a lot of us are morally fucking bankrupt. Because we don't have an idea of what's right and wrong, what's good and bad. It's just my identity first and everything else. And I think that's fucking retarded. I think that's incredibly stupid. I'm going to land on this because I think it's supposed to speak the most volumes. I had a friend ask me why do I care about these issues so much? Why do I try to be objective, which is weird as fuck, to even ask somebody? But I told him, I said, hey, if we're going to just turn around and do what white people did, why would they stop? If we didn't like racism when it was used against us, why would we be okay with racism being used for us? Is it wrong? Like, if they used to rape us, is it okay for us to rape them? He's like, well, I mean, you got to think about it. I said, so you'd be okay being a fucking rapist? You'd be okay with being a rapist? That's what you're telling me. So fuck all the bullshit about the history and the color and all that shit. Was he fucking wrong? Can he make sense of his actions? Can he make sense of his actions? I don't think many of you can. I think you guys are trying your best to ignore all the things involved in this case because you cannot see past your own fucking bias.
Thank God it happened.
It's so gross.
It's Ox turn. Go ahead and put that slogan out there. Say the PSA.
That's what you have, powder milk. Next in the queue. Alright, so next in the queue is going to be Ock. Any interruptions as of now, you will get moved on. Oh my God.
Yeah. Free. I was going to cuss you out right now, right? But I'm going to take it a little easier because I like what you said, the last statement you said, because I truly believe in that, right? I believe that, you know, if we bitch so much about the things that was wrongly done in the past, why recreate it? You get what I'm saying? I think a lot of chances we get, we do recreate that fucking degeneracy that was done in the past. So I'm with you on that last part of your statement. But before that, I think that because you believe what you just said, because I believe what you just said too, but it's gonna make us react differently. You overcompensate, right? You overcompensate. You find the fucking fault in the black man too much because you're trying to, because you found out that some people are displaying racist ways with dark skin, right? So you're all here overcompensating, like, oh, I found this out, so I'm gonna make sure that we hold black people accountable and da. But you doing too much. You feel me? Now you fucking on the side of the you on the side of the you're on the wrong side, bro. Too many times. When it comes to the fucking Central Park 5, when it comes to fucking George Floyd, when it comes to this, you're on the wrong side, because look what you're saying, right? You like, oh, we automatically think, oh, we look at the good in the black guy, we look at the bad in the white dude. That don't make no fucking sense. When we're looking at a situation, we're looking at what's happened. First of all, we think you got a brain, right? That you've been in America, you know the history. That's first of all. So when you say, oh, why do we look at it like this? Because, motherfucker, you know your mother got raped in the past, you're going to treat her a certain way in the future. You get what I'm saying? So if you know history, when you look at a case, you're going to be like, well, this was the case in the past, so let's be mindful when looking at this. That's the first thing. You try to go in a situation and just delete history out of your fucking, out of what helps you weigh the options of what's right and wrong in a certain case, right? That's where you fucking up. That's one thing. Another thing is, George Floyd, you say, oh, he was this, he was that, Did he deserve to die? Right? That's the fucking question that you're not asking yourself. You're talking about, oh, he did something wrong. It's wrong to jaywalk. You feel what I'm saying? You will fucking hone in on the jaywalking, and the nigga's dead. You feel what I'm saying? That's your issue. You gotta fucking look inside yourself and fucking self-regulate, bro. Be your own judge. You feel what I'm saying? Because too many times you're on the wrong fucking side. Something gotta be wrong with you. You feel what I'm saying? But I like that shit you said last. One more thing. Nathan was talking about 50 Cent. 50 Cent baby mother had a fucking sex tape about Diddy, all this or whatever. Her name is Daphne Joy. Right? We had a big argument in here. He's saying that 50 cares. 50 just released a video during an interview saying he don't give a dog shit about her. He ain't been intimate with her for 12 years. He don't care if she out back with a dog. So I wanted to state that in the video. And he said a bunch of things surrounding that supported that he don't give a fuck about her. He said it's some idiots out there that think I care because it's my son's mother, but boom, bam, beam, bam, boom. And he said he wished that she was in the documentary with Diddy because she would have been the only one that took part that wasn't a victim. And he went to describe there's women and then there's hoes. All the shit we were saying to him, so I wanted to make sure the fucker ain't gonna do shit.
nigga gonna swipe up and do the same shit he did yesterday. All right, so keep that in mind when you think you're gonna change a motherfucker life on this app.
Thank you. It was me, and I don't know if anybody else was into that. But I'll just highlight just a couple of things here. Like, you don't have to ignore history, aka you can know history, but still treat every circumstance or every situation like as its own situation, so that you can objectively like evaluate it for what it is, right? You brought up George Floyd. The question is, are you familiar with like how he swallowed all these pills and he had about 11 times the amount of fatal like fentanyl dosage like in his blood system? If you weren't, there you go. How about like 2 months prior to that, like being admitted in the hospital for overdosing? Like that's why like these things are relevant, right? So if people know that, and then they look at like how he passed, they're like, bro, that looks real similar to like an overdose. But the narrative is that we can't say what we are seeing. We can't be like, that looks like an overdose, because you're going against the broader narrative that is tied into this broader like historical thing, right? So then people look at you like when you think the other way. I think that Free is like on point, like when he wants to analyze all of the evidence, right? And like I think that that's the best thing to do. But I would say to Free, like when I'm speaking to Free about this specific case here, that there are physiological differences that are coming out in this trial that Austin Metcalf like outweighed this dude by 100 pounds. And then you got to start adding bodies around, Carmelo Anthony, right? And the question is, like, beyond a reasonable doubt, did he not perceive this as an imminent threat? And I think that's going to be, that's the struggle. Like, that's where the fight's going to be at. And the defense is going to say, hey, look at all these people that are over him. He's basically outnumbered, right? But then to kind of speak to the point about the 10, right? It's the only 10 up. Like, if you guys, like, the whole video that they're talking about, it's the only 10 up because it's early in the morning. Though.
It's not the only 10 up.
Oh my gosh. All right, look. So the video that they're showing the reports are is the only 10 up because everybody else hasn't got their 10 up yet. It's early in the morning. Okay. So they show him like in this gray suit. Everybody who's been talking about the tape so far is saying that you can't actually see anything. It's just a blob of people, and then there's this like expert that's breaking down the footage, the forensics person, right? He's breaking down the footage of like how he stabs, how everybody kind of moves, and then how he runs out of the stadium, right? And all I'm saying is that it's okay to have that conversation. But when Agent called this nigga Tyreek Nasheed a prophet, bro, I almost dropped my phone. I said, a prophet? Tyreek? When did that happen? This nigga got a ministry? That shit was freaking off. But anyways, like all these things aren't the same, AK, and if you're there. And I don't think anybody that is willing to just concede everything is the same could actually call themselves an intellectually curious person. I don't know who's next.
Samoa, check your back channel. Samoa, check your back channel, and then officially recant.
It's so
because
I mean the way it sounded over white men is so odd. You and Chickenhead over there love the white dick. Y'all love the white dick, and your pussies get moist for it.
What channel did I turn on?
We on 15th and Aurora.
Moist pussies for white men.
Please stop telling us your Google.
Pussy moisture. Wipe your pussies for work.
Alright, are we done? Cool. Samoa, I'm going to ask how you interpreted my submission, because I was directing it directly at Free, right? Based on a lot of his submissions on other topics, right? And I don't see him falling on the side of black people a lot of times, right? So let me just say this: if someone you loved of the female gender was something was done to her bad by another male, right? I would say she was, let's say, sexually abused or something to that effect, right? If anything happens forward, let's say she gets in trouble for CPS coming to her house, right? She has uninhabitable living quarters. I'm talking, right? She has uninhabitable living quarters, right? You're gonna take in effect her history. right? An account of her history, right? I'm connected to the Wi-Fi, so I'm pretty good. But you're gonna take into account the history. That's all I'm telling Free to do, right? When critiquing the climate of certain situations. He can't tell me that there's not asshole, racist, fucking white people that will go above and beyond to do fuck shit to people. He can't tell me that.
Okay, these black people that racist too?
I think so, yes.
Oh, since we're not in the queue, then I'll hop in here. You mind if I respond to that? Again, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. How you going to ask me?
I
think you should let Samoa do it and then you Free, because I did speak to Samoa.
Yeah, I just want to make sure this is clear. Like, you brought up a specific example that he was on the wrong side of, and this was the George Floyd case, right? I bring up 2 facts of the actual case with the history that's attached to his overdose, and you don't respond to any of it. Is there a reason why?
I'm responding to it now. Mainly, I didn't respond to it yet because what I said is what was important to me. But when the George Floyd thing, does he deserve to die? That's the first thing. Second, was the procedures with cops enacted proper, right? When I answer those 2 questions, I'm on the side of George Floyd. Yeah, I'm not saying that he's
let me give you 2 more questions.
Let me just finish real quick. I'm not saying he's a commendable, outstanding citizen, right? If the question was that, I would say no. But when it comes down to quality of life, deserves to continue, or if the cops follow procedure correctly to a T, right? No, they didn't.
So here goes 2 of the
so
questions.
So your 2 points don't matter to me.
These are the 2 questions that you should be asking.
Okay.
If a person massive amounts of drugs in their mouth and swallows it, and they overdose, do they deserve to die?
Is that an excuse when you leave he picks up and heads over to Aurora?
One question, and then Free can go. That's one question. So
yeah, what's up, bro?
Yeah, so the question is, if a person, on their own accord, puts a handful of pills in their mouth and swallows it, and they die of an overdose, do they deserve to die?
They didn't die.
Can I speak to Samoa, please?
Sorry,
just real quick, right? So somebody puts a bunch of pills, because I've seen this happen, right? Cops run down, you put a bunch of pills in your mouth, right? It's not necessarily that you're gonna overdose, you might get sick or whatever the case is. Cops leave, you can throw them back up, or you get locked up, they're gonna take you to the hospital, pump your stomach, right? That's usually how shit goes. Now, so yes, I'm saying you automatically down some pills don't mean you deserve to die. This is a tactic used to get away from cops sometimes, get our evidence. Hold on, sir.
Oh, come on, bro.
Oh, so you want me to do what you want me to do?
A person puts a handful of pills
in their
mouth.
What the white man does to him. That's what he got to say.
I would like to finish answering the way I want to answer.
Okay, the question is, if you
I know
die
the
from an
question,
overdose, right? If you die from an overdose, what you did was you started talking about.
Okay, so now you changed it to if you die from an overdose. Initially, you said to me,
hey, Free.
No, you see how you're not letting me finish? I just let you finish. Initially, you said, sir, initially, you said to me,
you can go ahead, bro.
Yo, don't play with me no more, Simone.
Damn, Jesus.
Don't play with me no more. Go ahead, Free.
That was the question.
I got something for you. I got something tucked right here for you, and you running. Before I pull it out, you running.
Brother, the question was clear. If you
yeah, I heard the question, and you're gonna tell me again, and then when I try to answer, you're gonna cut me short. Right? That's what I'm telling you. I'm about to fuck you up, right? Initially, you said that someone who takes down a lot of pills deserves to die. Then you changed it to someone who overdosed deserves to die. Which one you want me to answer?
So both of those are part of the question. If somebody puts
which one? They're not the same question. So which one do you want me to answer?
Well, there's only one.
Listen. Which one do you want me to answer? You want me to answer both?
Don't answer the nigga, yo. All right, listen. There's one question, okay? The one question is this.
One question.
If a person puts a handful of pills in their mouth and they overdose and die.
And they overdose. Okay, this is the third question.
All right.
Okay.
Hold on. And they overdose and die.
Yes.
If they deserve to die,
I got one for you.
I would say yes, yeah.
All right, thank you. Did you know that George Floyd put a handful of pills in his mouth and overdosed?
He did not. You're lying.
He did. Let me. Can I speak? Or nah, let me get there with the nigga. We dancing.
But I'm listening. Okay, go ahead.
Look, you threw a shot, made it, you think, and then walked off the court. The game not finished, nigga. Fuck wrong with you, right? The pill thing with Joseph, like I said, the pills are not overdose, right? As a tactic used, right? If when he was pills, right, cops didn't follow procedure when dealing with out shit, the certain force you use, they did not follow procedure. We went through this already in the past, me and you, right? They didn't follow procedure. So lifeguard and someone is drowning, do they deserve to die?
Yes.
What? You get what I'm saying? That's dumb.
I think
so it's
the word
go ahead.
deserve should be changed with, is it foreseeable for someone who took 20 fentanyl pills to
right,
die
but then
while he's resisting arrest?
Oleg, okay, is that reasonable to think that that person would die? Yes. Okay, I can understand that, but there's nuance there, right? And second, the question I'm asking it the way he posed it to me, because the nigga died, and they're saying that it's justified, so he deserved to die is the question. Now, if you want to suffice some more, you're gonna ask it the way Oleg did. Is it foreseeable that some die under the hands of the law after taking a bunch of pills? Because you're saying he overdosed, but there's a scientific or there's a medical fucking definition for overdosing. Did he meet that?
Right, can I ask you guys a question?
Did you know that there was 11 times the fentanyl level in it?
We got a little ISO right now. Yeah, it could be 11 times, 20 times, whatever, right? At the end of the day, if the nigga did not encounter the cops, it was a chance he's still alive, we got a problem. Well, if he didn't encounter the cops, then he would have still been alive now. We got a problem. If the autopsy says, no, I'm talking. If the autopsy, listen, you got an issue, and I can't deal with it for you, right? For the autopsy, nigga died from asphyxiation, you got a problem. The autopsy didn't say he died from fucking overdose, dude. You're inserting that. No. You're inserting that. Right? There's trained medical people who are telling you, no, you don't want it to be heard, I know.
Yeah, that shit is horrible, man. Come on, man. You're just talking to talk. We're just off.
Shit, they get kicked out.
We don't know what the outcome
Did he get kicked?
Sounds like he
It's all gonna die.
sounds like his phone died.
Yeah.
He didn't get kicked. It's not on the history.
Yeah, I was gonna respond to him, but it's open. Who's trying to get in there? Because I didn't want to respond while I'm there. And thank God Agent left. Yeah. Didn't make sure that.
Yeah, that shit was horrible. I mean, look, man.
Yeah, that's Huey's girl.
That a lot of
never checks her,
bro.
He doesn't check her. She has an ugly voice, and apparently she's hot.
Look.
Oh yeah, that's what like you said.
A lot of people like the outcome of these cases, so that's all they're gonna stand on. They don't want to.
Agent, you gotta check her.
Oh my God.
How's that my girl?
You were raving about her the other day.
She's a piece of shit.
Nigga, how was I raving about her the other day?
Oh, you were like, she's great, she's fucking hot, she's this.
That wasn't me. Because Redrum, you get touched when people tell lies about you. Why would you say?
I'm not lying. We were talking about the woman that triggers them. You were saying that I just want to make sure that.
Hold on, I've never even seen Agent. Mike's the one who said.
I just want to make sure that Holy. I just want to make sure that Holy is okay.
No, I'm not okay now. Maybe what the fuck was that? Not okay now. I don't know why a nigga would lie on me. What the fuck was that?
Go on.
So someone self-street branding in her.
Can't even hear you in the Matrix like that.
Yeah, let's say zebra.
That's just some weird ass fucking shit. When I actually said, if you remember, Simone, what I said, low key, the person who's got the cutest voice is Jazzy. Remember, that's all I said. Yeah. The fuck?
Well, I make sure that's all. That's pretty much that.
Yeah, Red Rum just had a birthday, so in his old age, he could make these types of mistakes. You know what I mean?
Happy birthday, Red Rum.
So I think with Yui comes the other great mind. With Samoa, Samoa.
Oh, hell no. I don't got You got roasted yesterday with your buddies. What the hell?
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. No. Oh wait, no, I was gonna say Yui. Yui had mentioned it.
Samoa was the great mind. Okay.
No, Yui had mentioned earlier why we do these people deserve to die. What we're looking at is what was the crime, if any, committed onto these people, right? Like the deserve to die, a subjective, just entirely egotistical, vain, just it's such a crazy, unquantifiable metric. How can anyone be true? Hold on. Well, I mean, maybe not for you, but for a Christian that believes that everybody, even someone who has overdosed or has taken a lethal amount or even a lot, nobody deserves to die, okay? I'm sorry that you feel otherwise. I don't feel criminals, but
no, like you're using a different meaning to that.
I don't think, this is
like assisted suicide. Does that person deserve to die?
Hold on. Wait, there is no deserve. Did he want to is the point.
Is he entitled to?
Did he want to? No. You said did he deserve? Entitled to, or if he wants, did he consent?
Listen to my question.
If he consented.
Listen to my question. If society, right, acknowledges that this person wants to do it, right? Society is saying, let him do the thing. He does to make his own decisions.
Oh, I see what you're saying, right? So then that's even worse because that's total who gives a fuck, right? Who gives a shit about what society thinks somebody should? No, all you're talking about is just basically the momentum of environmentalism. This action caused this, cause and effect. Yeah, we can say that this could be an effect, but you can't put a quantifiable. Hold on. Listen, sorry. Let me finish because I'm sorry that you were shut down. Yui had exposed this earlier. You don't, do they deserve to die? No, and especially not under the law. You are innocent until proven guilty. George Floyd didn't even commit a crime. The cashier accidentally thought that it was he died over nothing. He died over a mistake that some fucked up person made, okay? Now, this is the whole situation. Did he want to die? Simone, do you think George Floyd wanted to die?
I think when George...
I just want a yes or no, and then
nobody believes.
No. I'm gonna hold my mic for a second because I'm gonna talk, but I just want to know yes or no.
I want to double what you too.
Okay. Well, then I reclaim my time.
Well, you don't have a time.
Yes, I do. Because I was doing, so I wanted to get my shit off.
Let me answer the question.
No, I don't want to hear it.
It's for the audience. Right? Because I don't want you to misrepresent my position and attribute something that I don't actually hold, right? That's pretty dishonest. I'm saying that if he decided to conceal his relationship with his drug dealer by hiding all the drugs in his mouth and then swallowing them, then it kind of changes the whole scenario on how we kind of evaluate this, right?
No, it doesn't. Only you would, Samoa. Do you know why? Because, listen, it doesn't fucking matter. That is a circumstance that he had with his drug dealer. That's none of your fucking business. But people believe that it is for some odd reason. You feel that you should interfere with other people's lives. George Floyd wasn't hurting anybody. If he did take some drugs, right, that he doesn't, you don't think that that's a good thing. You don't think that he should be doing it, right? You think that he's committing some ultimate bigger crime into society. No, he's not. It's a consensual basis. He buys drugs, someone sells it to him, that's a transaction. If he decides to put him in his mouth, okay, that's a bad decision. Okay, that's a bad decision, sure, that's a bad decision. But he did it because he was under the threat of violent force coercion. He was scared. You heard him while he was in that fucking vehicle. I'm scared. Before he even came out, they were pushing him, pressing him. I'm scared. Last time I couldn't breathe. Dude, I'm scared. He was saying that shit. He was scared. Okay, and the worst part is he didn't fucking even commit no fucking crime. He didn't deserve to die. In any capacity. I don't give a shit. You're not going to tell me that somebody who takes drugs deserves to die. Fuck you. No, fuck you. Okay? Nobody deserves to die. Nobody
I'm going
deserves to
after
die.
someone.
People make bad decisions, and we all know that. We all know that we get depressive states. We all know that we have bad circumstances. We all know that we have lows and highs. That's the whole journey of life. What we have to assess is whether somebody else committed a circumstance or created a circumstance for which George Floyd met his maker long before his maker wanted him to. Okay? Long before it was up to him. This was up to somebody else. This was some police situation where they came over. You can't say deserve whether he deserved to die or not. That's a horrible take.
Last take enough on that.
Put trying to quantify some other person's life, innocent to proven guilty. I don't care. Listen, I listen to your track.
You don't care about anybody else on stage?
No, I do. I just don't want to hear Doug Masters.
Alright, so like, if this wasn't a vacuum and this is like one-off, I could be like, hey, Bima, I think you have a point here. People make mistakes. But because we actually have the body cam footage where you fucking did the same exact thing and got admitted to the hospital from overdosing in another police stop, swallowing all the fucking pills, you can say that this is a pattern of the guys. And finally, his body couldn't fucking take it. So if you just keep doing the same thing and you survive one overdose after another overdose and the third one catches you, I think like a fair person would say, if you keep doing the same fucking thing over and over, you can expect to get the exact same outcome, but you get a different one, and that's his consequence. So there you go.
Yeah, but that's different than saying that he deserves to die, right? Because in the other circle, we all have our addictions, we all have our problems. Okay, we don't look at people like that. That's not what police are supposed to do. Police are supposed to serve and protect. They could have gone to believe that if he had committed an actual crime, then yeah, detaining and physical force to detain him would have been justified. But this was just and he died for nothing. He didn't even do anything, and he's dead. And everybody's like, let the guy.
All right, I got some important, muy importante information for you. Okay, so while we're on this subject, right, I've always been interested in the equivocation or the equivalence, right? In his blood fentanyl content, right? And so I looked it up, and it was 11 nanograms /ml. Could be considered a fatal dose in some contexts, but it depends on your tolerance, right? However, when you look at people who take fentanyl for medical reasons like cancer, right? Start out like with patches, right? 25 micrograms patch, right? So take them for severe problems other than cancer, like severe back problems, right? That is just chronic pain that you can't get rid of, right? And they go up from there. 50 micrograms, right? Is for okay, so a person that takes 50, now listen to this, 50 micrograms patch is a patch that is a 3-day patch, right? And this 25 microgram is also a 3-day patch, right? And I was wondering, so this person with cancer that takes this, usually you're on hospice, right? Or you're taking this for some severe pain, right? How does that equal to what Mr. Floyd had in his system, right? In his blood, right? So it translates to, we're looking at patches, right? If you're using it for medical use, at one time, 8 to 9 50 microgram patches on your body at once. Did he want to die? I don't think so. I don't think anyone wants to die, right? And I don't think he did. However, I think he knew you are taking these high-level drugs for medical or as recreational use. So that's a hard. I still argue that 8 to 9 patches on this dude at once, right? I'm having a hard time believing that it didn't suppress his ability to breathe. But go ahead.
Knowledge, Monica, and then Nathan, please.
Oh, my sobrino. Go ahead. No. The point that I had is no longer relevant. Go ahead, Monica.
Alright. So I was fussed because I said, did Alton Metcalf deserve to die? And then we spent an hour talking about if George Floyd deserved to die. I don't think innocent people deserve to die. I think sometimes they die. The police autopsy report I saw said heart attack for George Floyd. And even though there might have been some contributing factors, like COVID, the drugs, the pressure on one side of his neck, it seems to me there was reasonable doubt and that Derek Chauvin should likely not be in jail. When you look at the crime scene photos for Austin Metcalf, there was more than one tent. I don't think Tamala got that right. I don't think it was deliberate. But there was testimony today that said the Centennial tent wasn't up, but there were other tents. The fact that that Carmelo was talking to a friend underneath the Memorial High School tent is valuable information. And it actually is good that it kind of lends to it not being premeditated. And that's good. We'll see. Thank you.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, sir. Just on seconds. I was trying to tell Samoa that don't jump on the bandwagon with that voice. Free said that just because someone uses word doesn't mean that you have to escalate with physical force. Therefore,
Free talking and Norm's talking, they have different threads than like what I'm talking about. Free talking and Norm's talking, they have different threads than like what I'm talking about, right? But just to point this out to like Monica, and this is a little weird for Monica, right? Or a typical like track meet or whatever this is, because it doesn't have the up-to-date information, right? So I say Centennial doesn't actually have a tent, so then she fought that one, right? Then I say specifically like to the video, the reporters that are in the courtroom, when describing what the video is, there's 5 different frames, right? And in the frame that they're talking about, where the forensic person is doing like his testimony, right? They're starting to highlight the gray sweater guy with calling Carmelo Anthony, right? And when he comes to the tent, it's the only tent there. There's no other tents that are around the area. What she did was mistakenly think that I'm saying that there was no other tent in the stadium, which is like totally weird. So I'm only offering an analysis from journalists that are in the courtroom. And I don't know what she's doing. But
Samoa, the picture I sent you with the, I don't remember that school team's name, but there was 2 tents next to the memorial that I sent you.
Totally fine.
What?
We're talking about the testimony of the video of the timeline. Maybe tents were erected like a little bit later or whenever the hell they took the damn picture. It doesn't go against anything that the reporters are reporting that they see in the video in the trial.
If there's a crime scene, they're not going to put up tents near the crime scene.
Monica. When the thing happens, right, it takes a while police and everybody are like being dispatched to the area to declare a crime.
I'm going to see what you see, because obviously I don't, and I'm missing something. So I'll look it up. Kamala. If I'm wrong, I stand a correction. I always do.
Well, Monica, I'm just pointing out that what we're getting here, we don't actually have access to. It's reporters that are in the courtroom that are reporting it to us whenever they have breaks. So when you get the Texas, I forget the name of the newspaper, like when they're like releasing like their reporter, that's all we can go off of. Like we see with all the information that we have, we don't know what's real or fake, right? So they're telling us, hey, this is what's actually
I remember when it happened, I watched the video footage. I watched the tarp that they used to cover the knife in the stands. And I saw more than one team's tent, Samoa. So I'm genuinely confused. I'm not being arbitrary or obstinate.
Have you seen the video that they're seeing?
I don't know. I need to see their video to see if it matches what I saw.
If I'm telling you right now that the reporters are saying that this is the first time that they've seen the video in the trial, then I'm probably like betting that we haven't seen it yet.
What video are you referring to? Are you talking about the one when he's on the tent?
There's like 5 frames, the way that they're describing, and I do remember now that I'm talking about it, that there were certain networks or certain like media sources that were able to view it. Yeah.
Who was allegedly showing this video in the courtroom?
The state
prosecution. Yeah.
The prosecution.
Yeah. So the Down Newsweek, and I got the link to it too. Like it seems like it. Yeah. But that's the thing about it, which I'm trying to get people to kind of make a sound defense for. Is like, no, it's a real knife. It was not no track tool or no shit like that. Actual knife. Yes, it's on a police report. Yeah, they found the knife the same day. Officer Schultz.
Knife.
No, actual knife, a black knife. It was a knife with a black handle. It's in the police report. Yeah, look at Officer Schultz. He recovered the knife. And they covered it with tarp because it started raining.
For some reason, like, look, I don't think that the guy should have been killed, but I can see why. I can see a justification. Just that's a big bully, and he found out, right? He fucking tried to pick on something smaller. He tried to get involved with something he didn't have to. He's not a cop. He ain't shit. I don't think of death, and I don't think the kid wanted him. I think he just wanted to fucking be like, fuck you, man. You're gonna fucking do this to me. And fucking ran away.
Nathan, you there?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a matter of embarrassment. He probably felt embarrassed or challenged.
Not really, not you. I can say he feels threatened.
Well, no, here's why he did that. So it seems like you're not familiar with it. It's like, hey, welcome back, AK motherfucker. I want to address you. Yeah, I can just speak. I can just speak. So, you're in the Matrix too, nigga. I'm going to do the Matrix. I got you. You're in the Matrix. So, psych. So, this is what happened. This is on page 4 of the police report. So, Metcalf at some point just asked him to leave the tent. We don't know how he did it. We don't know hostile or not, but he asked him to leave. So, he was under the tent, under, their tent, their team's tent, right? The idea is that he knew someone at some point in time. He spoke to them, that maybe he lingered around and then they told him to move, or maybe he was in the middle of talking to somebody and they told him to move. But it seems that they just told him to move without him actually interacting with someone at that particular one time. So, in between the back and forth, Anthony tells him to touch me, and Metcalf touches him. Now, presuming that wasn't enough for him to respond, so he said, punch me. After he said that, so the touch was there, then he says, punch me. And when he says punch me, Anthony started reaching around in his bag, which is searching for the knife. So while he's saying that, Metcalf just grabs him and tries to move him according to the post report, and then he takes the knife out and punches him in his heart.
Yeah, that guy. I remember that. And there was something in the police report that said...
You notice how he said he grabbed him and tried to move him. He didn't say the motherfucker shoved him or pushed him. He didn't put no negative. You know what I mean?
To me, look, the white guy walked up to him, and he tried to be the enforcer. And the the usual bully in life, so much to the point where this is my look. You can dispute it. This is my intuition. This is my intuition. This is my intuition, and I could be wrong, but I'm probably not. This fucking pig is used to being trying to fucking punk somebody, and guess what? This kid fucking was a fucking bitch, and he fucking swung back, right? I'm a human being. I don't feel the fucking confidence, the arrogance, the authority to walk up to a person remove. Are you kidding? Like, what kind of person does that? Especially to a smaller person. That's a bully. Those are indications of somebody that feels comfortable, that has got away with stuff like that before. And he's around his friends, so he has all that motivation. He has all that confidence, right? And he's gonna be the guy that I fucking got rid. You know what, bro? Sorry, man. Like, you fucking fuck with the wrong one this time, and the kid's probably gonna go to jail. But the other kid could have lived if he just fucking minded his own business, or if he fucking went and told somebody that actually had authority to do something. But he's just a weirdo. That's it. Fuck those kids, bro. I remember those kids.
Yeah, so
Fuck those kids. Fuck those kids. Fuck those kids. How nice. Fuck them. Fuck.
I would like to respond, Mike.
We need you guys.
I don't care. I don't feel bad.
All right, real quick.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a mini. Yo, who's disobeying? Okay. Now, real quick, we're gonna do a mini Q, okay? So we're gonna have. I'm gonna quickly say something. We're gonna have Free. Who wanted to go next?
Monica.
Okay, Free, Monica, Bima, one more person. Free, Monica, Bima, Ak, 90 seconds apiece. We're doing the Q and Q. Real quick, Mike. I just wanted to.
Can I go after everyone else? Because I know they're gonna come after me. So I want them.
It's gonna be popcorn after that. But like I just wanted to point your attention to something. If you read, I don't know if you're driving, but if you read Monica's PTR, that's like an alleged tweet from Austin, right? It's basically, I can read it to you. It says, "Faith that God got me, and my work will pay off." And like I think like the point of like these tweets that are surfacing are to show that he was a good Christian boy, Austin, the kid who got stabbed, right? Now, my theory is, if he was a Christian, he should have done the Christian thing and welcomed Carmelo into the tent and said, "How are you, my brother in Christ?" And did all of that shit. I don't think Jesus, from what you know of Jesus, I don't think Jesus would have kicked Carmelo off the tent or even tried to kick Carmelo.
Right up. I was after.
Wait, hold on. It's the Huey Q, so it's only 4 at a time, and then popcorn. 90 seconds apiece.
Wait. Let me get.
90 seconds each too.
All right, go ahead. And then what?
Add 30 seconds to a timer.
Thank you. So, we don't know what type of Christian is. He could have been a Calvinist.
A point of moderation. Okay? You know how the Q goes? It's nice and short. It shouldn't be too long. At the same time, though, anybody who cuts Free off, one of the speakers off, I'm going to have to send just to keep it clean. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. You guys know pretty fast. So we don't know what type of Christian he is. He could have been a Calvinist or these other type of Christians like West Baptist Church, where they don't take shit and they definitely will address you, especially if you're in the space. Especially these Hebrew Israelites on this app. They're very aggressive, so they will tell you straight the fuck up to not be on their property, and they consider themselves Christ-like. So again, I think we've been a little uncharitable to the idea of him being a Christian in general, let alone what type of Christian he is. Next point. I think, Mike, and I hope we're not doing this more than bad faith. I don't think it's too much to ask someone to remove themselves from your area. I think is the way you should do it, because of course you want to be courteous, but at the same time, just to do it in themselves is not a bad thing, especially coming from my demographic, which people hate that I talk about. We don't play that shit. Black people don't play shit. You don't even know if that person call you, so when they punch you in their space, we will tell you get the fuck off stuff, and we don't necessarily do it in a nice way. So the irony of this is that this boy can't particularly ask him anything, let alone in whatever capacity we want to interpret in the worst spirit, but I don't think it's too much for him to just address him and be courteous to ask him that. And like I said, let's say worst case scenario, he did do it in the bad spirit. I don't think, which I think we both agree on, that it's not warranted for him to respond with a knife. And I hope you take into consideration what I was saying. They searching around for his knife to stab him while he was talking to him, which is really fucked up. Lastly, to AK, this is, super brief. You said, thank you. You said that I don't dress, I guess I have this bias where I only dress black people, whatever. I think you guys pick shitty cases and then they smooth it back. I think your own bias takes smooth it back. You think I'm biased. You guys picked every fucking case that happened about black people being supposedly victims in some capacity, and then I have to look at the facts and address it. And since I know that you have your bias, it makes me seem like I'm biased, and that's not the case. There's plenty of cases we talk about. We were about to rise for the same thing. Justice was done all over the fuck. So y'all don't call it cases. Y'all call all of them. But they're finally just getting all of them because you guys are just with that. All right, thank you.
All right. So I have so much resentment for people who are not listening to all the evidence. Oh, you can't hear me?
No, I'm not.
Thanks. Let me raise my volume up a little bit. I sent you a child toy idea for Kitover. That's worth a lot of years. You can look at it. My time starts now. So we saw this with Sandman. We saw this with the Wustenberg. We saw this with City Bike Fair. We see people a little bit of information. He's a white boy. He's a bully. He tried to lynch that poor skinny black kid. He wasn't doing nothing. There's a lot of evidence that I'm learning that I didn't know about. So instead of pronouncing the victim, the dead guy that died in his brother's arms bleeding out, how about we check it? How about we make sure we write about this stuff? How about we don't have to have an opinion on every goddamn thing? How about we don't know and be comfortable in not knowing? And then instead of making stuff as personally, from what I've gathered, Alo was 13 or 14 when the family moved from Baton Rouge, Louisiana to Texas for a better life, away from the urban environment. And then there's photos online we should consider. But I actually hope that Carmelo is innocent. Be nice to think that people aren't targeting white boys for death. Wouldn't that be a treat? Thank you for the mic time.
Who was on me?
Bima and then AK.
Be master of yourself. Go ahead.
You call my whole government now.
Hold on. Bima, I've got a question for you. I've always been meaning to ask. Benz or Bentley?
Beamer, Benz, or Bentley.
No, it's hard one. I say Bentley.
She's not black enough for that one.
I don't know. Dang.
What about BMW?
So this is I agree with the
that's a big one.
Let's see. You know, we gotta get some evidence. There are definitely some things that are still going to make me change my mind. You know, there's definitely things that I can imagine that are gonna change these. I think there were 3. I had thought about them and I was like, there's 3 things, and if they come out, I think I can change my mind on Carmelo not being not guilty. But I have to also remind everybody that, and I want to know if this is true because I've only been able to gather this from evidence. Is it true that both Carmelo and Austin were captains of their football teams? Both of them. So you're talking about 2 captains of 2 rivalry schools, not just 2 players, but 2 football captains. I think we're not really looking into the psychology of that and understanding, and that could go 2 ways. That could go in Carmelo's favor, and that could go in Austin's favor. You know, I really, really want to know what the exchange was, and I'm really excited to know that Hunter's going to be able to give his side of what was said, but then Carmelo's also going to be able to give his side, so we can actually see what actually was said, what actually were they saying. I really hope he testifies. I don't know if he's going to, but I think that's huge.
Is it my go?
AK.
All right, thanks. So I just want to give you this on my opinion. So when it comes to the Metcalf shit, right? I feel like Metcalf didn't deserve to die in the way he did, right? I also, part of me is like, he fucked around and found out. Sorry to say, bothering Carmelo. But from face value, it looks like he told him to get out from underneath the tent. You could act like that's him being a nice guy. Free said you would have done the same thing. No. Like, it's raining, motherfuckers under the tent. As far as how many tents, it's according to what time of the event it was, how many people put up their tents. But all in all, proportional force, I'm for that, right? I'm going to tell my kid, somebody do something to you, try to react in a certain way, right? Don't just jump to the most deadly force, right? And I think that's everybody. I think, to me, it's really clear cut. It's two kids that lost their life in this case. What you said, who's that? What did you say? All right. I think that it's two kids that lost their life in a sense. Right? One lost their life for real. The other one is most likely going to be locked up. If not, he's going to be, in the eyes of the law, he's going to be a problem. Right? It's going to be attention, controversy surrounding him. Right? So we should look at it like one kid, a teenager, made a rash decision. In my eyes, I think he didn't mean to kill the kid, right? But his actions were stupid, and that's what it boils down to. Thank you.
Thanks, Nikki.
You fucking guys are all liars. Oh, let's wait for the evidence. Look, you've been exposed to something. You don't control your thoughts. You have a position. You can call it tentative, but you have a fucking position. You can't say look but don't look, look but don't look. The kid's guilty of something. Okay? If I was a juror, it'd be at least manslaughter because you can't fucking just kill people, right? So that's the thing. But I just don't feel bad for the guy that died. And I don't know why I feel that way. Because he seems like a fucking bully. He seems like somebody that let this be known to all the fucking pigs out there in the fucking world. You can't just walk up to people and think you're gonna get away with it. The kid's done it before. I bet my life on it. He's a fucking punk ass bitch that's used to being the fucking big kid, the big fat guy that wants to fucking fuck around with little kids, and he found out, bro. Unfortunately, the fucking kid overreacted, threw his fucking life away. Let's wait for the evidence. Shut the fuck up. Evidence my fucking nut. You have a position right now, okay? Can something change it? Yes. Guess what? It hasn't yet. As far as it is right now, someone died, right? And someone died because someone tried to be a fucking punk ass bitch bully. So all the bullies in the fucking world, be a fucking. It's all good.
No, that was so valuable. Appreciate that. Brilliant insight.
Yours is. Let's not. You're just sticking up.
I don't know shit. That's what you think. That's what you think. That I view the world through a racial lens. I view the world through a racial lens.
It's so weird.
Because you just said it. You mentioned it, Mike. You're just a predator, bullshit boy. What a reductive caveman you are. You fucking asshole. Of course. Fuck Charlie Kirk too. It's nothing new. I know you don't. You probably got beat up by a guy like him when you were a kid. You probably projected. That's right. Because zero conflict resolution skills is the way to navigate the world.
Hey, you know what? He died to teach his brother a fucking lesson. There it is. Fuck you. Yeah.
Alright, this is what I'm like. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. But I hope no one ever treats you like you treat other people, Mike.
The way I've been treated. I know these kind of people.
Because it sucks.
I remember these fucking kids in school.
You just said that I
was never fucking big in my life.
I know my logic and reason because of race. That's bullshit.
I know them. I know how they react. I fucking know them.
Why are you so
I know their kind. The fuck you talking about? I fucking know them. I hope. It's too late. It's already happened.
Is there anybody else?
Okay. No, the queue's done. Real quick, guys. Good conversation. It don't need to go this way. Opinion is opinion. We ain't got to take
these opinions fucking personally. And as far as I know, nobody in this room is related to the niggas. So, let's just, enjoy the intellectual part of this, not the emotional part of
That
this.
he didn't want to make an impression. That he didn't want to be thought of as a thug. That he didn't want to be a thug for street credit and potentials. That's fine.
Okay, hold on.
You're not hurting me, Mike. All I said was, I hope he didn't. That's fine. That's
Okay, real quick, guys. Can we just hear from some new voices?
Thanks for the room reset, Jerry. I appreciate it.
Real quick, KC, we haven't heard from KC. He's new to the space as well as new to the conversation. What's good, KC?
I be in here every now and then, you know what I'm saying? I be in here every now and then, but it's funny because I grew up both of them. I grew up with Monica and Seth. Like, one, you fucked around and you found out. But the other side, too, is like, you don't know Carmelo's story. At the end of the day, it's like, the fuck is his story gonna do anything? My man killed somebody because he tried to press him. And I understand, too, like, from a world perspective, I agree with, I forgot to spoke before, but you gotta teach your kids, like, you can't try to be that enforcer type unless you really, you shouldn't, because, like, you will get somebody out there that's gonna fucking press or do some crazy shit for no reason. Like, some people out there literally have nothing to live for, so they'll deadass just crash out, and you might just be the victim, and it might have just been literally just by fate, it was you. It might have been somebody else, but in this instance, it was you. So you can't try to press people and try to bully people and do certain things. And unfortunately, in this situation, this is where it ended up. It's been another, and I'm sure there's plenty of these situations out there. It's just this case in particular became a nationwide case. But how are you stabbing somebody?
Intent doesn't matter?
It's not that intent doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is, okay, I'll go this far. I'll bring it back, right? Because obviously intent matters. But why are you stabbing people?
Why? Listen, bro, why are niggas getting bullied? You know people kill themselves off of getting bullied. You know that.
Okay, we're gonna wrap up this part. If you don't ask, you never get. Okay, we're gonna wrap up this part of the thing, this discussion by saying this. How many people are there in the United States of America? 330 million. Oh, 330 million. Okay, so I'm gonna say that I have to amend my argument that 330 million people, that no one believed there could be a conviction in the Senate. I have to reduce that to only 299 million on that. But thank you, William. You're saying that nobody else thought that there might be a chance that the senators might fairly review the evidence. The people who introduced the articles of impeachment knew that they weren't going to get a conviction. That's the point.
Or else they would have followed the process all the way.
That's right. That's why
there wouldn't have been complaining in the media about how Republican officials were allowed to dodge subpoenas, because if they had a formal vote for impeachment inquiry, per the Justice Department, per people like Neil Gorsuch, it ups the seriousness of the subpoena. It allows Congress extra power. And they didn't take it seriously enough to take that vote and get the extra power.
That's exactly right. They weren't serious about it. William Neal, you're the only person in the United States of America who was serious about it. None of the people involved in the process were serious about it. We just saw the evidence of it presented by Marshall. None of them. They didn't believe that they were going to get a conviction. They were just trying to score political points and embarrass. You know, just like they tried to embarrass Clinton. For the blue stained dress. Okay, fine. So mission accomplished.
The number of independents.
I gotta get to you next. And you are next.
Thank you, William. Go ahead, Chuck. You're up.
Yeah, the number of independents has surged in the U.S. The number of people that are more disillusioned with our form of government, and that is a number that has increased year after year. So I think we do have to take a step back. If we had good leadership, which is something that El Normo was trying to state, like there would be good reasons to be defensive against Iran, and if we had good leadership, it would have been a justified statement that would have been shared, and they would have shepherded everyone in, and we would have all been like united, and we would have felt like, yes, this is definitely a justified position to be in. But that didn't happen. So we're kind of stuck with like really poor leadership, really manipulative leadership, if anything. And his health is, surging, but he's clearly like, he's overweight by any shape or character. That isn't something that
He is the healthiest president in the history of the United States. He's alive.
He's not too heavy. He doesn't drink too much Diet Coke.
Sorry, am I getting interrupted?
Sorry. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, if I'm going to get interrupted, maybe I should speak.
Okay, well, that's the answer you're going to take. Fine. Dr. Francine, followed by Old Raj. Dr. Francine.
I didn't realize my hand was up. I have nothing to say on this subject. And
not only did you not realize your hand was up, you didn't realize you were on the stage.
No, I had no idea that I was on the stage. And here's what I believe, since I am up here.
This is pretty funny. I like it.
You guys were yelling at each other so loudly that I could not understand what anybody was saying. And I guess my comment is, we aren't going to fix anything if we can't even talk to each other in a fairly decent tone of voice.
Okay, I'll help you with that. I apologize, and I'll help you with that. Marshall and I were correct, and William was wrong. That's all you need to know.
That's usually.
I mean, I'm just trying to codify it for you because you listen. But had you been able to hear what we were saying, you would say that Marshall and I were right and William was wrong, and then move on. So I'm just trying to make it easy for you.
Okay, so let me just add by saying that we have lots of things that are threatening us right now, and that they're not the only things are not oil reserves, gas prices, and midterms, but the whole idea of AI and what's happening to jobs and people and electric power connections is another huge issue. And if you want me to tell you whether Donald Trump will win in the midterms, I think the unfortunate thing is we are stuck with him. He's not on the ballot, so no one's going to get rid of him, and we're stuck with him. And you can see why I didn't raise my hand. I usually try to have something of substance.
That was fine. That was something. Let's do something. That's all right. Especially when you decided you agreed with Marshall and me. Those are words in your mouth, of course.
Marshall usually knows his stuff.
Marshall does, but I don't. I see what's going on here. Is there a mutiny?
Gary, you have been on laughing gas for the last 2 days.
I know, and you know what? I at least
enjoy, come along, and chuckle along with me, that's great. If you get frustrated like John did yesterday, well, that's your problem.
My this question is Christy Brinkley taller than you?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
So could that be why she married Billy Joel?
He's not taller than me. He's not. She towers over Billy.
So it wasn't height.
Could have been another measurement. It could have been another measurement. I don't know. I'm not saying. Could have been another measurement, but it was not height. All right. Thank you, Dr. Francie. It's a very serious conversation we're having here, ladies and gentlemen.
You have totally relieved me of my dignity.
No, it's my dignity we're talking about here, not yours.
See, I told you, you are on Laughing Gas, and you were on Laughing Gas yesterday, too. What's this deal? You find everything funny?
Not everything, but, I think that we're under so much stress in our lives that sometimes, this is what we do in the newsroom. We joke about things. I swear to God, if you walk into our newsroom, you would probably think that we are not serious about the job we're doing. Well, we aren't serious about the job we're doing, but we just make fun of everybody. We make fun of the Republicans, we make fun of the Democrats, and even more so, we make fun of one another.
Oh my gosh. Someone in the chat just wrote, I wish the world would end. Hurry up, God, and harvest your children.
Oh, listen, you can always leave the room. Listen, you can end this world by leaving the room. Don't worry about it. You always have an out from the world of the critical thinking forum. Don't worry about it. What? But say, you can leave the critical thinking forum. For sure.
Yeah, no, the room chat. It's on.
I don't know why it's not supposed to be on, but I can't seem to be able to control this environment like I did before. Maybe it's because I'm too busy wisecracking and I don't know how to set up a good one.
Pay attention, Gary.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Oh my God, you sound like my mother. Thank you.
Of course, I'm a Jewish mother.
There you go. Oh, Raj, you're up.
Thank you, guys. Good afternoon. Hey, Gary. Hey, Marshall. I came in late, so I don't know if I have the breadth of the whole topic, but yes, oil prices are low. Gas prices are definitely up. I'm going to make a prediction, not too eventful, but the Dems will control the House. It'll be a tie, or Republicans will hold on to the Senate, and I'm assuming there will be some new impeachment hearings that'll come up. I would like to see it specifically pertaining to the emoluments clause, which he breaks every day in the Constitution. And I'd say right now that's all I got, because I don't know the genesis of anything else y'all are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. We're going to Merrill, followed by Andrew.
I missed almost the entire show so far. I came in when you guys were talking about the difference between you and Billy Joel. So I think that's a little off topic, right?
Uptown girl. See, I got it.
Okay. Okay. What are gas oil prices? Okay, are those Democrats stay on the right message in the middle, meaning a little left or a little right, and do not go far left at all, don't go anywhere near the left, and just talk about the economy, and maybe don't even mention impeachment. I think that the Democrats have a chance at the House. I don't know, maybe the Senate.
It doesn't matter if she didn't lose her to me. It doesn't matter if she didn't lose her to me.
Just look at your head. You still have more hair than he does, okay?
That's true.
That's for you. Yeah, that's a big deal. Okay, so is that what you're talking about? Do we think that?
Yeah, that's of problems. And how is the president dealing with them? How is the world dealing with them? How are we all individually dealing with them?
Well, individually, I can't speak. I can only speak about myself and the people I talk to. And it's very interesting. I talked to one of my family members who says that she and her husband do not want to talk anymore to people that are like-minded, that are just like them, because it's depressing because you're all talking about the same thing, you're all agreeing, and you wind up going, oh gee, and maybe it's not to talk about, not maybe to see if there's somebody else that thinks differently, and maybe that gets you riled up. And I think that the Trump lovers are the Trump lovers. That's that. But I do think
the Trump
that
haters are the Trump haters, right? Yeah. The Trump haters are the Trump haters too.
But I don't think that everybody should just say haters. If we criticize them a lot, but can find something decent to say, that's not hating. I didn't give him an E yesterday. I wanted to, but I didn't.
Okay, tell me one good thing about Donald Trump.
One good thing about him. Well, I told you that I thought what he did with Bibi in June. I thought that was good. I thought that was a wake-up call. I thought that
the initial attack on Iran.
Right, and they didn't know. They couldn't know for certain how successful it would be because that's only been tested on computers and things like that. But it was excellent. It was executed perfectly, and I think that it woke people up. And I don't think that was bad. I think that was okay. I think it's a good decision that he made. I think that he did good to want to open up the border and to close the borders. I don't think he executed it, but I'm not angry with him about that. I'm angry about how he executed it. So I can say that. About him personally, I think that he is a narcissist. He has personality defects, and they're closing in on him, and he's having what, when I read about this, is like what they call a narcissistic breakdown or a fallout. You've got somebody who's unhappy, and I don't think that he can handle that. I don't think he can handle that at all, and he's trying to hang on in different ways. I think he said he wanted. Oh, he was rapping the CNN reporter. I thought that was disgusting. He's telling the CNN reporter she's full of crap, and she's ugly, and she doesn't smile. Oh, she's beautiful, but doesn't smile. And then starts talking all about how great he is. So that's somebody who's just not.
I think we all agree there's a personality defect there when he does these kinds of things. Even his greatest supporters would agree with you on that, I think.
The staying up all night and having no control. That's I said this the other day. We look at this and we think, oh my God, he's crazy. What we should be saying is, oh my God, he's telling us he's telling the truth. Now we know him. We know what this man thinks. Maybe that's not a bad thing after all, to know what he thinks. Instead of always going and saying, well, he probably didn't really mean that. Maybe he did. Maybe this is, in the middle of the night, this is what he thinks. And and that's it. So now we know him. We know everything there is to know about him, and it's pretty bad, that stuff. I just think it's pretty bad. And the cognitive tests, which, by the way, I hope that he doesn't mention Joe Biden anymore, because Joe Biden is dying, so I think that is, let's give him some respect here. But Trump is Trump. And I do believe if the Democrats keep it together, Joe, don't just listen to the old Democrats, Chuck Schumer guy. And I happen to be very interested in what Rahm Emanuel has to say, because he won't take crap from anybody, pardon me. And I think he can direct them to stay on message. I think he can. And he's not going to say bad things about Israel. He can't, he just won't. And so I think that he can be a good voice for the Democrats, not necessarily the candidate, but I do think that he'd be a good person to help keep them on message. Is Marshall still there? Does he agree?
Who was the candidate?
No, I'm saying not the candidate, but that I think that his message, not go all the way to the left, and that he's not going to, he's going to help them stay on message. He's going to remind them. It's the
the more the message is Trump's a Nazi and he's shitty, the more people are going to go like, okay, what else do you have to offer me? You've been saying that for 10 years, and he's still president, so what's the point, right? If they focus on the economy, at least special election results show that if they focus on affordability, they tend to win more elections than they lose. When they start arguing about ancillary issues like Trump being evil or, essentially anything. Essentially anything ancillary. No, I don't think they should either. Anything.
Think that you can get the young people that you were lost in New York, like the voters, like what you have in New York, you can get those young people. You don't have that $100,000 job that you wanted right out of college. So it is, I think that if they do this right, they'll get the young people back. I don't care whether we want to impeach them or not. You just don't run on that.
Thank you, Bill. We'll go to Andrew, followed by Pirate Berry.
Good afternoon, Gary. I do have some hockey news for you.
Excellent.
Excuse me. My city here in Kitchener won the Memorial Cup, first time since 2003. That's the junior championships between East and West, if you will. They beat Everett, Washington, actually, 6-2 Sunday night. So that was cool, and my city was quite happy and proud of the Kitchener Rangers. Anyway, to the point of the room, gas prices high. Food probably could be in jeopardy, perhaps. Other goods and services getting more expensive as we speak. So. This is long term. I don't think weeks is the word. I think it's months we're talking. Even if it were all to be reopened tomorrow, it would be months for this to filter back out of the calculation in the economy. But as far as the midterms are concerned, I don't have much faith in the American people at this point, in their decision-making process and critical thinking. And with regards to perhaps the fingers that are being inserted into the different states for the election in terms of gerrymandering, I think that bodes ill for the Democratic possibilities. It may backfire. Some have suggested that. I don't know. It'll be a wait-and-see thing. The thing that I think many people might be concerned about too is whether or not some of these ICE agents may be stationed at your booths, which could serve as very much
they claim that they're not going to do that, but who knows?
Well, who knows? And that's something that if you look at it broad, you wouldn't see in any of the purple democracies that I'm aware of. Maybe Hungary at one, I don't know. But and Poland perhaps during bad times. But these are concerning issues for sure. But I don't know that it matters much to the average person. I suppose, I think the problem is more systemic than that. I've always been of the view that when you put a politician in place, are they going to make my life better? It's not likely, and I think States it's exasperated to a large degree by the amount of money and special interest money that is involved in your politics. I think that skews the results. They may say one thing while they're on the stump, humping the stumps or whatever they call it. But
Well, and they give checks. They're not allowed to give suitcases full of money, but not at all.
It's
not. But if they write you an individual contribution check of $5,000, you can take that. I agree with you on the special interest in particular. However, you don't have to list your donors. So we don't know who's influencing American elections when super PACs did that. And I think, to your point, greatly distorting of the actual process.
It's distorting of the process, and it's distorting the result. So when that person is in office, or those people are in office, the decisions that they make, the laws that they pass or that they don't pass, are influenced by that. And I think that's where it really becomes evident and most destructive.
Thank you, Andrew. Pirate Fury, followed by Stephanie.
Thanks, Gary. How's my volume?
Loud and clear. How's mine?
Very good. I just wanted to say, number one, I'm a huge Gojo fan also. Number two, I got an alert on my phone that Trump accepted an invitation to Game 3 of the NBA Finals in New York.
So we will see him in public.
That should be entertaining. And speaking of entertaining, you mentioned Joe Biden pardoning Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden activated his Twitter, and I would definitely recommend you follow. You going and checking out some of his tweets. It's definitely worth the price of admission.
More comedy, thank you. By the way, yesterday in front of Madison Square Garden, while the Knicks were playing in San Antonio, there was, of course, this big watch party outside the Garden. And I don't know whether it really was officially a watch party or not, but there were a gazillion people out there cheering. And it was an exciting game and everything. But somebody came out with the dancing robots. And the robots dancing and dancing and dancing. And one of New York's finest walks up to the robot and slaps the cuffs on him. You're under arrest. It was hilarious. And he just did it, on a spur of the moment. So it was pretty funny to see. Don't worry, folks. No robots were harmed during the filming of the arrest. Stephanie, followed by Armin.
Hello. I am out watching my Netflix, and I accidentally pressed I don't know how I got up here, but I'm up here. So I'll just say, I don't think it's only about, it's not just oil, petroleum, it's the fertilizer, it's everything else that the petroleum feeds and creates aspects, etc. I think farmers in the United States and other parts of the world are living down here. And I think now the gas pump getting a bit low until end of summer.
Stephanie, you got some problems with your modulation there. It's very muffled and low.
Can you hear me now? Is this better? Okay, sorry. Okay, anyway, gas prices, I think, even if the war ends tomorrow, or the non-war, whatever they seem to call it, I don't think we'll see gas prices come down quickly at all. I agree with Andrew. And I was saying earlier that I think it's more about, it's not just about oil. I think it's about fertilizers and farmers and supply chain all along the line, everything that petroleum feeds. And midterms. Well, I'm in California. We're still waiting for the results of our vote. I understand we're going to get a big vote drop tomorrow night. So hopefully a lot of some of these elections will be finalized. I'm thinking we probably will take the midterms. I think there's a lot of flux. I mean, there was in the news today Trump is going to reopen 14 coal mines or something like that, an enormous amount of coal mines, and he's doing other bad environmental things, reversing, decades of U.S. progress in terms of environmental health, in terms of protecting the oceans, protecting our air, protecting our water. I mean, as far as I understand, the research has stopped on looking at plastics and PFAS in our water and all the studies on that to help us be healthier people. So I think besides that, and if the economy doesn't fix or get fixed, we are in for a flip on the midterms. I mean, one race in California in the Central Valley that I've been involved in against a many-term Republican congressperson. He was running in this primary against a progressive Dem and a conservative Dem. And so far, the incumbent Republican is first, but the progressive Dem is second. This is in the Central Valley, red Central Valley. The conservative Dem came in low, and she was endorsed by the DCCC, and other prominent Lefgren endorsed her, other prominent Republicans endorsed her, and conservative Democrats endorsed her, and she is coming in third. So I'm not thinking this is going to be, necessarily indication of progressive sweep or anything, but I do think it's an indication of if the Dems play it smart, they're going to take it. And I don't know if they have the discipline to play it smart, but I think if they do, they can take it. So, and I agree with whoever it was that listens to Rahm Emanuel. I listen to him too, and I think he's very right on most of the time. I think he wants to run for president, but I don't know if he can make it either.
I don't know. He certainly is right about focusing on kitchen table issue for Democrats.
Yeah.
Unless
motion is really driving your vote, and secondarily issues. So those two things have a kind of a complicated interplay.
Yes, ma'am.
And policy-wise, I don't know. I don't think he could probably swing it because of the emotional piece. But you can just look at the and then Steve, the Republican, he is easy too. He's easy to listen to. He's articulate. He's kind of easygoing. So emotionally, people resonate with him. But anyway, I think it's entertaining at the least. Not always fun to live it out, but
I agree
entertaining from the
argument. I agree with that. It's not always fun to be in the middle of assembly. Sometimes it's really competitive.
Yeah, that's painful. I mean, a lot of this stuff is really painful in real life. So, but I think that there's mounting bad things that are happening under the Trump administration. The list is getting longer and longer, and I think it's going to damage them in the midterms and probably next 2 years from now. Although I'm not going to make that assumption. I'm ready to keep fighting. Anyway.
Thank you, Stephanie. Maze, I think you're going to get the last word today, buddy.
Alrighty. I wanted to talk about the oil reserves. And I can talk from experience because I worked for 4 of the big oil companies in the U.S. in an IT department. And my ex-wife did all the accounting for Enron, Chevron, and many others. So I will say this, that technically we don't need oil. We have I'm talking about the U.S., right? The U.S. has massive oil reserves. The problem is that we've always taken the position of why use our own oil if we can just buy somebody else's and use theirs, right?
It's not just that, it's the kind of oil that comes out of the ground too. Some of the oil has to be refined to a greater degree, and so it's not super useful in the United States.
And of course, we buy from everyone, including Mexico, right? So when I see our oil prices go up, and it has a direct result or connected with the wars that we participate in, I see a reality where it's all about certain individuals, right, just making money at our expense, simply because somebody at the top, including Trump, don't think for a second that Trump is not getting a piece of the pie there. And I guess all presidents have to.
All companies are slipping the guy a check.
Yeah, absolutely. It's called lobbying.
What evidence do you have for that?
It's called lobbying. I
Okay,
tell you,
that's not bribery. That's covered.
That doesn't mean bribery.
My point is, Exxon is not sending Donald Trump a check personally. They pay taxes to the U.S. government, but they're not sending checks to Donald Trump.
The only way that his argument would hold water and the oil prices, and they're getting advance notice of it and investing or de-investing based on that, but that would be speculative.
What's the word I'm looking for? We can't be ignorant to the fact that, or pretend that stuff like that does not go on. And I think
that may be stuff like that stuff like that may go on, but you made a direct accusation, and if you make the accusation, it's incumbent upon you to back it up with facts. And I'm giving you a third time to come up with some facts.
I don't have any facts at this moment.
Then why would you say stuff like that? You do this a lot. I don't understand.
Just because I don't have the fact in front of me.
Yes, it means it's not true. That's exactly what it means. It means you're giving your opinion about it, and your opinion, while you're allowed to have it, is only valuable when matched with fact, when you make declaratory statements about the way politics work. Like, you need to have facts for this stuff, bro. You can't just open your mouth and say that kind of stuff and expect people like me and Gary not to ask you where you got the information. And then when you say, I don't have the information, it's incumbent upon us then to say, okay, well, that's just your opinion, man.
Yeah.
No, freedom of speech is about the government limiting your speech, not my opinion of your speech.
I don't believe that. I'm going to disagree. Let's agree.
Well, read the First Amendment. The First Amendment says the government shall make no rule abridging speech. It doesn't say that in private conversations, I can't ask you to be factual.
That Gary doesn't have the right to kick him off the stage. Go sue me for kicking you off the stage. I'd like to see you win on that one. Marcia makes a good point, and it's important that people recognize this. You do have a tendency to make declarative statements without information, and then you claim, well, it's true, I just don't have the information in front of me. But then on the occasions where you have been fact-checked, such as the president of Mexico's position on nuclear weapons, you have been proven wrong. So all we're asking is that when we invite you to the stage, which we will continue to do, you're a good contributor, that you do a motion that you just made against the president, at which point we're going to say, oh my, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Folks, we are Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Right, so that's why it's a good bet, and that's why I take the bet.
Listen, I'm confident in white people listen.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, Matt is confident that America is fucked, or at least Texas. Because what the hell? He just need one little piece of stuff and he wins.
All I
How many counts he got?
Haven't figured that out.
I don't even know. I know that it is.
Y'all making bets that y'all don't know how many counts this nigga got.
No, we're making a bet on the verdict.
Right, I get you. But you remember when we did the verdict, Henderson and the verdict for Diddy, right? We parsed it out to like what counts and who was more right.
All right. So the bets on the indictment right now, right?
On the murder. You want to do it on the murder? Yeah, let's do it on the murder.
Well, yeah, that's what we're being charged with.
It's only now.
So it's one count first thing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna be fancy. Come on, I think
right. No. Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, but what I'm saying is like, if the is instructed to add like a lesser count, right? Let's say some sort of like an assault or whatever the hell they do. I don't know what the process is, but like let's say they do that, and then he's like, you know what? I'll just take the deal and I'm out of here. Like no time, no jail, no nothing, right?
Oh, he's not gonna get no more.
Alright, but technically, I mean, you just heard him accept that, so it doesn't matter. But technically, when you take a deal, it is a statement that said, like,
you're guilty.
Yeah.
No, right. Guilty of a lesser, not guilty of the.
Right. No, listen, I'm really. I don't think they're gonna offer. I don't think they're gonna offer him anything because they don't
bust down the charge all the time.
Sometimes
you should lead to that charge. They give you the lesser.
How busy? Standing black
what is it? The feminist thing.
For real, sure.
What does race have to do with it?
Really? Excuse me. Why can't race have something to do with it?
Well, what? Show us the evidence. Stop making a story.
Okay, I'm gonna go inside each of these teenagers' minds and pull it out. But no, like there's things. I get what you're saying. In the actual case, you're looking for him saying the N-word or the black kid, like white boy. That's evidence of race in the case, right?
Well, you need some evidence, or else there's no race. You can't just make it up.
You're looking for, right? No, what you're saying to me, you're saying to me that if I don't present to you evidence, right, then there's no possible way that race could have been a factor, and that's just not true, right?
Not true. No, that's not what I'm saying. So
okay.
The law is
if I don't give
black
you,
and white.
Let me just ask you, El Norma, I'm just entertaining you. If I don't give you any evidence, does that mean that no race was involved in the case, in the situation?
That means that there is
no just answer me yes or no, and then I will listen to you. Just for me.
Okay.
If I don't give you no evidence, does that mean that there's no race involved in the case or in the situation?
Under the law, 100%. You notice that Derek Chauvin was not accused of anything having to do with race. Did you notice that? You know why? Because there's no evidence that Derek Chauvin's murder had anything to do with race.
Okay, you know what we're talking about when we bring up race? We're talking about the system, right? You're talking about, hold on a second, let me get there. You're talking about the lawyers and the prosecutor bringing up race in the case. We're not saying that that's going to happen. We're critiquing the system and trying to make an educated guess about what the outcome will be based on the past and the present state of the system. When you hear us bring up race and you want us to stop doing that, it's fucking far-fetched.
I didn't say stop doing it. I just said
hold on. That's far-fetched for a room of niggas like us to do a case like
you're gonna have to learn.
What the
fuck relying on that?
It's a factor. What's going on? You're so scared of it that we can't even.
No, I'm not afraid of it.
You use anti-Semitism, bro.
Because I realized that he's so scared of race that he won't acknowledge it as a factor in a volatile case like this.
He's a dishonest cockroach. He's a dishonest cockroach.
You're making up another story.
Race is going to play a part in the scheme of this case, bro.
Maybe. Yeah. That's how that works. I mean,
Right. So,
Fucking idiot. What an idiot.
evidence, you just
What
bring it up.
you know what evidence means? You fucking idiot. What is it? Define it. Define it, you dummy. Define evidence, dummy.
Garbage.
Define evidence, you dummy.
Yeah.
You fucking nitwit. You fucking brain dead fucking
something, maggot.
weirdo.
So,
Define it. Define evidence. Define evidence.
Right.
Define evidence. Define it. Define it. Define it. Use your own words. Use your words, dum-dum. Evidence mean El Normo. What does evidence mean, El Normo? Dum-dum. Dum-dum. What does evidence mean? What evidence mean, El Normo? El Normo. El Normo. Oh, you don't answer the question. El Normo.
With that? Okay, so let's judicial system. Okay, show us where.
El Normo. What is define evidence?
So show us
define evidence.
Racism.
El Normo. You can't keep moving forward until you define evidence.
Left you in the dust.
Define evidence. Here, I'll read it for you, dum-dum. I'll read it for you.
Racism.
Hey, can we have some order and make arguments instead of insults? Can you address the arguments and not the ad hominems?
You've never been in a define evidence. Right. Define evidence. Define evidence. Do you want to help him out? Do you want to define evidence?
Where is AK?
Ben, do you want to define evidence? Do you have the definition, Ben?
Definition. Yes, it's in the dictionary. If you want
why don't you use it in your own words, El Normo? Are you too stupid to say what evidence is, El Normo?
Well, everybody.
Are you too stupid in your own words, El Normo? Articulate the concept of evidence, you stupid man.
Why?
Articulate the concept of evidence, you stupid.
Only got 3 syllables.
Articulate the concept of evidence, you stupid man. Go ahead. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
So I think
you're using terms that you don't know. Is that what's happening?
Of racism.
You're using it again. What is evidence? What is evidence, El Normo? El Normo, what's evidence?
In this case,
El Normo.
I challenge you.
El
Normo.
Normo.
The evidence of racism already.
El Normo, what's evidence?
Show us the evidence.
El Normo, what is evidence?
Why do you ask?
Because you don't know what it is.
Okay.
You keep saying that it doesn't exist, but I don't think you know what it is. Yes.
You know what it is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell us.
It is facts or information that would increase the probability of a proposition being true.
What?
You know of a proposition being true.
Great. So where's the evidence of racism in this case? Show us.
What do you think would be the evidence, you stupid man?
Okay, you're the one who made the claim.
Would the fact that there are different race involved, you dumb? Would that be evidence of race being a factor, you dummy?
Absolutely not.
Why not? Why is it not a factor? Why would race being involved not be a possible factor in race being the motivation?
Because racism implies bias, and you show no bias.
No, I didn't say racism, dumb. I said race. Race. Oh, so you're changing the goalposts. Is that it?
Not at all, no.
Is race a factor, you dummy?
Yes, you mad.
Okay. Is race a factor? He said yes. Thank you.
No,
we're done. Thank you.
Is
race a factor, yes or no? Cool. So you don't know what evidence is. That's why you keep saying that. What is evidence, El Normo? What is evidence, El Normo?
Both schools have both races.
What is evidence, El Normo? You obviously don't know what race evidence is, you fucking idiot. Thank you.
I think you've proven pretty decisive racism.
What is evidence? What is evidence? What is evidence?
Evidence is fact. You got any?
Race is not race, dumb.
Oh, so there's no race in this case. Good. We're making progress. Learn something.
2 different concepts, dumb. So is race a factor? Is race a factor? Is race a factor, you dummy?
In what way?
Is race a factor, yes or no?
How is race a factor?
Is race in people's decision making?
Show us.
Is it not?
What people?
In people who appeal to race, obviously.
Well, who's appealing to race in this case?
Human beings. Well, human beings appeal to it. Oh, you don't appeal to race?
Who in this case?
Do you appeal to race?
No.
Do you appeal to race?
No.
You're a liar. You're a fucking liar. You're a cockroach liar.
You're lost. Go do the walk of shame.
And if anybody thinks that race is a factor in this case, just bring the evidence and we'll look at it together. I rest my case.
Race will be a factor in the verdict of this case. People have no bias. There's not going to be any proof that the second matter that they would not understand why they made the decision they made. You will see that race is a factor. The fact that this kid is black and you kill a white kid is going way on these white people mind.
Well, let's say the kid was white. Let's say the kid was white. You think he'd be convicted of murder?
If both of them were white? Yeah, he would have had a better chance on that.
But would he be convicted of murder?
I don't think he would.
I think he would.
They said, oh, this was a mistake.
I think he would. No. Once you stick a knife in somebody's, that's open and shut, man. That's the end of that's game over. That's not ambiguous.
I think just saying that race is inherent. I mean, is the schools homogenous? Do they not have these races and ethnicities? I mean, the kid would have been around before, so to say that because of that, I think it's more so because they were maybe rivals and they escalated. Once again, back to second-grade kids, they don't have the wherewithal to know that there's consequences because we protected them from them. But to inherently say that race is involved, I don't know if you could say.
No, but hold on. Part of the reason why the entire jury that the argument was made that 97% of the population of that like county or town was white. So even if the school isn't necessarily homogenous, the question like how much exposure does the average white person have to a black person in their daily lives? But the second person would be if you're part of a minority of a town that's like where you're more likely to be on edge to some degree. So it could be argued that Carmelo probably felt a little bit on edge because he's a minority, right? Like I think these are fair questions to ask in terms of like how race would intersect with today's.
It's hard to take out the singular doesn't mean from being a racist, by the way.
I was gonna say it couldn't the inverse be true though, being a minority in an area where you are the minimum, like you have an expected air of entitlement. Oh well, nothing's gonna happen to me. Yeah, I mean, if you're saying one way, you have
absolutely not in this country. And I don't think there's a single country for the minorities, right? Is racist toward the majority. I don't think that bad. When it comes to this, I think that bad.
But even though Shipwreck, like even if I granted you that it could be the inverse could be true, that just shows that race would be a factor necessarily, right? Like race isn't something that we can afford to ignore when looking at the case. It's a good question to ask though, right? Like it could be the case that he was entitled because he was a minority and maybe he felt like some kind of protected status or privilege type thing. But I just don't necessarily. It doesn't make as much sense to me given the like context
that I could present as a study on how people make decisions and how race plays an influence more so than like dealing with intuition. And I'm not saying you're being dishonest. I don't know if you're.
Am I breaking up or is it not?
Which more is a scientific study or a combination of both?
My bad, girl, you were breaking up. I just heard scientific study or a combination of both, but I kind of get the gist of the question.
Girl,
I based this on.
You were talking, he was saying again that his grandmother is the only Persian one. I was like, where's Narcos?
So Daniel was telling me that the picture he has in his profile picture is his.
Oh no, I can't see that one.
He made death threats against me.
I've been taking a shower with that ankle bracelet you got there, Ian Ren.
The projection alert system has been activated.
Is that like, do you put soap around it and shit, dude? Like in the shower with that?
With what?
Nothing. He has a pretty little bracelet on his ankle.
Really?
Again, the projection alert system has been activated.
Brought back down to humanity. Just speak to this guy Aiden, and he'll make you feel like less.
Yeah, I know him for a long time.
I didn't ask you that, Abby.
I know.
But I'm just saying, I didn't ask you.
Okay, abuse me. Not abuse me.
No, I didn't want to abuse you. I'm just saying, I didn't ask you.
Abby, please, she's nice to talk.
She doesn't like me. I'm not gonna promote.
I never said that.
She never liked me.
I never said
liked
that.
me because I'm black.
I didn't know you were black.
Megatron is not black.
He's black from the waist down.
You were black now.
I want Abby in my face.
Are you black from the waist down or
Waist down, black.
No, I don't care about that shit.
Purple waist down.
Fuck, that's so disgusting.
Yo, look at those tents. Oh my god.
I'm seeing those really good. Which one? Oh, that's so good. Wow. I didn't know you can sing.
She's gone to heaven, so I got to be good. So I can see my baby.
No, maybe it's fashion in here. I'm joking.
It's
You could bring her
I
here.
swear she follows me. I don't pay her.
You could bring her in here, and I would be so nice to her, I promise.
No, I don't want her to be here.
Okay. Because you don't like me.
Because she's gonna do something and I'm gonna get the blame.
No, I would protect you.
Oh, it's okay though. I don't care, but yeah.
But I really like you.
Oh, I like you. I like you too.
I want you to sit in my face.
You went in on her hard jobs.
What year? What?
You went in on her so hard, something sobs.
In Fatima?
She went after Fatima, so.
No, it was not that bad.
I can't go in on somebody who's anorexic, you know.
I'm anorexic too.
I was told not to do that anymore, so I won't make fun of people who are anorexic. I mean, Fatima is anorexic. I won't make fun of her. I promise.
She probably doesn't care. She literally doesn't care.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I just don't think we should talk about food in front of her because it's probably really sensitive. And I feel like
maybe she'll get hungry and she'll eat more.
Oh, that's true. Maybe she'll eat and do you think she's bulimic? Like she'll eat and she'll just throw it out.
No, she's anorexic.
I'm totally just.
She doesn't eat at all.
I hate her. I don't like her.
Don't fucking rob a bank with this fucking chick.
Me?
With me?
Yeah, Abby. Don't ever fucking rob a bank with this chick.
Yeah.
She'll spend all her money and put you in jail to take yours.
She'd confess.
Yeah.
Abby, I feel like you would confess.
No shit.
I would confess.
You would take the money and then say sorry.
No, I would not. I would just give the money back to bank.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I swear. I found so much money on so many times I found money and I will just give it back to, or tell the neighbors like, hey, did you lose money?
Well, no, if it's your neighbor's money, yeah.
I mean, where else would I find money? I don't go somewhere else.
Isn't it crazy how much vacuuming can make a difference?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
100%.
I mean, we always vacuum every day.
You vacuum every day?
Yes.
That's wild.
So do I.
You do?
You have to when you if you have
Yes.
But we don't even have animals, you know?
Yeah, I don't have animals.
Yeah, well, I even more, like once in the morning, maybe once a day. You guys have too much time on your hands.
How many vacuum cleaners do you have?
I have 3 or something.
I have 3. I have 1 for every floor.
I have
We have 2.
But I don't have it's not carpet. Yeah, I have carpets, but I have carpet floors. Yeah.
I can't do carpets.
Yeah, it's horrible. You guys don't put baking soda on there and stuff?
No.
What?
Has to shine. It has to be super shiny all the time.
Yeah, but on it for a filter.
No matter.
I use, you know what I have, Metro? That is this little green thing. You know that machine that's super high suction?
Yeah.
So I love carpets. I also use it. I use it sometimes on the mattresses.
Oh yeah.
I like it. Sucks it out like so much. There's not much dirt where I live at all.
It's the dust mites that build up.
America has a certain kind of dust. You don't, especially where I live, because there's desert on one side and there's beach on the other side. It's a kind of light white dust.
Yo, I have two covers over my mattress.
Yeah,
the first one is from the bottom, coming up, and then the one on the top goes over the one on the bottom.
Oh, I see. Okay. Mm-hmm.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah. So both are waterproof, right?
No. Those are for my kid. Do the kids have a water? No, that's uncomfortable to sleep on.
No, they're not. You don't know the newer ones they're making.
What are you doing with your bed that you need a waterproof? What is? I don't even want to know.
Because it should be just very immaculate.
No,
it's not. It's not water. It's dust-proof, waterproof. This little whatever. What are those called? Bed mites. I've never seen bed mites, but it's has
dust mites. The dust mites. Yeah.
What are dust mites?
Oh my God! Look it up.
They're like little
microscopic mites.
They eat skin cells.
How
do they look?
They eat the flakes that come off your skin.
Oh my God! You're bloody kidding me? This can't be real.
Bro. Yes.
I mean, they are innocent, but like, you have to change your.
You have bugs, all things like that, every day, all day.
Oh my God! Where are they? Where are these?
They live on your skin. They live in your eyes. They live in your.
It's not real. It's not real.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh my God! I can't live.
Hello. Hello.
I can't do this anymore. I can't live.
Hello.
You'll be fine. You have lived so far, so.
Just take your skin off. It won't be an issue.
It's unbelievable. They can't be on.
Many of you.
They live in your eyelashes. They live in your eyelashes.
Many of you are already altruistic parasites.
Do you know what Ethan Moose looks like?
Yes.
No, I'm asking that. Remember Ethan, the one that was always talking in Andrew's room, the one obsessed with
Ethan, What about
I'm going to show you what he looks like. But he's on YouTube, so it's not like I'm doxing him or anything.
You know what he looks like. In fact, they had put in money to get him. I think he had.
Oh, is he the one? He's the one that was debating.
Yeah, the very.
Yes, the one that talks about the bride. Remember the bride one, the bride thing.
Yeah.
We're around for that.
That's why there is no dementia in Israel. If you're a Christian and still don't know that the reversal of memory loss is in the Bible, read the scripture. So it's kind of like clickbait age. I don't know. People, I think, are being justifiably really skeptical. So at the final apparition she had scheduled on the first visit, in 3 months, I'm going to make everyone believe. I'm going to perform a sign that will make everyone believe. So on October 13th, around midday, which is when the schedule is for all of these apparitions, at this location, which is the code button. But okay, so then we keep going, and basically, we have what happens in September, and now this is when we're starting to deal with crowds in the tens of thousands that are together. And so the apparitions play out as they had before.
Total creep mode.
Oh my God.
Wow, that's amazing. Did you see how many views he got? It's fucking amazing. He's at 100,000 views.
Yeah, that's not on his channel, bro.
3.4 thousand likes. I know, but it's still pretty impressive. Ethan Muse. But yeah, that's what he looks like.
Crazy.
I mean, honestly, with all the videos I have combined of Top Rabbits, I probably make up 10,000 views.
Well, anyways, I mean, you could take this 5-hour dialogue with him and just do a key extracts, and then you're like, wow, okay, great. We got the top 10 here, and then you're done with it. But Andrew will still keep coming for the rest of his life until Mark Benioff decides to shut down this Parasite app. Oh, I'm about to go enjoy my best life.
I need information. I don't need you complaining. I
need information from you. Yeah, stop projecting. I need information. I want to learn something.
Projection. You're wasting your time. I think you can confirm it if you were to be more aware of how you spend your time. But because I film all of my time, I'm well aware of how I spend my time.
Bro, you look at yourself. You have a TikTok where you're just fixing your face, looking into the camera, and you're doing absolutely nothing. Do you understand how, like, when I see you doing this, I'm like, he must be either peaking from his, what would I say, your controlled substance, your benzos. You're peaking on your benzos, and you want to share your peak moments of ecstasy when you're jittery and you feel like you have this tickling sensation that's going up your ass, and then what you're doing is you're recording for everybody to see. That's exactly what's going on. I've been there too, Ian. I've been there. I know what the tickling sensation feels like. It's just better with a man. I'm just letting you know. So that's all you're missing is a boyfriend in your life. You should be doing this with another man. No offense. Maybe a younger man. Because you're like the old one.
It would make a lot more sense if, like, there was a single viewer. Like, let's say there was two watching. Every time you go in, there's nobody's watching it for hours. That's the creepy part. I'm sorry. Why would you do a live stream video with no fucking viewers? It's a little bit weird. Sorry. Are you doing a performance for yourself? Are you archiving them for them to later be discovered? And maybe after your death, they'll find it and you'll be heralded. You know, it's a great comedic genius. But right now, we're just left to question your sanity as you sit there and perform for
The projection alert system has been activated.
Honestly, I don't have nothing to say to this guy if he didn't come in and just telling us this bullshit. He's just projecting. Like, there's no way. I don't want to complain about John. Like, John, do you, bro? Like, I jerk off the granny porn. I told him 1,000 times, listen, you should animate it. I jerk off the granny porn. I told him that's a million times, it's the animated fucking thing. And then, dude, there's times where it's funny, and you get some reactions out of people, and you should just fucking, like, just chop it up, dude, and fucking make, like, a cartoon out of it, dude, and sell it to, like, Cartoon Network. They'll probably take it just because, you know, fucking, it's Clown House, dude, you know what I mean? Yeah. No, I'm blowing, bro. To fucking 70, 80-year-old saggy fucking women online. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have my own. You know what I'm saying, John? I get it. It's cool. Not like I really do that. I'm just saying, you know, everyone has their thing. I could care less how you spend your time. But you need to come in here and tell us that you're spending so much better time than us, but you're on the same fucking app, recording yourself doing the same shit we're doing. Ringing bells, playing your harmonica, sitting there breathing, doing breathing techniques. I mean, give me a fucking break, John. Go, you know, at least do something. Fly a kite. Do me a favor. You know what would be talented? Open your fucking window and fly a kite from your fucking window while you're streaming. That's fucking talent. Like, give me something.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Megatron here. I do think it doesn't take much talent to plug in a cell phone and point it at yourself, you know, and just multiply that by like 10 and whatever, how many you have. But there is a liability for documenting yourself in this way, because eventually you're just going to forget that you're being
forget that you're now videoing yourself. And who knows what you could be engaging in. And you seem like the type that, wants to keep some of your behavior, behind closed doors, so to say. Because I can imagine that you have a drum, 55-gallon drum somewhere in that fucking creepy house of yours. Do you need to get help, John?
I just want to dedicate this song to all the losers on Clubhouse that won't shut the fuck up. Never had one lesson. Amen. 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 Ooh. Welcome back to Barth's miserable existence here on Clubhouse. We are live streaming from the bunker, listening to Barth and Narges and Zabu and Nero and Regal do their thing, which is patterning. Let's start the show. Take it away, Daniel. Projection alert system has been activated. The projection alert system has been activated. See, the craziest thing is, it's like we're investing all this money in these data centers, and the whole world is pretty much video at this point. So I'm actually just ahead of the curve. You guys are still using a fucking retard app. You should be on other platforms, but you're not. And extract the spice from your meager existences.
They're watching too many movies over there.
Oh my God. I gotta see this. Can you see what he's looking at?
It's like he can only approve the tip because there's nothing for him. So he's just using his thumb and his index. It's disgusting.
Oh no. Let me see if I can find that.
John.
Oh, master.
You don't like my little pan flute? Your projection alert system has been activated. Your projection alert system has been activated. Welcome back to Barth's Clubhouse pattern known as, let's get a fucking Muslim up here and talk to him. And then that's the show. It's like George and Jerry at NBC, and they're like, what's the show about? He's like, it's a show about nothing. And he's like, a show about nothing? He goes, Jerry, don't tell him everything. tried to do that. It's very difficult. It's just.
I think it talks. You got to be creative to do it, though. You have to apply yourself and put the effort in. You know.
It's tough. It's very tough. Very, very
I
tough.
understand that.
When, see, the thing is, when you guys say to me, hey, check out this video I made, and I click the link, I'll say, oh, awesome, you're creative now. But if you just create things to throw it in a mop bucket and then flush it down the toilet, which is what Clown House is, honestly, you're semi-retarded. And the truth is, you're never going to make any money doing this.
Like the fucking Cheech and Chong audio record tracks, or
at least they made money.
The Jerky Boys.
Yeah, they made money.
Dude, and then you have like the whole fucking, prank fucking thing going on with the fucking the mic thing, and everybody's doing this sport debate shit on TikTok and fucking YouTube and everything else, and it's oversaturated now that it's boring. But it would actually be a breath of fresh air to see something that you could splice together creatively. And have some sort of a representative, whatever the case may be, to put the face to the voice to, and have it a little animated and wacky.
Yeah.
And you can even put yourself in there too, and it would be cool, dude. You know what I mean? Like that's an angle somebody didn't go with yet. If you get what I'm saying. But
well, I know people can't do
in the patience to fucking sit there and edit it yourself, or
I don't know.
Have the creativity for
projection alert detection system has been activated. So what I'm trying to say is that when you have an inflatable,
I don't really want to fucking do that, and I'm tired of Andrew and everybody else and whatever.
You're homeless, and they go, no, I'm good. And I'm like, well, your legs are puffy because yikes, that's called diabetes. And, the pus flowing out of the lower bottom part of your legs onto your second chair, yikes, that's indication of a health problem. What would it be like if you just had your own bathroom or your own bed to sleep on, a place to take a shower and sleep and maybe heal a little bit? That'd be nice, right? Instead of being homeless, sitting on a chair, projecting a tent, pus dripping out the bottom of your cankles. Hello?
Yeah, Regal, we're of one mind when it comes to like what John needs to do to improve. He needs an editor. He just needs someone to pick the good stuff. Because I don't think there are gems in there, but they're few and far between. So if you edit them into spend the time editing, and you animated it, I think it will be a sensation. Absolutely. But there's so much just garbage that he dumps out there. And it's no good.
You can't have the good without the bad. It's impossible. It's yin and yang, black and white.
Why don't you edit them so that it's where you can have a storyline or a story arc of different characters, and you're just dumping it out there, dude.
Yeah, it's just dumping.
Dumping.
What do you think of creating content for like Viacom or something, or news? Like, don't you understand that this is just a live stream in an office, listening to conversations? And I'm sitting here wondering, why am I listening to this? But then I also ask myself, why are these people talking about this for hours on a Tuesday at 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning? Don't they have anything better to do? I guess not.
Like too many Deadpool comics. What are you, the character in your own story here, and you're the only one allowed to break the fourth wall or something in John's world?
This will be hilarious. So he can do this thing where he can make himself go viral. So the whole concept is, man forgets that he's live streaming. And he just starts doing these absurd things like I think that would be a hit. You just completely forget that you're being recorded, and just do what you normally do. Well, that'll get people's attention. What do you think? What do you think, John?
Well, I've just refreshed my beverage, and I am getting very far in Ayn Rand's Virtue of Selfishness. We're on page 84. And it turns out that this book proves my theory about clown world and R-word syndrome. And until people on this app decide, you know what, I'm going to shut the fuck up and stop automatically talking all the time and responding in gibberish, basically. And maybe I'll try to read a book for 15 minutes a day on this app. Oh my God. I would come to your room and listen to you reading a book. I would come to your room and listen to you reading a book.
Because people can't think of it. It's like if you imagine being John, but not having medical benefits. It's like, I would be so nervous. Like I would be a nervous wreck on a daily basis, not being medicated if I was John. And he had medical insurance. I see why he went to get the medical insurance.
Okay, Barth. Here we go again.
Yeah.
Another exciting
I wonder if
episode.
anyone in his life knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I'm sitting at a desk with like 15 cell phones pointed at himself, broadcasting into the ether, but no one's listening.
Nobody.
I mean, unless this is just traveling. He has.
Nobody's listening.
Like
I'm cutting down all these trees and there's nobody here.
Strike a distant civilization that he'll be a success. I mean, that's about how low the probability is that he will be successful in whatever it is he's doing.
Hello?
But as far as his medication, yeah, if you were medicated, I think you would have a better chance. And I think this explains why he is as nervous as he is. I think this explains why he doesn't have that nervous as he is. He's just sinking. Bro, you're sinking. Now he's posting the live stream.
Projection alert system detected.
Let's look how he's doing.
Projection alert.
Alright, let's look at something. How do I copy this? Okay, good. How do I copy this? Alright, I'm gonna put his name in.
It's a doozy!
Degrees tomorrow. 90. Wow.
Let's talk about the weather, baby.
Yo, fuck that. That's gonna be terrible. Alright, this is the document that pretty much shows that John was involved in election fraud. And where there's smoke, there is certainly fire. There we go. Let's have a little read here. Board of Elections begins candidate removals. Congressman Darren LaHood will not have a primary challenge as Republican John Kitover was removed from the ballot. Kitover was found to have only 266 signatures. It was alleged the candidate committed widespread fraud, and the board even voted to forward the petitions to the Attorney General and State's Attorney. So, John, I think that maybe you should be spending your time in a better way than committing election fraud and just smearing shit on your reputationally. So reputationally, it's like literally smearing human shit on your face.
Oh boy, projection-like system.
And you were only able to get 266 fucking valid signatures. It's not good, John. Can someone invite John up? It's not letting me do it.
Yeah, I just want to say that Illinois.com is not a credible news website. The founder of that piece of shit website, his name is Finkston. He's a Republican operative working on behalf of the Darren LaHood campaign to besmirch my good name. I committed no fraud. There's been no investigation. There's been no arrest. There's been no charges other than a news blurb by a big fat turd with a huge herpes sore right in the middle of his lip. That is who published this. It's all a lie. The lawyer who represented Darren LaHood is a punk who wore a Bears hat to the trial. And on top of that, I accused Darren LaHood of committing fraud 1,000 times. He only accused me of it once in a third-party news source, so he's a classy guy. But why would he ruin his 10-year career in Congress by even mentioning my name? It just makes no sense. So this was just a way to besmirch me, defame me, because the truth is I actually got over 100 votes in the actual election. People hate my opponent, Darren LaHood. He has created $20 trillion in debt in 10 years. Because every year we create $2 trillion in debt. He's been there 10 years. That's over $20 trillion in debt. He lied to everybody about the COVID-19 vaccinations. He took millions of dollars from Pfizer, Big Pharma. He owns law firms throughout the country with his father. They're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And, it's just politics. And until you actually enter the fray and put your name on a ballot or a petition, you will have no idea what you are talking about, sir. It is a game. I committed no fraud. My soul is crystal clear as Jesus' heart. Amen.
Yeah, but John, when you type your name into Google, it's on there. So the bottom line is that people are going to get the wrong impression if this is a type of libel, and you could have it removed easily. So the question now remains: why aren't you having it removed?
Well, I requested Google remove it from the search results. They said no. I haven't contacted the publisher. He's reporting. No, you don't understand where the actual news source came from. It came from Darren LaHood's attorney, who gave a speech at the Election Commission, and he was quoting my website, quoting my YouTube. It's on video, and then he took that video clip of that lawyer defaming me and put it into a little paragraph on his website. That's it. And I don't care if some fucking fat pig who ain't gonna make it a couple more years because he's a disgusting fat pig. I don't care if his website's gonna go away. It's a know-nothing website. I'm not worried about my character, reputation online. I've done my work. I've played my games, and I am complete and I'm satisfied. I'm happy with what I've done. This has been a lot of work. You have no idea how much effort and time and money I've put into politics. It's been a great joy. It gets you very high shitting on the biggest pieces of shit. Because you think I like coming here and making fun of Megatron, who's got a wife and kids and no pension, no retirement. He's going to be indebted the rest of his life, probably croak out, never get to enjoy a good life of retirement. I'm just trying to say that at the end of the day, you always have to ask yourself, was it worth it? Was your experience doing what you're doing worth it? Hello?
Yeah, the only problem is that it very well may be the case that this is just a false claim. So the claim is that there was an allegation. It says you have 266 valid signatures. It was alleged the candidate committed widespread fraud. And the board even, now this is the allegation, even the board even voted to forward the petition to the Attorney General and State's Attorney. So that's a claim that can be proven or disproven by contacting the board.
You know what's so funny
See if that's
is
was a candidate committed widespread fraud, and the board even voted to forward their petitions. Okay, so the board did it.
Under the recommendation of Darren LaHood's lawyer.
John, the board decided to forward it.
I know. And here I am talking to you. I guess their forward to the Attorney General here in Illinois resulted in no merit, you know, because honestly, if there was intent or there was actual operations, it's not there, my friend. It didn't commit any election fraud. And the irony is the people who are accusing me of this, they just recently accused a governor candidate of the same bullshit. It's just politics, bro. They put this shit in the news to try to defame you, to prevent voters from flipping on the pre. This guy's got 100,000 clubhouse rooms live on YouTube. That's a lot of work. You know, oh my God, I really enjoy his work. He's a great artist. He puts out so much content. It's unbelievable. Magnanimous.
So is the objective to have the news now? Or is the objective just to create an archive of these conversations, unedited? I don't see the vision of it. I don't get what can you help me out, just understand a little bit more of your vision of it? So the idea is just having if you go to John's channel, you have on offer like hundreds of different conversations. Is that the idea? But they don't have, no one's viewing it. No one's viewing them, man. Is that problematic for you, or is that part of the... I presume you want people viewing it, John.
No, it's not problematic because I'm actually just doing what you're doing, but I'm just filming myself doing what I do. And my opponent, Darren LaHood, he's going up against a Democrat candidate. Now, I challenged both of their petitions. They audited my petitions. You saw that I had over 200 plus confirmed signatures, but they did not audit my opponent's signatures. And he only had 1,600 plus signatures. He wasn't expecting anybody to challenge him. And guess what they did? They rejected my challenge and did not audit his petitions. And guess why? Because he probably didn't have the required number of signatures, which is 1,550, to actually get on the ballot. He was that close. And so politics is dirty. And the people at the election board, they know people. They know the candidate. He's been there 10 years. They have favored candidates. They persecute and prosecute. There's no transparency. There's no equality underneath the law in these election courts. It's strictly lawyers and judges. And until you actually get into politics, you will not realize that the vote is rigged. Your average citizen cannot get on the ballot because lawyers and judges control who goes on. And really, our democracy or our representative republic, it's a joke. And you might be a part of that joke. Hello?
Hold on. We're not all doing what you're doing. We're not just sitting there watching video. Like, we're doing other things over here. You literally just sit there watching yourself. So you're claiming that you're doing what we're doing. No, like, I have a whole life. What are you talking about? I'm like cooking and working out. I'm doing my chores. I'm addressing emails. I'm not just sitting there fucking watching myself.
Great. Do you know anyone in here? Honestly. And also, John, so 266 of them were valid. How many did you submit? So that we can see how many of them were rejected. Did you submit at least 2,000? That means of the 2,000 submissions, only 266 were valid.
No, that's not true. You've never actually reviewed the audit. I have the audit paperwork. hundreds of signatures were determined to be out of district. This has to do with the redistricting in those towns. It's such a scam, my friend. Plus 250 confirmed signatures out of 1,600 is actually pretty good for a first run when they just automated.
You submitted 1,600 signatures.
Yeah, and I didn't actually get to contest their contestations. So listen, we've litigated this.
166 were considered valid. Really? And you don't think that that's suspicious?
My friend, 266 guaranteed confirmed voters voted for, signed for me. Hundreds more that lived across the street that were out of district were negated for being on my petition. The point of the matter is that I was audited. My opponent was not, despite my legal challenge. So there's a double standard. I'm exposing political corruption. Do you have any idea what the government is getting away with every single month, every single year? You don't care. You're just a fucking car insurance salesman who sits here and talks shit to Muslims all day. Who the fuck are you? I'm a public, politician. I'm a musician and a magician. Who the fuck are you? Hello?
I'm not putting myself out there like that. I'm not running for public office. There's a difference. I think that there should be some degree of scrutiny applied in this instance. Though there's 266 valid, you say that the remaining of that 1,600 total.
If you wanted to talk to the employee that I had generate the signatures, you could do that. Listen, courtroom Daniel, you've already litigated this a gazillion times against me. It's pathetic.
Please, I want to ask a specific question. How many? So you say that you submitted 1,600, 266 were valid. How many of them were not out of district? They were just fake signatures. They just weren't. There was no person attached to them.
Well, I didn't generate any of these signatures, so that question is a great question. But you'd actually have to look at the audit paperwork, because when they audit your petitions, what they do is they scan it in, they give you a PDF, and then there's a secondary sheet, which is what you're challenging specifically on that petition. So I have the audit sheet. It's like 300 pages long. Do you want to see it? And you can actually review what they put together in the audit. Is that how you want to take this? Is that how interested you are?
In the audit, how many signatures were fake?
It doesn't state that. You'd have to review the paperwork and actually see what was challenged.
Why did 1,400 were rejected?
Every single signature was individually scrutinized against the database.
They couldn't all be out of district. What were the other reasons why these signatures were rejected?
Well, you've never actually challenged a petition. You probably don't even sign petitions, so you wouldn't know. That's why you have to ask a subject matter expert like Politician John.
They pay college students to collect signatures. I know exactly what we do.
All right, well then great. I'm happy you know. Happy you know.
They pay people $5 a signature. They go to the arena and they pay people to collect signatures.
That's right. You've probably done it yourself, so you can get yourself a Subway sandwich in an afternoon. I'm very relaxed. This conversation is already a redundancy, and unfortunately, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm moving myself to the audience. I'm sick of this conversation with you. Have a great day.
These were valid, and then he claims the remaining 1,300 or 1,400 signatures were out of district, which I find that very difficult to believe. What kind of a blunder would you make that you're having people sign signatures for your congressional run that aren't in your fucking district? The whole point is that they're in the district. That's just a lie. So presumably, a good deal of these are fucking just fakes, fake signatures. And you're not even attached to anybody. And you can get in trouble for this shit, man. It's not just a joke. And that's the whole point I'm trying to make to you. It's yucks on here. You can have fun. But what you did was something that you crossed. You weren't using proper judgment. You crossed a line that you shouldn't have done. Being a lunatic.
This is so funny.
And you being called out on this is going to prevent you from fucking doing it in the future. So you don't have something on your record like this. You did something stupid. And I want to make sure that you know that so you don't do it again. It's not just a joke, dude. What you did wasn't just a joke anymore. Like, you fucked up. And I've notarized the forms. I've even notarized professional applications. So what they do is they'll pay people, homeless people, they'll go to low. Someone that has a job is obviously not going to be going around collecting signatures. So a typical petition will have like 10 or 15 signatures on it. Those are just one at a time. And they pay these people, I think it's $5 for each signature that they get. And of course, these people go in because they want the money and don't want to do the work of getting signatures. They just write in there big names and shit. You can even see it. That the signature is the same handwriting on the same petition. And there's a lot of money involved in this, and that's why when John was fucking around in there, that's why they actually took action against him. Because it cost them a ton of money to get these signatures. Let me see if I can find it. See if we can find any contact. Illinois State Board of Elections.
Still going at it.
I'm just in here testing club deck. Whatever. Oh, that's it.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, but he's just testing on I club deck.
I've never used it. I should try it.
You would have a lot better feed, like, it would definitely work better for what you try to do.
Do you like it, Joe?
I mean, I don't know. Like his character.
Do you?
Isn't it crazy though that it's not a Clubhouse product? It's like, what?
That is weird.
Y'all don't hear anything.
No, I just hear your voice. Are you playing something? If you're playing something, I can't hear it.
Yeah, I'm playing off YouTube. I wonder I gotta figure out how they get the YouTube clips.
Well, how did you play before? What was playing? Oh, that was just on the soundboard.
Yeah, they just have those already built in.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a lot of features. Admin, you've used Club Deck before, right?
No.
Really?
Nope. I just get a new burner phone when I need one.
Oh. Gosh, I only used it like a few times for my laptop.
Let me ask AI.
What should be the room title tonight? Is Carmelo Anthony a murderer, or is he innocent of self-defense by sticking a knife in somebody's chest? Hello?
Did you get a new job, or are you still looking for a job, man?
Yeah.
Why don't you just come on Clubhouse and do tarot cards or psychic readings? Or...
Yeah, people, do you know how much money people make on TikTok?
I mean, on all platforms. Like, you could be a fucking Facebook publisher. There's just people out there that are really good with aggregating content.
Yeah.
But there's so much competition. I mean, the thing is, like, if you're not... I mean, if you want to get into the mortgage industry or financial services, like, fuck, like, you should have an Instagram about it at least, you know, to show you're interested in it, because there's industry news, there's, like, state organizations, like, there's, in Illinois, there's the Illinois State Bankers Association, and they have a periodical, you know, so it's like, you should be creating content about your industry.
Like John Bimping.
Basically, I mean, I hate that guy, but I mean, I don't hate him. I'm just saying, like, you know, at least he's fucking creating content about, you know, what he does. He has a license. He puts his NLMS whatever number in his bullshit, so he can actually get you a mortgage.
Yeah, he wanted me to sign up for one of his classes.
Oh God.
And then when you are, yeah, it's $10,000. And then
my God.
when you're done, you get like all these leads and stuff like that.
Yeah, right. It's very difficult business, but you know, it is a business.
Yeah, for sure.
Why don't you just like look for a state, you know, or federal job, or I mean, how's your career search going? Are you experimenting, or are you just like specific?
No, I'm like, I essentially have like gotten to the point where, I've been applying for like everything now because I'm not like too good for any job now. Like I need income.
Do you have a casino by your house?
What?
Is
like
there
30 minutes?
Well, that's doable. Why don't you look at their website and look at a dealer position? You could deal blackjack, be a cocktail waitress, or just deal cards. I mean,
I've applied to waitress there like many times at like all three of the casinos, and I never got a call, and I had experience. Like I did bartend for like 10 years. And then,
follow them because they post the days when they do interviews, and then I'm moving. I'm in the process. I am not coming back, but I thank you for the offer. You know, it was a federal position, which is like they're never, unless there's a riff, you know, it's not going away, or you can come back. But those federal positions are like gravy because those positions just never end.
Right. My friend works for the postal service. Like she is the one that delivers mail and stuff.
Yeah, my mom did it 30 years. It's hard work. That's what I say. If you were smart, you could find a way on your cell phone and do it in your PJs at home. But you got to offer real value, you know.
I literally just applied to go on the district, like the district of work with my daughter's like school district, to see if there's any job openings, and I just applied to be a bus driver. You have to get your chauffeur's license. I'm like, anything. But yeah, the postal office, I should look into that. That's a good idea.
What about a realtor? Do you have a realtor's office near you?
Yeah.
That's definitely a thing you could do because basically it's just admin work and showings. You don't have to know shit. It's just open this door, process this paperwork. Congrats. You just processed the transaction and here's your commission. There's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. You could pass that realtor's exam. It's written for children.
I know, I'm like, that exam I heard is really, really hard. And
It
I've
is
worked
not.
in that industry for so long.
It's not hard. You will pass it. You will pass it. It is not that hard. Just trust me. The questions are like common sense questions. You can pass that test. But that's if you want to work in a realtor's office, you know. Your love life and your job is like geographic proximity. So look in your immediate area and look, maybe you could, there's just so many options, but anyways, good luck. Don't retire before you start working.
I appreciate that.
And I got to restart my computer from what I just installed.
Okay.
So then I'll come back and test again. But I'll get this set up. So give me just a minute. I got to end this here.
Okay.
Good evening, Dr. Heronstone.
Heron will do.
Is it Heron or Heron?
Are we going to start playing games?
Well, I got one question for you, and only one question.
Okay, let's hear it.
Is your title a projection?
Well, of course, we've all been like, I'm in rehab. We're all brain damaged language monkeys. The only question is whether you're in rehab or not.
Well, there's that saying, those who know do not know, those who say do not know, those who know do not say. So it's like everything is a projection. All communication is projection, but if you're aware of it, that's the spice. So when people are projecting, I like to say the projection alert detection system has been activated. The projection alert detection system has been, and hopefully they see that they're projecting on you. But many times they do not.
Almost never. Can you recall one instance when it ever worked?
Yeah, I mean, I guess with myself, but not with other people.
Yeah, it does work with yourself. It works great with yourself.
It's just so obvious, though. I mean, that's why Alan Watts and other books, they say a sage never criticizes anyone, because if a sage is going around pretending to be a sage and he starts ad hominem other people and criticizing people, well, that just won't work. You can't be a sage.
It's not about criticizing people, but you sure as hell can criticize their behavior.
Yes and no. I mean, Ayn Rand and objective ethics would say, yes, make moral pronouncements, but a sage flying in the sky isn't going to bother criticizing this or that. That's the point.
Well, who cares about a sage flying in the sky?
Well, I mean, you know, Alan Watts and D.T. Suzuki, they say enlightenment is just like ordinary life, except 2 inches off the ground. And so, well, you got these retards that say they're doing yogic flying. And maybe they're right. Maybe they really are.
Well, the thing is,
Your own brain is fucked up onto other people, and you're unaware of that. Is that projection or my projection?
You know, I don't really care. You figure that out.
Well, it's not up to me to figure the world. We got little...
Because you're on that right now, that's it. So you brought me into your thing, so now a bunch of people are live right now listening to this.
On multiple platforms, on multiple accounts.
Would you imagine are actually listening?
Wait, let me total it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0? How many zeros till you get past the 0? Oh, we got one. We got one.
Listen, you and I are here. That's enough.
This is a joke, meaning that, like, you know, this app, I think this app will shut down, personally, because
Of course it'll shut down. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, exactly. But I went to the town hall, and they had a town hall here 2 days ago, and the people running this app are just so clueless.
Listen, I don't want to even hear about it. I know that. I've been here for, I don't know, 5, 6 years, whatever. I've been around since the beginning. I don't want to hear about how lame they are. I know they are. I'm disconnected from that bullshit. I come here and start in my room, and that's my interaction.
Well, what's great is it really won't matter if the app shuts down, because there's just other replacements out there for what you're doing.
Well, I haven't found a better one yet, but
You're not using X Spaces?
I've heard about it, and I've gone there. I haven't seen exactly. This satisfies me for now. No, if I have to, that's certainly one place I'll check out.
What other thing I wanted to tell you was on Amazon I bought a memory foam meditation cushion, which is ergonomic memory foam. So it supports your legs and your sacral and all that. It supports it perfectly ergonomically with the memory foam. So that is exciting, you know, because the sleeping leg syndrome and the pain of sitting, you know, now you can ergonomically sit into memory foam and offer a much better experience.
You're talking about for meditation.
Yeah.
What posture do you use? I mean, are you sitting with a full lotus or half lotus? Yeah.
I know, but it's like a ritual practice of using a specific tool to, you know.
That's not in ages.
Well, I have found that the best meditation is just chanting books, like Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching or Bhagavad Gita or Dhammapada.
Yeah, the best for you. Yeah, what works for you. That's good. Yeah.
Well, what I don't think people are aware of is that, the concept of meditation is just focused attention. So when you chant a book, you have to focus your attention to do that. So it puts you in a very focused state of mind, unlike, these casual conversation state of minds. It's very unique. It's transcendental.
Your idea about meditation, that's completely different than my whole approach to meditation. And I don't know. You come here with all these statements that are so broad, and you're really talking about your own personal experience. You're not talking about the way the world is. You're talking about the way you like to do things, which is perfectly valid.
Yeah.
You put it out there like this is the way the world is.
Well, I'm just saying that I record myself doing it, so hopefully other people can also experience my joy and maybe imitate what I'm doing.
Doing what?
Reading books.
Well, yeah, good luck.
It's futile, but because I know on YouTube, have you ever seen what is it called, Audiovox, or what do you call it? Anyways, there's just YouTube channels that are dedicated to recording books that are are out of copyright. And LibriVox. Have you heard of LibriVox? It's a nonprofit.
Yeah. You can listen. There are plenty of recordings that you can get. Yeah, recordings of just about every book probably nowadays. It's trivial to use AI to generate it.
Yeah, that was one thing I was talking about yesterday. Is just photographing a page from a book and then doing photo to audio.
Yeah.
I haven't figured that
one
out.
That's all trivial these days. It's easy.
I did take a photo of a page from a book and said, create me a political flyer based off of this page. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's good for all sorts of shit like that. Yeah.
Anyways, I got a hot bubble bath percolating, and
bubble bath?
Yeah, bubble bath. A bubble bath. I was listening to Alan Watts yesterday, and God, he was saying something so remarkable and just so it seems like he's here right now, giving the analysis of the situation accurately back then. It's just remarkable. The guy was like next level intelligence. I would, have you ever used that app Meetup?
Good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
You probably find some interesting people, and you'll probably attract some people if you do that.
Yep.
That would be a good thing to do. Look it up. That's what it's for.
I actually wouldn't do a meetup. I would organize it, but make it a virtual event where people can come to the Zoom and listen to an advanced lecture.
Do it that way too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a friend of mine does that. I like meetups for actual meetups.
The creatives in your city, because if you can network with other web publishers and you're trying to optimize your business for keywords, networking with those webmasters to give you juice, in a reciprocal way would be beneficial for your business too.
Well, it's always good to know people who have skills that are invaluable.
But I was on eBay and I type in, like Alan Watts antique book, Alan Watts recordings, Alan Watts tapes. And so I just recently bought a lecture for $60, 4-tape part series. And that's kind of a cool artistic idea, is to like buy old kind of antique Enlightenment material like that. It's not really antique, but then just republishing it. Using AI, creating a new image of the book, of the tapes, and then republishing it. It's a lot of fun, and
yeah, and it's good if you can get out, if you find people to buy it and put it in their hands so they can read it or listen to it or whatever. Yeah, that would be great.
Well, I'm not trying to sell it because I don't think I would have that right. It's probably underneath the copyright of his son, but.
Well, Alan Watts stuff is, sure. Yeah. So then what can you do with it?
It's just for social media, what do they call that? Self-promotion.
Okay, well, whatever.
Yeah, it's like clout chasing, basically. You're trying to get likes and subscribers by republishing content. But anyways, it's all off of tapes. Like I'm going on eBay and I'm buying tape collections, like actual cassette tapes of classical music, classic rock, jazz, and then
and then you're doing what with these things? You're actually going out and buying this stuff?
Yeah, I'm buying it.
Garage or something?
No, just storing it in my house.
What do you intend to do with it?
To clone it, to rebrand it, to republish it.
But electronically, you're not going to actually sell the cassette. You're
Correct.
going to condense into MP3s or something, right?
Yeah, YouTube videos.
Well, okay. No, these are video cassettes, you mean, or what?
Audio cassette tapes.
Okay, yeah. So they're MP3s or whatever you want to make out of it. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the publishing business to try to make money, hopefully within the, terms of service and guidelines and not violate copyright law. Seconds. So you can monetize copyrighted material, but only up to 59 seconds.
Really? Okay, so 1 minute you can use anything. What if you have like different? Is that just for one clip? But what if you have 10 1-minute segments that they were published?
Yeah, it works. Anything over 60 seconds is a violation, and they automatically delete
If
it.
you have multiple things under 60 seconds, you can do that.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's good news. That's a challenge. What can you do with 1 minute of copyrighted material?
It's not a challenge because the average attention span is 0.03 seconds.
Well, nobody gives a shit about the average attention span. They're not worth talking to. Fuck them.
No, it's not about talking to them. It's really called, I have a book on film and picture theory. And so I've published over 100,000 videos on YouTube. And so the game is, how do I create content that the algorithm and thus users are hypnotized by and don't click away? And then the algorithm keeps showing it more and more because it's looking at the data and saying, okay, this is engaging content. So really it's just the theory of how to create engagement.
Well, I'm more interested in how to wake people up.
But it's the same.
That's helpful. That's for sure. It's just that most people don't have enough attention that it's worth getting it.
Well, like, Jordan Gruber on here, he owns enlightenment.com. There's nothing on that website. And why waste it? Like, read the Dhammapada by the Buddha and just publish that. Like, at least give people something.
Tell him that.
He's too busy talking about his lower back pain.
So write him a message.
I told him the other day, I was like, part of your problem is that you're talking too much. Going back to...
That went over real well.
Well, no, he agreed with me. I said the solution is to just read a book for 15 minutes on this stupid app and stop engaging with people. Because it's basically they're hypnotizing you. And then your emotional response system is being activated by the conversation. And it gives you more inflammation. You have to try to control your environment to control your body. And what you're listening to it actually has medical ramifications in your biological central nervous system. So, you are your own worst enemy if you are suffering with pain. But coming here and engaging in vigorous political debate with people that, you don't like talking about this shit. You like talking more about what's interesting or what's enlightening or anything to do with maybe those types of topics, so to speak, linguistics, language, communication. But this app is ideologically polarized, and it causes people, in my opinion, to be neurotic, psychotic.
They wouldn't subject themselves to this bullshit here if they weren't neurotic to begin with.
Yeah, but I think it just
Any
amplifies.
normal person would get in most of these rooms, and in 5 seconds they'd realize it's a madhouse. And they'd leave.
I will.
Staying in one of those rooms is either staying because they want to study the people there, or they're just as crazy as them.
So I'm wondering, what businesses have you found to be rewarding and not taxing on, activity?
I don't give a shit about business.
It's a business.
Transformation of the planet here. That's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in participating in the transformation of this planet.
Well, you might not call it business, but it is so. Look. I have this one book called There's a Chanting, and it's all in Sanskrit and in English, but it's talking about the guru being the highest form of enlightenment, and how the guru, abolishes and banishes this God and that, this and that, but it's trying to emphasize what a guru is. So I look at it as like a business in a way, because Ram Dass and Alan Watts, Eckhart Tolle, even Oprah, and so many other people, they're really espousing self-help and personal development material, which is all interesting and highly valuable. And in fact, it's far more valuable than 99% of the bullshit that people encounter in the media content space. So when you say it's not business, and I say it is a business because it's a publishing industry dedicated to waking people up. The question is, how do you go about, how do you get people to pay you to wake them up? It's marketing,
It's also, I think, the world is changing too. People are, it couldn't have been done at any other time in history. People are ready for this times now. Time for change.
Johns Hopkins conference in, I believe it was 73 or 76 in signature event context, very important. I said, much like Derrida, they publish proceedings from the conference.
That's wonderful. That was wonderful. But can only afford McDonald's. What do you do then?
Oh, that's a good question, Miss Lisa.
Well, I mean, I'm not the author.
Book club.
I know that. But
My favorite is the recitation before eating.
Oh, me too. It's so beautiful.
But you don't have to forget
When
this.
I was in Tibet, they would take about a couple of hours.
You got the appetite for it, then work for it.
I think that's part of it. I think that's a good answer. I certainly agree. I think another thing is this is what like budding chefs do. If you know a kid who wants to be a chef, they'll take the ingredients they have and they'll do, watch this analogy, like Chopped. Y'all know the show Chopped on Food Network? Skittles, egg yolks, poppets, and so make an entree. So you take what you have and you make do. Take the French fries, open it up, take out the potatoes. Guess what you have there? You have potatoes there for you to make your Gruyere mash. Now you couldn't afford Gruyere mash or the potatoes, but you can afford a little bit of Gruyere, right? You got the potatoes. You can take your beef. There you go, beef. Right? Get some butter, a little mustard on there, piece of bacon. Put it in the bread, bacon, beef Wellington. It's called improvisation, innovation, renovation. It's called the Black experience in America. What have Black people done other than making brilliant things out of things they weren't allowed to have or couldn't afford? I'm dead ass serious. So that's what you do. And that's what many people do with their partners. Look at Rhombus's wife. I'm sure she didn't want to have a 50-year-old man who didn't clean up after himself. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a 50-year-old man who has a dog with children, but he doesn't take care of the dog. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a man who sits out in the garage with the car running. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a man who's 50 years old who charges their neighbors so they have to see while getting mail and at dinner parties, etc., charging the neighbors for shoveling. But she made do. So when she showed up at the McDonald's, she wanted something from Le Cirque. But all she got was an Arch Deluxe and a Diet Coke. So she made do.
Do you guys feel like the author gives men advice in regards to them dating as opposed of like informing women to have standards?
Like, is it advice towards the men dating women, or is it the advice towards the women?
So like, you know, like with the women, it's like obviously if you don't want a Happy Meal, just have standards of where you would like to eat and what you want and what your needs are. But when it comes to the men dating these women, is there much advice around how they approach the dating scene?
I feel like any question. Oh my God.
I feel like this is there's certain parts where I feel like he's talking to the woman, but then no, I take it back. I think this is totally for the woman. This is the woman's guide.
But
they're pieces. They're pieces because when they were discussing about the tangibles that the guy has, and if he doesn't have tangibles, then what he can gain on the market. So So I do feel like it does, but not as much as the woman. So I will say that. So although it's geared towards women, there is a little bit.
I would say, I would imagine that, I mean, I'm not a man, but I imagine that a man would be able to glean a lot from this book about dating, because it's also pinpointing the type of woman that he's dealing with. So if he knows that this woman is not setting any standards, he gonna be doing, what do you call the flop? He gonna be doing that flop. The Salisbury flop? Yeah, he gonna be doing that flop. But if he sets the bar high, he understands that he is dealing with someone who is serious and takes and is taking their engagement and the dating serious, and that will give him a sense of the type of woman he's choosing.
But then wouldn't that be contradicting in the sense of a man could have the quality but not have the finances to match at that point? So then, as a woman, the book informing you to have standards, you could overlook someone's quality because they just don't have the money to give you.
What does the money have to do with it? That was only one part. The money is not the central part. And in fact, he started off by saying, and correct me, Johnny, if I'm misreading this or mislistening to you, but I thought there was one part where he talks about, someone may be in need, and said that the man's finances may not be at the place. Like I'm not sure. I'm not understanding why we're focused on the
menu though, because the menu.
I thought that the analogy, even of the restaurants, McDonald's and Ruth's Chris, was not to say about necessarily the money part, but the quality of the meal. You're not gonna get a filet mignon medium rare from McDonald's. I thought that's what it was about. I didn't think it was just about the money. I'm just that I'm not centered on the money, but maybe other people were.
I'm listening because I wasn't here. I wasn't listening at the very start, so I've come into it during the menu and the interface.
Can we go back to that part, Johnny, if you don't mind?
To the finances? You want me to read that again?
Yes. Was that a short part?
No, it's only like a page and a half. Yeah, I can read it. Y'all ready?
Yes, thank you so much.
No problem. Jamal says, finances are always a funny thing. Finances could come first for some people. You place finances.
Jamal the AI. Have you used the black AI, Jamal?
In a need situation, then the last thing they may be thinking about is the finances. The more stable a male or female is, the more valuable they become in the dating scene. It then transfers from a need to a want. Many daters may be happy that the person has his or her own place, which could actually be the benchmark for some people. The guy who is going in from a want may not give a damn about the finances, whereas the guy who is in need, the finances are going to be according to where he is at in his own life. He may feel like if he has his own car or place, he deems himself as doing something. But will she? If they are in a need category, then the finances may start as a number one on the list. It depends on the man or woman you're dealing with and where they are at. Finances are important, such as asking, does the person even have a 401k plan? Those things begin to matter as you get higher up the scale and the type of man or woman you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a man that wants that co-partner or someone on his same level, then those guys may still consider finances low on the menu. If you have a guy who can provide for himself, and you as the woman have a small job to just contribute, then he really is not going to trip about that. Sometimes when the man has money, there are women who feel like a job is not necessary for them because he is bringing in the money. She feels like her only job is to give him a blowjob. If the man is able to handle the finances, then that's just what it is. So in case such as this, finances just become less of an issue. That rich guy really wouldn't care about whether or not that chick has a PhD or making 70 grand a year. He has loot. Now the average man will be the one that wants someone on his, he wants you, and he is an engineer. Then ladies, your financial situation really doesn't matter as much.
Am I wrong in understanding that?
It might. I think I disagree. Was that Jamal or Asia at the end? Janice, who were you reading at the end? Jamal or Asia?
About the finances?
About the rich guy.
Yeah, that's Jamal.
Yeah. So this, I think this is wrong. Actually.
So.
I actually think this is.
So not to be political, right? Or actually, fuck it. So in the current times that we live in, statistics have highlighted that when we look at predominantly black women tend to be the breadwinners in their household. So if a man isn't earning as much, and like in the book it said that, whether she had her accolades or a PhD, it doesn't matter if the guy had money. But if the guy didn't have money and she had money, would he be offering dick on a plate every night and eating pussy?
Okay, two things. One, I'm slightly uncomfortable with you saying dick and pussy in that accent. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It makes me very uncomfortable, and I'm gonna ask you to refrain from using those words in that accent.
Don't worry, man. I'm about to be in the middle of a session right now.
I literally just threw my phone across the room.
This is insane. Lisa and me and this thread is crazy. This is insane.
It's pretty my game. Oh my god. Hold on.
I don't know what I was trying to do. I really want to think about this because even though I think she's here, Kimberly Foster used to talk about this. I think she is in here. Just so people know. Let me. I mean, it's all due respect. I know everybody on Clubhouse is rich. Nobody, no black people. There's like 10 of us that have money, and I'm not one of them. Nobody has any money. There's no bread. Black lady making $75,000, $80,000, and her husband has odd jobs or with his odd job making $30,000. There's no money. That's not money. And sometimes I feel like the money conversation is covering up something else, and I don't know what it is. I was watching clips from a show called Tonight's Conversation. And I don't know if you all know, that's a group of people who go around giving dating and marriage advice, even though none of them are dating and none of them are married. And just because they look very good and can buck and jive, people go, and they're young and attractive and black. People will go and spend anywhere, as I look today, from $65 a seat to $600 a seat. And they have people come and ask questions, sort of like Clubhouse in person. No, not Clubhouse in person. And some of the stories there suggest to me that the money thing is not the actual thing. Let me give you an example. Sorry for being long, I just watched it today. There was a woman who said that, I've seen this on the show, this is just anecdotes, but this is dating, so. There's a woman who said her And I've seen this at least 7 times watching these clips in the past couple of weeks. Their husband pays for everything. They don't know how much the bill costs. They don't know how much the rent or mortgage costs. They don't know where the Wi-Fi. They don't know anything. And it's not enough. It's not enough. One lady said her husband pays for everything and she makes more money than he does. And it's not enough. And so sometimes I feel like the conversations around finance is a pretext or a screen for something else. And I have ideas about what it is. I can go there. But that's why, so that's something. I want to say why I disagree with Jamal. Not Jamal here, but Jamal in the book. Wealthy men, unless they're psychopaths like Elon Musk, they're not looking for a woman to match them financially. And I think a lot of times sociologically, when people think class, they think finance. That's not what class is. It's about a set of shared beliefs, creeds, sentiments, etc. So you may be worth, I know somebody that's very, very, very rich. You know who his wife is? She was a concert pianist. She didn't make no money playing piano. She made no money playing piano. He wasn't going to find a woman. You know, the odds of him finding anybody as rich as he ended up being was 0%. But he cared that she was a concert pianist. That has all kinds of meanings culturally, socially, educationally. And I actually think that's where I disagree with the author. They want educated women, smart women. That's not, this whole thing about men not caring, like high-achieving men not caring about the woman they marry is not true. It's just not true. That was what I was saying. It's not true. Anyway, you guys can do that.
So, but if financial stability is transactional, would it still be the same for a woman that is a high earner then?
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean?
In that, like,
financial stability is transactional.
He was talking, I could be wrong in how I'm paraphrasing, I'll put that out there, but it was talking about, if he was earning a lot, then her only thing would be to give a blowjob, right? That's what was stated. So if she was the one that was earning and had the financial stability for both of them, would he be the one that's eating? In the author's analogy.
Oh, I think I kind of know what you mean. Probably so, but that's where I disagree with the author. I don't think that if the man has men, I think Kevin Samuels, I'm using him as an example, and I'm sure he's going to call me nuts, call me misogynist for citing him. I think he was totally wrong. Tell people about what high value blacks did, and they were like, oh, high value blacks go to the cigar bar, or they hang out at this on. So I was like, no, they don't. They don't hang out at the high value blacks. I don't know, fucking cigar bar. Are you insane? Then I started mentioning places on the Outer Banks. I mentioned places in the Hamptons. I mentioned places that she hadn't heard of any of them. And so I think when people project, especially blacks, when they project, I say, what schools did they go to? What organizations did they go to? She had no idea. It's because they project on, because their idea of a rich person or a high value person is like an athlete or an actor. Those guys are birds. They're dumb, respectfully. Not all of them, but they're generally dumb birds. They want ass. They want racially ambiguous, fat but not too fat, ass, titty, thighs. Some we're finding out want big balls and vagina. After all that, some do want that. That's a different discussion, right? So that's why I think it's wrong, because it's not just a blowjob. Imagine being a 15-year-old, imagine being a 43-year-old man, and you want a woman to raise your children, and all she could do is give sloppy top. We know that's not the case, because where do most high-value men and black and otherwise meet their spouses? In graduate school, in college, in residency. One of my brothers met his wife. They got several kids now. Men are in residency. So they're fucking her in the weight room. They got married a year and a half later. They was smashing on brakes in between rounds. Can I get another round? You thought they was singing about round in the hospital. He was rounding off in the motherfucking break room. Now he got kids. So that's people just don't understand. And no one will guess what he did. So, well-respected surgeon, and she's an anesthesiologist, and they make millions of dollars, and the kids are this, and he was cracking it from here to kingdom come. Took another round, just like Fat Joe and Breezy said. So that's where I disagree with the author on it. I like the book, but I disagree with the author. It's not just giving a blowjob. And that's why the whole transactional thing, I'm talking a lot, then I'll end here. I also will say that I think working class women want respect and calm from the chaos of the world. If the man makes a little bit less, if the man makes a little bit more, I think it's true for working class Negroes as well. I think all this discourse around finances and we can get K Dusty in here. Well, actually, the man makes $53,000 a year and the woman makes $51,000 a year, so he actually makes more. So he's different. I think all that is online stuff for the birds. I've talked way too much. I am now at this point avoiding the work I'm trying to do, which is not an expert work. It's slave work.
Do we feel like the author had a target audience in mind when writing it?
Yeah, niggas. but actually the early 30s through 50. I think that's the main demographic.
Like older single men that are online dating still.
Yeah.
Or maybe for the first time.
Yeah. That's what I think. I think I got that. Yeah, exactly.
Anybody else from book club that has questions?
I missed most of the reading, Auntie. You didn't ping me, but...
Oh, I'm sorry.
It didn't sound like this had anything on chapter.
I mean, you know,
but I missed
we read the 4 categories. You did miss the math. We did do the categories, but I think what was one of the most appealing parts of tonight's reading was his analogy in the love menu section. We got to the love menu section, and he good examples of how women should value themselves and compare it to the different types of restaurants and whether you're an appetizer, an entree, a dessert. So I can really appreciate that. I'm sorry you missed it.
Ironically enough, I think my favorite section was the love score part. Even though, you know, the silly moment of it being 40, I do think that having the categories that you value, being able to rate how you value them and evaluate how you value them, and then in looking at a potential partner, especially for long-term partnership, being able to evaluate where they sit with that and see if there's alignment there, I think that is very important. So that was a very nice section.
You know, like halfway into listening, I wondered if the author ended up finding love.
Well, I mean, Jamal been married, so yes.
Before the book or after the book?
Before, for sure. I don't know his relationship status currently, but I'm assuming he talks to the ladies.
What was the marriage before the book? Did the marriage inspire the book, or did divorce inspire the book?
That's a good question. Do you know?
Can I please come off mute? I love it. The discussion is man, you don't know how. I've never had this experience with the book. It was published 2018, and I've never had a group read the book like this. And it is very insightful in a lot of ways on how the ladies have taken it. It is for women. It's for Black women. And Ben, you have been right on point with a lot of things that you've said. I think that the love number for me, the personal grading system, and that's why I was saying that you really, if you're just a 25, you know, and then because of it being 40, you know, the 40 really doesn't matter, because if you're a 25 or a 30 or whatever you are, you're not going to be all 10. I think I was like a 25 or 27. I don't know. It wasn't 10 straight across the board. And then when you evaluate yourself, then it's a fun time for you, or you could do it secretly. Evaluate your partner, because your potential partner you want them to be kind of equal. That's where you're getting to the equally yoked part of it, because you're using the actual formula to figure out if you're equally yoked. Somebody said something about spirituality. The spirituality, there again, it's all based on you. And then when you give it to your potential partner, see where they rank and the importance of it for themselves. And then you start to line it up that way. That works. I've never heard a group assess it, and it really makes me feel really good. I'm so happy that you all are enjoying it the way that you are, because
We've been doing it for about a week or so. It's nice. I've enjoyed it. Spinoza put a thing in the chat. It'd be interesting if you Miss Asia. Is she still living, Miss Asia?
She is living. I was thinking about calling her. Yes.
It'd be interesting.
Asia's married. I think she might be married now.
She got married. Oh, that'd be nice. It'd be interesting if you guys updated it, because post-pandemic, post-manosphere, a lot of it feels ancient. But because it feels ancient, but watch this, because it feels ancient, it feels new. So it feels real. Definitely, because the manosphere stuff is so not real. But it's nice. It's in that post-Steve Harvey Hayes, pre-COVID. It's nice. I just think that a lot of the day, whether it's the manosphere stuff, that tonight's conversation and everything else, I think a lot of it is anywhere from a rad cultural moment to something that has fueled people in the Negro division of the CIA and black. Because I swear, because when I watched this tonight's conversation, I watched one tonight where a woman got up and said she was a young woman, and she was maybe 20. I said, married. Oh my God, it was like 1995 again. I was back in Baltimore. She had gotten married, and she had brain cancer, and she was now 24, so she was married, young girl. She had brain cancer, and her husband, who was also a young man, these are all Negroes, he was there every day. He took care of her. He nursed her through the convalescence. He wiped her ass. He wiped her ass and did all the things. But there's a window, and then I took my gun and shot myself. There's no way you can tell me that is not a government agent that is putting that in the atmosphere. You don't think that you're about because he doesn't plan spontaneous beach dates, but you wiped your funky ass while you were going? Like, what are we doing here? She didn't work, or he paid all that. So all this is to say, it'd be interesting if you updated this to the moment. It could be.
I think that.
Illness causes insecurity ill health and them being weaker and their independence. Not that I'm saying that he's right on everything in him not planning spontaneous dates, but maybe she lost her sense of self, her individuality outside of her illness.
Look, I'm going to just say this. I want to say this. The mindset of the book in 2018, I think the times have actually caught up with where the mindset was, and the feeling of it being a little bit old is actually good because it does validate it. This is not AI generated. This is not something that someone just created from AI. This was created from 8, maybe 10 hours of interviews that were live recorded interviews that were given to me. And after we did the interviews, then we just transcribed it into the book. And so, like I said, I think that it's something for Black women, and I think that Black women can get a lot out of it. And I hear Black women discussing it and getting something out of it because it was for them. If you look at that book cover, the book cover says a lot too, and I had that put together the way that I did because I saw that in my mind. Whereas you see the educated business Black woman with the briefcase, and you see the hood dude with the condoms and the Tim boots and the wife beater. And so, yes, and so if you look at the cover of the book, I'm saying a lot with that cover. I'm telling you, this was for professional Black women, and it was written with Black women in mind. And so to see you guys really kind of feel what I was putting out there, it just really makes me feel good. And I just thank you guys. I'm so humbled by it.
Can I ask you a question, Total?
Yes.
Was the book inspired prior to you being married or post divorcee?
I was divorced. This book came to me. I have, like I said, my experience is I've been a millionaire. I've lost money, and because I've taken a
marital status, Jamal.
Can I have the right to explain where all this came from?
Yeah, we're talking to the author, Brooklyn, not Jamal.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Brooklyn, and I love you. But the reason why I wrote the book, I'm homeless, and I had just lost my business, and I was sleeping in my and I started to get on the internet, and I said to myself, I gotta find a woman because I'm in a tight spot. So I was in that need. I was the dude in that need position that I talk about in the book. And so as I started to talk to women online, I started to come to my mind. I was like, man, I gotta write a book. These women don't. And then I just had a list of things that I seen a lot of women responding in a real negative way with online. And so when I met Asia, me and her, she was talking about stuff that she was having problems with because she was making, Asia's a PhD, so she was making a lot of money, and she didn't have nobody that she could go out of the country with, nobody she could travel. She had her own list of things that she wasn't happy with the dating. And I said, we should write a book. And so that came from that. So I was single when I wrote this book, and I was homeless when I wrote this book. I was divorced. I've had 2 wives, and I was divorced. This didn't come from a result of being divorced. This came from a result of me losing a lot of money, and I was in a desperate place in my life, and I was blessed with the idea to do this. And when it came to me, it just came to me, and 9 months later, after I met her, we were finished with this book, and we worked we worked and we got it done, and it was just something that I just manifested into my life. And so once I manifested it, I've got other stuff working as far as this book is concerned, and that's why I can't share it all with you right now. But the truck driving, all that is based around this book. I've been driving this truck for 2 years. I haven't been home, and my house is still where it's at. My car, I haven't even driven my car or nothing. I'm just it's all there, and I'm just paying my bills and stacking my money and working on what I'm doing next with this book. And I'm really excited to share it with you guys, but I'm not, I'm not there yet. About 12 weeks, and I'll be done, and I'll reveal the next piece to the book, and it's all based around Black women. And so, it's just a really exciting experience, but it had nothing to do with me being married at all.
Sorry, your mama, go for it. Cause
It's okay. Go ahead.
No, I'll go after you. Please go. I was going to say, sorry, I'm stuttering. It seems like a paradox, but when, men are not in a place and having it all, where does that leave them in the dating world?
Well, the woman, I think a lot of women don't understand that they are the actual barometer for the way men act. And that's why I think the book was so important, because it's important for when you set your value, and that's where you keep seeing that trend all throughout the book about value, understanding your value, value in your vagina, value in your pussy. This is all throughout the book. And the reason why it's like that is because women can make men do right. Because a man is like driven off of, that men are driven off of this vagina, this pussy. They're driven off of it. And now you get guys in here to lie. They might say, oh, no, I'm a player. You hear them in here on Clubhouse all the time. But the truth is, when you start to place a higher value on the vagina, men will act right. You can force them to act right. But the problem right now in this day and age is women have basically taken the bar, and you don't even have to Salisbury flop anymore, like in the book. You're not meant to jump at all. There's no jump. It's just lay down. You know what I mean? And so that value that you place.
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand what that means.
Can you explain the lay down?
They don't have to jump. Yeah, they just lay
down. When I say lay down, I'm just saying there's no obstacle there. If you've ever seen the Olympics,
are you saying the men are easy or the women easy? Which one?
The women are easy.
Oh, okay.
And there's no obstacle there. And if you don't put an obstacle, like think about in the Olympics, you see how they do the high jump, and they run and they jump as high as they can without touching the bar and try to get onto the other side, right? And that should be the effort that a man gets to be able to get to you. You follow me? And if you don't make that man jump, you don't make them work for it. You're just a happy meal. You feel me?
What do you mean?
Now there are some.
Well,
you didn't hear the. I love you, Joe. Well, you didn't hear you didn't hear the reading of the love menu. They understand what I'm saying, but you didn't hear it in the book. But it's talking about the love menu, and so you're just it's really cheap. It's real easy. You can you might just be a entree. I mean, not an entree, but a appetizer. You follow me? And so you want to see yourself on the menu as a full course meal, right? That's where you ideally want to. And you just don't get a full course meal for McDonald's. You follow me?
But some people have 3 full course meals or multiple full course meals a day.
I mean, that's not where this analogy is. You didn't hear it. So I don't.
Okay, yeah, I'm like the class.
They weren't doing that because they wanted to look like that. That was what the women required. That's what your great-great-grandmother required. He had to be clean. He had to be sharp. His shoes had to be shined. He had to come at a woman at a certain level to even get anywhere. She held up a standard. It was a high bar. He had to do it. If he didn't do it, then he couldn't get close to it. And that's the most important thing out of this book that I keep pushing. And as you guys read it, you see it. You see what I'm saying. I know you are because you said it. I said it a couple of times.
Can I ask you a question, your mom? So
you're pushing
the line of a woman needs to establish her value via the difficulty or the expectations that she establishes before being willing to be physical with men, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so how does that align with your thoughts that if a woman comes to party with me, she has to party, right? So that means she doesn't have money.
Not today. I'm not going there with you tonight because this is something. Hold on. This is something that has nothing to do with whether I don't want to answer. Can you accept that answer?
Well,
I don't want to understand how that aligns with I don't want to answer it. I don't want to answer it. Wow. This is not about my clubhouse. You're not talking to Totem Pole tonight.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
separate set of virtues, separate set of morals.
That's right. Whole different.
We're talking to the author tonight.
Right. You're not talking to Totem Pole.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. But anyways, the point of the book is what it is, and I think the women are getting it. I think they're getting the gist of it.
Can I just interject one thing? To the room, Johnny? When I did my rooms and we read books, people who were not there for the reading did not get to engage in the Q&A.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
That's true. That should be right because you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you don't know what we're talking about.
But see, let me explain where that doesn't apply. That's a valid attempt.
It wasn't just you. It wasn't just you.
It wasn't just me. I get it.
You're not the only one. There's a few of them that haven't. You didn't hear the book. You didn't hear the reading.
Jamal.
You didn't hear the reading.
Jamal.
Have you been drinking?
Please remember, sir, we heard a great portion of the book in the woods, so I am familiar with the book. You forgot?
I don't know what you heard in the book.
I am familiar with the book.
I wasn't. I don't think I was present.
We heard the love menu. We heard about the bro.
When did you guys read it? I know.
You were there. Ask me. You were there.
I don't think I was. Out of my mind. I was never there. I never heard who was reading it.
I forget who was reading. I think Penny.
Okay, so even if it was there, the angle and lens that we are evaluating and processing this book is probably different from what y'all did in the woods.
We were having a very good conversation. I really hate this. I'm sorry. I really hate it. Jamal, I don't really know you like that. I don't really engage, but it takes a lot to. I write all the time. And the fact that you were able to do this, no matter what the content and people think the content is, and they could disagree with the content, like I am like really impressed that you were able to do that.
Thank you.
And I hope that when I hope when you do the second part of it, that you actually think about the whole process, not just the writing of the book and publishing it, but you think about how to really get it in front of the right people and have these conversations with people who are actually reading the book in the wild.
Right. Well, I really appreciate you saying that, and I appreciate all of you ladies tonight, and the listeners too that have listened to us. It means a lot to me, and this is not just me from a house perspective speaking to you, but this is me from like I have a persona on Clubhouse, and Gemini knows me from my persona, and a lot of you know me from my persona, but who I am as a real person, that's in this book. And I'm really a serious businessman too. And like I said, I've suffered my losses. And as you know me, you're seeing me, you're witnessing me rebuild myself. And I have that within myself, that moxie, and I'm able to do that. And so you guys are pleasure of knowing me from different angles and seeing me from different angles. This is really me. And that the Jamal in that book is really who I am, and I did this for Black women, and because I love Black women, and because I love Black love, and I want Black people to be at their best, and that's really what it's all about. And so any question that you have on anything that you read, I'm willing to answer if you have a question. If not, I really appreciate you, and I just think I'm so humbled. You don't know how humble. First Lady,
Yes, sir.
Patty, Janice, I love you. Wow, you have made this sound like gold, and I just want to thank you so much, Janice, because you have read this thing and made it sound so beautiful in the way that you read it. And First Lady, and Van, they told me that you came up with the idea to do it. And I just want to say thank you to Van. Ambassador, you have been pushing this book more than anybody on the app. And I just want to thank you. You've actually bought the book for one of your girlfriends, I think, Ambassador, and I appreciate you. We've had conversations, quiet ones, and I just appreciate
Real quick,
supporting me.
I hate to cut you off, but I gotta run. First, let me know what time you want to do it. I know tomorrow's game night, and I got something to go to as well. But maybe Saturday or Sunday we do another pages. Just let me know.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good night.
Well, yeah, this has just been very real, and I love you guys. I really appreciate you. I can't wait to introduce y'all. I started to do this when I was homeless in my car, and I was really broken, but I was blessed because I got an idea, and now I get an idea, I acted on it, and I brought it to life and manifested it. And I'm doing the same thing as we speak now. And so I just thank you. I really thank you so much. I really do. Thank you, guys.
I guess I can save my question for later this week. Or on a weekend, Saturday or Sunday. But I just wanted to go back to a couple chapters in regards to this virtuous woman who kept her cell phone so nice and clean and weighted. How did you end up letting it go? But, think about it. Don't answer it tonight.
Wow. Oh, man, wow. We'll save that one, but
that's what I said. Think about it.
You guys, you know what? People really to that first chapter. I've gotten a lot of really positive responses from this on some other interviews, and people have said different things about it, and I really am so glad that it resonates with you, like, and it all makes sense too. You know what I mean? And ladies, you do need to put face protector plates on it. Put a protector plate on. Don't just be a community phone. If you know, you know. I'll land right there.
Just.
Say, is the book club over?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and this follows up, but it comes up with it. So, it's 8:45 my time. So, really think something is afoot with this dating stuff, because I watch these videos and I see Manosphere and I see the Blackistan people. What are those people called? The divestors. Something, it feels coordinated somewhere. And I can't believe a person said she didn't feel valued because her husband didn't do spontaneous dating when he nursed her back from brain cancer and wiped her shitty ass constantly. Because her boyfriend certainly does. I watched all of this just today. People should watch that show, Tonight's Conversation. People should watch that show. I just can't believe it. Somebody at the CIA is paying for the extra tickets. I now believe that these movements are, in fact, part of some sort of culture. You cannot tell me that there are black women who honestly believe, who fucked 3 of the women at the show that night. Why are you asking them? Because he has a moist beard and a skull cap, and I think what they realized, not with the welfare and the home and family thing, I think they realized that at this point you can't use the law anymore like you used to be able to use it. You can't use lynching anymore like you used to be able to use it. You can't do any of that stuff. But what you can do is no reason. A Christian, but he blames women. How can you be a Christian and not blame the men of the community from a Christian lens? Doesn't make any sense. You have another person who is a healthcare professional and constantly citing, was it HPV 2 on, not herpes simplex, but black women have the highest herpes rate, but never deals with the physiology and biology of herpes transmission. What is getting in his mind? It's got to be the government. It's got to be the government first. That's what I think. When I go back and watch the old Donahues and the stuff from the 80s, they didn't talk like that. In versions of that, obviously the rhetoric, the diction will be different. They didn't talk like that. Something's got to be off. Everybody knows that it is much harder for a man to contract herpes through intercourse than it is for a woman. Who's spreading it around if it's not men? You think you're spreading herpes around from scissoring? Huh? Come on, man. Something is going on. Maybe it's the government. I really do. I know this sounds conspiratorial. Have you seen that show, First Lady? Tonight's Conversation. Have you seen that show?
Trip Fontaine, Kitty Rose, Cheyenne Bryan is on there sometimes.
Yeah. You can't tell me that it is not the U.S. government, the Russian government, or some government, or government-adjacent entities that boost people like Cheyenne Bryan. Now, all of a sudden, we're supposed to care about Cheyenne Bryan with them plump titties and peanut butter skin? Oh, sorry, that's Joy Taylor. I apologize. All of a sudden, she comes out of nowhere. All of a sudden, her fight with Tor from 5 years ago is trending again. Maybe there's a coincidence. It's just an algorithm. I should play some of these clips. The tickets for tonight's conversation, I said it before, they range. Anybody can interrupt me at this point. They range from $64 to $599. Who is paying $600 to listen to a bunch of single, attractive blacks give advice to people who've been married for 10 years? And the closest they got to marriage is when they stumbled upon a ceremony while they were trying to get to the bar at a hotel they were staying at.
It is so funny to me that Ben is mentioning this and asking this question, because I remember when my aunt asked me about that program because there were tickets and she wanted to go and asked me if I wanted to go because she found that very tall young man with the glasses attractive and so smart, and she asked me if I wanted to go, and I said, oh no, madam. But that was before they had that big breakup where Kita was telling all their business and talking about how two of the panelists dating each other, even though one of the panelists were married, and that was something. But to your point, the clips come across my feed, and every time I listen to the clips, it's just, I don't really know how to describe it outside of, I see why people like that content. It's not anything new, and I do not know who in their mind would spend $600 to sit in a cheap seat in an auditorium to listen to listener letters, shout out the read, for what, an hour, 2 hours? That's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like the way it works, well, a couple things. People on the panel, the audience, let me say this. If you want to have sex and you want the person to be really attractive, you go there. I've never seen anybody in there not attractive. Like super duper. They are all there, everybody. Like, it is a real meat market. I'll give that. But it seems to me that what happens is now, instead of the CIA or FBI implanting people and carrying on the psyops, it's like they started and get it going, and Negroes and Negresses do the work. They're like, thanks, from here. That's what it feels like. This all feels very intentional. And when you watch these clips, they just don't seem like real life. You're telling me there are women out there who are basing their value on spontaneous things, and you just had brain cancer?
Is it just that clip, or like in general, like a patient and their spouse, because it is quite common for their relationship?
All the clips are crazy. Even the ones, and he was like, she was the perfect woman. She had a great career, this and that, blah, 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 da, 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 da. So then they said, well, you here? She was like, they were like, yeah. She came up, and then somebody else came up to date her. So it's like literally all clips. Let me find one.
I'm sorry, I missed a lot of that. Are you still talking about the show, TT?
Yes.
Oh,
There was a guy who was cheating on the woman he was dating. She had a great career, made a lot of money, was faithful, and just kind of kept taking him back. Well, in the middle of all this, she ended up getting a date and leaving with a whole different relationship. So it is a consistent theme. Like, either people complain about good relationships or have bad relationships and then get into new relationships within the span of the show.
Maybe that's the point of the tickets being so high. They're going to meet people. Get together.
Hey, we can't go to the club. You need to tell me that our third spaces are now tonight's conversation and not the club. Brooklyn, if you had said that our third spaces were now the strip club, I would grimace. But you know what? Sometimes they have good wings. They might have all right pasta. You know, they might have a drink special, the music hidden. Depending on what market you're in, you might hear like new music as it breaks before it gets national. But tonight's conversation, imagine that $600 being your VIP. Does that get you like a drink ticket or something?
Yeah, I think
Do you get a high touch?
I think
where you get to meet the cast and take pictures and stuff as well?
You do. I think that's what you do.
No, you know what?
It really is like a meet and greet, and sometimes they have like multiple shows a day.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Okay, I found a clip of a woman who's
Hold on, before you go to the clip, TT, real quick, just so you guys know, Lance Bass is now doing it with them.
You mean Goss? Lance Goss? Black actor?
Lance Goss. Sorry. He's now doing it with them. Next week, they'll be in Phoenix. They'll be in this weekend, they're in Fort Worth, and they'll be in Austin. I'm sorry. This week, they're in out there in the West Coast. Phoenix, Las Vegas next week. But I wanted to say, I went to the website, watched it. You can buy tickets with Afterpay. 4 interest-free installments. Dating boards, core boards, Reddit boards, underneath also are fake AI generated Russian whatever comments, and then people respond to them and they get worked up on them. So for a super VIP ticket, the VIP uncut experience, you get, hold on, I just want to say this before you play it, because I pulled it up there. You get ticket types comparison. Okay. For the VIP uncut front row seating, this is what you get for $600. A backstage meet and greet, a stage photo opportunity. You can take a photo on the stage. Priority group photo access for you and your group. Priority selfie. Priority merchandise access. Well, it's not to get the merchandise, you get priority merchandise. You get a swag bag and a concierge service to help you through to your seat and throughout your experience. That's what you get. All right, T.
Okay. So let me go back.
When you have fell out of love with your husband for not providing and have fallen back in love with your ex, who is currently having a baby, but is willing to risk it all.
I'm gonna be quick. Because you had the wrong podcast.
I would absolutely hate to be your husband. That's just wild work to me. Like, you're willing to leave your husband for another that got a baby on the way. That is crazy work.
No, let me correct it. That is not why I'm leaving my husband. What I left him for was because he was not able to provide for me. This was something that has been going on for a year and a half. Never able to provide.
That's a season.
So yes, I married him because he was able to provide. He was there to secure. He was able.
Out of here. Okay. You said a year and a half. That's a season. You ain't even giving him a chance to overcome whatever he was going through. You're supposed to help him do that. You know what I'm saying?
How long? Okay, I understand that.
Till death do you part. Till death do you part. Till death do you part.
Okay.
Okay.
by leaving him because you're horrible to have even married him. Not as a person, I don't know you as a person, but to have even married somebody out of convenience and out of obligation because you probably just wanted to be married. I think you guys should both go your separate ways so that you can find people who love you and who you love.
Let me just add this point. If you love someone based on conditions, when they do not meet those conditions, you are going to try to find a way out. If God loved us based on conditions, you have to make a decision to love someone. You may have moments to where you fall out of love, but you gotta make that decision every day. We talking about it may be some situational stuff. What if she go through menopause and then he just say, I don't love her no more, and I'm gonna deal with my ex and stuff like that? We'll be beat down. So before people choose to get married, make sure that you're not a conditional lover because it is doomed to fail. That's the wrong foundation to create to begin with.
My biggest concern is to go back to the ex. She's affected her husband. She's affected her ex. She's affected her ex's baby mom who was pregnant with this guy's kid, and she's affecting that child. So your poor decision making is going to affect 5 other lives.
Okay, that was the end of the clip.
It reminds me of Clubhouse so much. I think that's also part of the reason why I was never very interested in that shit on TikTok. Because if you were on season 1 relationship rooms, even season 2, the hot era, season 2 of this app I think was by far one of the best seasons. Best time by far none. But if you were on, season 2 of this app with the relationship rooms, like, you've heard these conversations. You've heard the conviction and the Christ and the this and the that. Like, in 2026, y'all all sound crazy. She sound crazy for offering that situation up, and y'all all sound crazy to entertain that shit. My God. Did you have another clip?
Yes. I have one of the guys. Hold on, let me go back. We gotta keep it. God bless.
God bless.
When your wife, she here, and all the people I'm talking about, respects and appreciates her friends more than she does her husband who pays the bills with her.
Please define for me respect.
If I call her and she on the phone with one of those friends that's back there, my point is, she don't respect my energy and effort to stay in our relationship, stay in our marriage, and stay with our children, stay with her. She respects their opinions, their thoughts, their... I'm paying attention to how you're even referring to your wife right now. Like, I'm paying attention to the fact that you wanted to humiliate your wife in front of thousands of people also. So what is it that you do inside of the house that will make it to where she can actually respect you? Because just because you pay bills and things like that doesn't mean that you will be able to give that level of respect. Hold on. Because if you say you pay bills, but if I'm coming to you about a concern, if I'm coming to you about something I'm grieving, something you hurt me on, something that I feel abandoned on, will you give me the safety to be able to talk about it? Can I trust you emotionally? Can I trust you spiritually? Can I trust you financially? Can I trust you in all of these aspects to prove that you give me a level of emotional security? Do we actually have a partnership? Because just because you're married does not mean that you have entered into an actual partnership. Are we truly aligned? Because I hear you and I understand that a wife is supposed to respect you, but a husband is supposed to love a wife as well. So how are you loving your wife? Because a lot of times her lack of respect of you is a reflection of your lack of love for her. Your broken love. So that's my question to you. What are you actually doing that will allow her to come up to that level to where she can respect you as the head of household?
And this is to the men in the room. We got to stop reducing ourselves to a paycheck and paying a bill. You added that as if that replaces you being a person.
She pays most of the bills. I manage the bills.
That was insane.
That was literally insanity. I cannot. What?
A font or wellspring of rhetoric and discourse, and then it unfolds and evolves. You can't tell me that this is not a coordinated. That man says she makes the money and he manages it out. Mr. Paul, sound like you were 50 years old. Y'all can't tell me that's not the government.
Almost crashed, man.
It's absolutely insane. Why is Yana Lanzan doing that?
She be on there?
Yeah, she does the panel from time to time. That's how much money they make. They probably pay her 5 feet. She probably does 2 or 3, every quarter or whatever. They probably pay her $20,000 every night. She probably show up getting between $5,000 and $10,000. They make serious money on that thing. They're making serious money. Nobody can tell me, huh?
I was gonna say, this is an example of how people are learning how to do relationships. They're basing their relationships, not everybody, of course, but a lot of people, especially people in the single market, they are really taking this advice and operating from the standpoint of the people that are giving this advice. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It is. But then, why do smart people, I'm going to continue placing blame. Why are smart people then jumping on the bandwagon who say they're in it for the community, but it's a money grab? But I'm going to go ahead and say his name and his wife. Mark Lamont Hill and his wife. Have y'all seen that show before?
No. Are they on YouTube?
Maybe on his channel. It's a mess.
What they be talking about?
It's an absolute mess. They're doing their version of relationship content. Talking about their relationship. They're old.
Relationship
they have
content.
PhDs. They have money. You can't use them as a model. She's like, I heard the other day, she's like, it was a little different for me. I didn't start my PhD till my mid to late 30s. Hey, and the cash apps is rolling in.
I think their audience though is me, right? Like my age group. That's their audience, I think, for that. Which is different, I think, than maybe what we just heard. But I'm not sure.
Their audience is us too, yeah, mama. They like the tonight's conversation. That's an older crowd. That's not young people.
I'm talking about Mark Lamont Hill and his wife. That's what I'm talking about. They're like, I think they're looking for a very specific person, and it's like it's so bad. I don't know if you know Jeff Johnson, but he went on a similar kick for a while. He's bald now. Yeah, he's bald. It's crazy because he had they could spotlight how they did it, but he stopped it. I think relatively soon. But that's how I feel with Mark Lamont Hill, because he started doing that thing like a long time ago when he left Black News Network.
See, the one with the wife, he did the new version with her. I forget her name. I forget when he started. I'm watching one now. This is tonight's conversation. She wants advice because her partner gets upset when she asks her baby daddy for help and not with the kids for her personally. This can't be real life.
Relationship.
What do I do? She said, what do I do? Hold on, I'll tell you what she said. She said, my partner gets upset. I would say my current partner gets upset when I call on my kids' help with certain things. And they said, just for the kids. And she said, no. And now she's saying that the new dad, the old is significant more money than the other. So not only is she calling on the dad for help, the baby's dad for help, behind his back, he knows about it. And then my question becomes, on the other end, why is the new partner okay with that and staying there? You want to know why? He else to go. And this is the sad part. The baby daddy is also paying for the new boyfriend. Because the baby daddy is probably paying rent and for food that the new guy comes in. And that's what he's upset about. Where's the self-respect? Why are Black relationship combos constantly about resources for basic human survival? It just sounds like people need roommates and sex. Just use your roommates and having sex. Don't call them your partner or your boyfriend. Imagine being a man living in a house like this, and the baby daddy and the baby's daddy is paying the rent where you're in, and you fall asleep in every night. These men have no self-respect. I've never lived in a house that somebody else is paying rent or mortgage on, ever. I would kill myself. Oh no. Hurricane message the other day. I'm gonna tell y'all the message on hold on a second.
I always want to blame Black parents for something.
The Hurricane sent me this the other day. This is PTR. I don't know if he did. This is what he sent me the other day. This man.
Oh, with the high waters.
Yeah.
He said he worked at a plant and he was a personal trainer. 5 of the 8 women popped right after. He also shared that he doesn't want a lady who doesn't smoke weed and is fitness minded.
Does that pop the balloon?
Yeah. I mean that's a silly one, but it's part of the same psyop. I'm sorry, you don't what? And then once it's set in motion, we just pass it down to the kids. And then we get grown ass men. I can talk about this shit forever. Like this is real. Between this and the weed, I'm convinced this is government.
Wait, what about the weed?
Oh, I think that Black people who for 300 and some years in British North America turned United States believe that all of a sudden the government is allowing them to smoke weed through their regulations, and they're doing it and not realizing that the government is putting something in that fucking weed is insane to me. So one day I'm getting arrested. I'll tell you a story. I was in Denver, going to a dispensary. There was a brother in there from New York. In the middle of his transaction, he flipped out. He flipped out because he thought it was entrapment. He couldn't believe that he was being treated like it was Starbucks because he'd been jacked up for so long for having a little bit of weed. Now there was a white boy in skinny jeans and a Hawaiian shirt with a man bun and wire rim glasses asking him if he wanted the sativa indica blend.
That's actually a real person in Denver selling weed. True.
Yeah. The guy, all of a sudden he was like, what? Who's in here? What's going on? Like he flipped out and his lady acted like he couldn't believe it. He was like, what's going on? So we stopped going to the weed dealer where Mr. Rick was growing in the basement. Now you go to the government regulated weed place.
So you moved into conspiracy theories. Oof.
I mean, we know of MK Ultra that's been declassified where they poisoned, LSD, tortured, kidnapped, raped others for 20 years CIA. Paul Robeson's family believed they did it to him. Why? All of a sudden the U.S. government got benevolent to the Negro after the 1970s. Reagan came in and said, you know what? We've been too hard. Nancy and I have been talking, and we believe that the Negro's been treated poorly, and Nancy and I believe in fairness, and even though we're going to have Ben Vereen do a minstrel show for my second inaugural, we'll treat the Negroes well. Oh, that's right. He actually had them put crack in the communities.
of this stuff seems weird to people. And when we was kids, you turned on the TV, you saw theologians and black theologians and black preachers on TV and black thinkers. And now you turn on the TV, you see Carlos King interviewing Lisa Ray. Nobody thinks that's people think that's just normal. Evolution and development of black entertainment, black popular culture. We went from George Jefferson's brother-in-law explaining to Lionel what an Uncle Tom was and how Uncle Tom's strategic figures made it possible for revolutionaries. We went from that popular culture to baddies. I don't think peculiar to nobody. It seems like the natural evolution, the natural development of popular cultural productions. We went from James.
Why does this all stem from Detroit?
We went from James getting a trade, or Florida getting his job because they wanted to double up on affirmative action. Double up. We went from that to popular cultural productions now, which include Rashida and Kurt, people in their mid-50s, on a reality show. Although he dressed like he's 22, but looks like he's ready to get Social Security. That seemed normal to people.
I mean, I think it was a progression in how we got here.
Break it down.
I'm just saying, I mean, you have all these acceptance of, bad behavior continuously growing and growing, and now we're here.
I agree with that.
For instance, when it came down to the whole cheating thing, people started making songs about it. And then in the message, what was the message? The message is, okay, I'm leaving. Remember Lemonade? We had that. But then if we go back, we had Jodeci. It's been a continuous progression that God is here. And then when it comes down to how many people want to be popular, how social media has developed, everybody wants to be seen. So all of that is a part of that. You know what I mean? I mean, at least that's how I
100% agree. But don't you believe that there are actors somewhere in government, U.S. government, Russian government, Turkish government, whatever, wherever, that a lot of this stuff is being bankrolled somewhere as direct assaults on black unity, black community, black families, etc. Let me give you an example. It seems to me that Carlos King somewhere has a set of funders that he either knows about or doesn't know about, whose intent is to destroy black brains. Remember when we were growing up, the United Negro College Fund? They had that United Negro College Fund. It was a brain is a terrible thing. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. I replaced drugs and just put popular culture in it. Have you ever seen Zeus Network?
Yeah. No, I have not.
But I've heard that man is terrible. That man is terrible.
He could allegedly be engaged himself personally in sex trafficking.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, or I read it somewhere. Yeah.
But people get into this, stardom business or whatever you want to call it, influencing, and like I don't know if you watched Tyra Banks, top model, little documentary kind of thing. Yeah. So what her vision was became what their vision was, and they kind of collaborated, and then it got completely out of control. I don't think what actually happened at the end was her thoughts in the beginning. So when you say that possibly, a Russian or whoever is behind it, absolutely, because they're the ones that's behind the scenes pulling the strings.
and saying what they want to produce or how they want to produce it. Carlos King is just the plug. He's yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, nobody thinks that this Cheyenne. Nobody has thought. Like, she just popped up on my thing. She looks like, in this picture right here that popped up, a Reese's peanut butter.
What do you mean?
She looks just like a Reese's peanut butter.
Like you want to eat that thing? What's going on? Hello?
Oh, I thought she was brown and light. I don't know.
That's exactly what it is. And you want to eat it. If I have a peanut allergy, it looks so good, you want to have an EpiPen. Just deal with it. You can't tell me that there's not somebody, and it's not just the magic of the algorithm, that there's not somebody or somebody's doing the thing. Now, I'm not saying, I see what Mr. saying, Mr. Resistance. I'm not saying like it was better than it was. What I'm saying was there were more options. And what I'm saying was you had a bigger panoply, or even in the silly stuff, it was meaningful from time to time. People don't, I know I'm good at my thing, I hate to do it, but y'all don't think that it's peculiar that Shonda Rhimes and Kenya Burris are the two most successful black TV makers of the last 25 years?
What?
People. Shonda Rhimes and Kenya Burris.
Scandal and Blackish First Lady.
So I only did that because they, okay. Good.
Go ahead, your mama, come back off mute.
No, I think it's a reason why they are not. Yeah, it's.
But let's talk about it.
No, I haven't thought deeply about it.
Let's talk about it.
I really don't know.
It was really her Willie Boy impression, and I appreciate it. Thank you, First Lady.
Willie Boy.
But I would like to.
You've never heard of Willie Boy?
Over here?
Yeah, that's his catchphrase. Let's talk about it.
Oh, I don't. See, that is my limits of my brain. But nobody can tell me that those television makers. I'm not saying that he got a massive.
He did Top Model too.
Yeah, he got a massive Netflix deal. And what I shot out 2 days ago was more interesting than anything that's produced.
That's insane.
Have y'all seen his work on Netflix?
No, maybe I have. I don't know. You said Blackish and what else?
He did Blackish, Mixed This,
I never watched any of those.
You've seen Black AF?
Never. Also, none of
his
it.
stuff, I actually find his to be, in a way, almost more insidious because they are positioned in a way of being pro-black and black forward. To be fair to Shonda Rhimes, she doesn't really do that. She's just doing love stories with great men who just all happen to be white. It's just coincidence. It's just coincidence. All the black men are terrible. It's just coincidence, which is fine. But I don't know, man. You would think it's a coincidence that the top talent is Kevin Hart, and now Kevin Hart is doing y'all are too woke, and I'm not black, but I'm rich shtick in the era of Donald Trump. That's just a coincidence.
What? That's what he said in that.
See his responses to the roast?
First Lady played for us.
I don't remember him saying that in the clip.
Oh, no, he didn't say that. No. That's the tenor.
He did.
That's basically the argument he's making.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah, you remember the part where he talked about this kind of, not directly, but he kind of hinted at it at first.
Yeah. Oh, but y'all don't want people to speak. Who says the people shouldn't be allowed to speak? Well, he's been hanging out with Republicans now, conservatives. Kevin Hart's going to turn into the Bill Maher of Negroes.
Well, the funny part was he said he went and handpicked the people. The racist.
Yeah. Hey, boy. Hey, what's going on down there? Hey, come here, man. They about to lynch so-and-so. Don't worry about it, y'all. Y'all okay? I picked my lynchers. As long as I get to pick the people who's gonna lynch me, it's okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Tom.
So are you saying that Kevin is a sellout?
I'm saying he's clearly some sort of plan from somebody. Now, when the weirdo guy said it on Club Shay Shay a couple years ago, people thought he was hating. And here we are. He's like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Everything that Cat Williams said was going to come to pass has come to pass. He's just like the Honorable. Maybe you have to be a weird sounding 4'11" nigga to see the future. Because that's the same thing that happened with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the same thing that happened with Cat Williams.
Kevin Hart was so gentle in the treatment of Cat Williams in that interview. Like, he wouldn't even rock the boat with him. Almost like he was scared of the prophet.
I don't know. It's late.
Wait, but
it gave me something to think about.
Yeah, he does Love and Marriage, Huntsville, but he also does Detroit.
And I knew he did I know he was on the original producing staff for Real Housewives of Atlanta, but like, okay, so Huntsville, Atlanta, what else?
Yeah, he's got a few cities, but he also does like just like content, like messy content. So people will come on and he'll interview them. That's kind of his thing. But his main shows are the Love and Marriage. He had Detroit.
Okay.
He did Hollywood Divas too. That one didn't last that long.
Oh, okay. I didn't know who did that. Who does the Zeus Network? Who did the Pastors of LA?
Well, the Zeus Network is Lemmy.
Yeah, but who produced that show? Like, do you know? The Pastors of LA. You know, with Noel Jones and and the dude that had the Glock.
It came back. What was his name? The one with the frog.
Yeah.
I know exactly who you're talking about too.
Yeah, because they were doing the whole marriage thing. Because Noel Jones, they dragged him because he wasn't married. Remember? And what's his name? The singer. Start with a D. In the hair. Yeah, Dietrich Haddon. Yeah, remember they used to dog him and Noel because Bishop Jones because I don't know that man, so I don't know why I said Noel. Bishop Jones because Bishop Jones was not married, and he had a girlfriend, Loretta, but he wouldn't marry her. They dragged him for filth on the show, the little man with the afro, and then they did the same thing to Dietrich Haddon because he was like I don't know, kind of worldly. I don't know.
Ron. His name was Ron.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that show was kind of crazy. And kind of like, I don't know, the relationship stuff kind of fits that.
You know what? Lemmy did that show.
Oh, Lemmy did it?
Lemmy did it, which makes sense because his dad is a bishop.
Oh. Because remember, it was the couple, the young couple who broke up, and they divorced, and when they did the reunion, the woman had, like, he was, I don't know if the man was remarried, but he had, like, reframed his whole world. I think he didn't really want to get divorced, and he was kind of, like, speaking to that. But yeah, it was all about this sort of shaming them because their relationships didn't work. I mean, the shaming was crazy. I mean, the shaming.
Well, Bishop Jones, he ended up marrying Loretta.
I know. And that became the spinoff.
It was
after they pranked him. Yeah.
Make an honest one.
The little guy with the afro, the short bishop, who was like a gang member or a drug dealer back in the day, and he came.
Fleming and Carlos King are from Detroit.
They are?
Yeah.
Oh my God. What's the solution? Hello?
Are you saying hello to the room?
Yeah, y'all didn't hear me?
I heard you say hello.
Oh, I was talking for a long time. That was God.
Okay,
that was what God.
Repeat it.
That's what God. See, this is what God do. I was just saying, the when they did the reunion for the Real Housewives, the Real Pastors of LA, or the Pastors of LA, or whatever the show was called, Lemuel came out and he looked very geeky, and he came out at the end to kind of promote the Zeus Network. And now when you look at his pictures, he's very like I feel like at the time when he was doing that interview at the reunion that he kind of had cross eyes a little bit. No offense to anybody who has cross eyes, but now if you look at his pictures, he's been like someone is fixing him up. He's got a different look.
Oh, he's had a total makeover. Absolutely. A total makeover. Maybe a few surgeries, truth be told.
Yeah, I was about to say that money is fixing the world.
It's a damn shame. Y'all can see the whole reunion episode of what I'm talking about on the Pastors of LA online. Let me look up to see what that man's name was.
Did they do that other church? Because it was another church reality show that came out for like a season, and they were out of Detroit. You know what I'm talking about, TC? It was like, I don't know the name of it. It was a family with the sisters sing together, but she was married to a nigga in jail. I remember that distinctly. That's what made me watch it.
This was a series that was focused on it's called Preachers of Detroit. Preachers of Detroit. And it's with Charles H. Ellis III, Bishop Ellis. Y'all know him. That's where what's her name funeral was. Rosa Parks' funeral was at his church, I think.
Oh no, but it wasn't about the actual people, the actual like pastors. It was about the kids.
Oh, Rita funeral was there too. He had got caught.
Oh, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Because remember how he touched Ariana's breast in the church? But he just got caught up in a newspaper not too long ago.
Bishop Ellis?
Yes.
Oh my God, girl.
Oh, it was real bad, and he had to admit it. At first, people were like, "Oh no," they didn't believe it. But then when he admitted it, it was like, "Oh."
Let me see what I can find on the internet.
Mr. Resort,
that's interesting about that. Yeah, I see it. Inappropriate relationship. How old was she, TT?
She was very young, and so
22.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that she had posted was a video at his birthday celebration where he invited her to come here. And a lot of the times, you have to pay for very expensive tickets to go to those things.
Uh-huh.
So that's when it was oh, maybe there's some truth to what she's saying here.
Oh, I remember. So when you Google it, right, it also talks about the Ariana Grande, or what's her name? Ariana Grande? What's her name? Grande? What is it?
Yeah, Ariana Grande.
Yeah, okay. So it's a picture of, it's an article in NBC News that I found, and the picture is of him holding her, and Bill Clinton is behind him with his mouth wide open.
That dress was short. I'm like, oh my God. Ariana did that.
They did. And he had her wrapped up, like, with his arm right around her breast, like you said. But yeah, it's true. The other story, I see it. Oh my God, I see it, TT.
Yeah, and he actually, his uncle had some issues out of Chicago.
Ugh.
Yeah, he had a lot going on. But Mr. Resilience, I actually went to high school with the youth director at the church.
Oh, one more thing. It was his name is Ron. It was like this one flamboyant boy that was one of the preacher's kids. He used to wear his hair like blonde, and he dressed real, crazy or whatever. He dressed real, crazy or whatever. And then it was another girl, a famous like gospel singing family with all the sisters. I don't know if this is the Clark sisters or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
So married to a man that was in jail. And it was all on the show. Like, he was in jail while she was on the show. She was like the outcast of the family. But she was living back with her mom. It was crazy. Crazy. But I remember that show. It was good. It was good and juicy. But it was like one. What, the daughter ain't got nothing on the arm?
Oh, the daughter.
What, the daughter ain't got nothing on the
arm? Oh, the daughter ain't got nothing on the eye. So her eye actually showed up to her, but she showed up to her mom's funeral to fight the sisters. She showed up to fight Karen Clark Sheard at the funeral. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I wonder who produced that show. Did Lemmy produce that show too? The Detroit people?
Let me see.
I thought that Lemmy just came out of nowhere. I didn't know he started off and like he was a Detroit pastor kid. I didn't know nothing about him until the Zeus Network and all his drama, because he got a lot of drama too. So they basically gave his dad like the title of Bishop of Israel. It really makes no sense. I don't understand it, but that's his dad's title. Bishop of Israel? Yes, but within Church of God in Christ. That's interesting. Well, Lisa, what did you learn tonight about through the book? Lisa Wife, whichever one of y'all is on the phone. No, who's birthday? Okay. What did you learn, Lisa Wife? Spend that shit. Spend that shit, right? That's what I'm saying. Go pick it up. I said, I can't believe that nigga said that. I said, that's like your thread that him and Ben got is good. It's the craziest thing in the world, but that's the funniest inside joke on Clubhouse right now. I swear it is. TT, I just pinged you in the 420. You could boom me. Oh, I'm just playing. She about to bum the rim for 450. Listen, man. So, you know what? The other day, I was like,
I don't know if I'm being accused of being anti-black or they're accused of other people of being anti-black. But somebody's anti-black.
And 420?
Yeah, when I was like, you know, a lot of times people don't understand that the people in the community don't have other places to go.
Child, they anti-black as hell in 420. I don't know.
So you know what? Brooklyn, I actually looked it up. So from the point that my parents' store used to be to the nearest store for the people in that neighborhood, it would take them 40 minutes if they didn't have a car to walk. 40 minutes.
To a black-owned store?
No, just a store, period.
Oh, fuck.
But think about it. If the bus is not running, then you have to wait. So it's a lot of parameters.
It never makes sense, this argument about boycotting shit. It pisses me off every time I hear a nigga say it. I just really want to throw everything at the nigga that says it. Because what are we going to do? Starve to death?
I think it works in some cases, but I don't villainize the people who can't participate because they don't have the resources or luxury to participate. Some people have the means, and then that's okay. You can go to another place. It's easy. But a person who's walking 40 minutes, 20 minutes one way, and then carrying goods with them, that's just unrealistic to me. And then sometimes, you know, a lot of the times, it's little kids going to the store. So we're expecting the little kids to go get the stuff alone in these neighborhoods.
Some places don't have sidewalks.
Oh, definitely not sidewalks, especially not in no country as Big Town. They ain't got no sidewalks. So then you gotta, right? You might get hit by a car trying to do all that shit.
It was like wow, because like when she moved from London, she moved to the South, and I was just trying to tell her like, bro, they ain't got sidewalks.
And I walked. Like I was to get this because the gas station wasn't too far from where we lived. So I was like, I'm just gonna walk because I'm used to walking. There was no sidewalks. I think people take that for granted, not realizing that.
Where in London are you from?
North London.
Are you from the north? My best friend from the north.
Yeah.
You guys rely heavily on public transportation, so I can understand that being like a big, like.
Because I drove a lot in London as well, but I would drive more for work because I would go like out of town. But driving is like in the city, in certain like residential places, 20 miles per hour. So what's the point of driving?
Mm-hmm. That's what he said. It's just more convenient to take. But then going from to down south, I'm from New York, and like public transportation here is like, I don't know. It's not even. It's hard. It's not accessible. So it's a big transition for a New Yorker that only took the train and cabs.
Yeah. So I took this adventure. I was like, you know what? I want to try the train. So I took the Amtrak one day to go see my in-laws because I was like, everybody was like, well, we can drive and we can pick you up when I was switching my UK license to American license. And I was like, no, I just want to try the train. And I jumped on the Amtrak. And it wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad experience, but like...
Because that's from state to state. That's like... Yeah. But I'm talking about like local transit. Like, you're not going to be on metro.
Yeah, it depends. Because I haven't been to New York, but it depends on where you live. Like, if you don't live in a city place that has metro trains,
right,
then it's just... There's no trains to catch.
Mm-hmm. That you might have a bus. They may have like a county bus.
But outside of that, it's not. And I live in Atlanta. I moved from a major city to another major city. But the transit here it's not comparable to New York at all.
Spirits. The Amtrak was cool. I met some cool people on the train.
I love Amtrak. That's my favorite way to travel, actually.
It was peaceful. I had my laptop. I had my snacks. It was like a 5-hour train ride. I was looking out the window. It was scary at night, though. What did you take from the book, Brooklyn?
I was being nice because y'all, they were intellectualizing the book, but I didn't see the difference between the book of Jamal, the Jamal in the book and the Jamal on Clubhouse. I didn't see the difference.
Have you guys ever, like Brooklyn, read Wahida Clark, like the Coldest Winter?
Yeah.
It reminded me of that. I was like, this
that shit was not the Coldest Winter worthy. Like, that was more like a story. It was, but I get what you're saying. It was like one of them ghetto books, like the ghetto tale. But it's different because it's an advice book too. Like, he's giving advice. So it's just terrible advice. That's just that. Listen, if that's how men think that women should operate, I think that we fuck. Well, we fucked anyway, but that's why we fuck, because that's what they think we should do.
But like Wahida Clark, like the Coldest Winter, wasn't she kind of like going after people that had money? Like, it had similar themes, whereas his was more of a self-help tale. It's just like
the Coldest Winter was about street life. Like, it was about hustling and, fucking with hustlers. Like, I identified with that book. While he made the book, he was homeless and met a girl, and that threw me off altogether. You crazy as fuck. Maybe it's me.
You know what? I'm still old school. Jamal had many lives, many careers. Trucker, pundit, author, salon owner, weavologist. I'm being serious. He really has had a salon, sold hair. Of course, we know he drives truck. Likes to talk about everything, and apparently an author.
I mean, he has a skill to pivot. Like, he's, pivoted, I guess, in his times of being down. So he went from one business idea or job to the next. That's a good survival skill. However, I'm not sure the way that he's giving advice, it may have been better maybe for him to give it from a standpoint of, this is what I went through, and you don't have to go through this. Why the fuck in this state would you be giving advice to women? In any state, to be honest with you. Why? I mean, it's entertainment and entertaining, and it's good to hear that perspective, because you see what old freaky niggas be thinking about.
But he had the right as well, which was a female perspective that shared similar views.
Yeah, we see that every day. His book, and the fact that it was written in 2018, also speaks to how we ended up where we are, like the beginning, because that was like the beginning of the gender war era. All of that, like, that time was when all of the shit started, like, coming about. It wasn't Kevin Samuels, it was Tommy Sotomayor, whatever that man's name is. So these people were like making a way, and they were giving advice on women and how to be married, and how women should be married and what they should do. And old freaky ass niggas giving advice. And we are in 2016, almost 10 years later, it's worse. It ain't get no better with all the advice we done got so far. It's not changed anything. It's made everything even worse than it started off as.
It'll be interesting to see what the next project will be. Because I hope he took the feedback from the room.
Yeah, but he's also been on Clubhouse for the past 5 years. I can't imagine it being more enlightening. I can't.
Maybe because I need to like listen to more of the book when they do play it over the weekend. I started pinging a lot of questions in my head. So I was I know like the target audience were women, but because it was coming from a man's perspective and then his background context, it was just like you're catering more to women's needs as opposed to women meeting you where you're at.
Jamal was crazy.
And it still gives a sense of the things that they say on here, like, regardless of the circumstance of the man, right? You as a woman are supposed to bend over backwards while still also being submissive and being obedient. Like, I can't wrap my mind around that. I think I'm too modern day woman. I think I have got feminized or whatever that shit is. What is it? Feminist? I'm a feminist at this
Radicalized.
point. Yeah, I'm radicalized and I'm a feminist because I can't even see how any of that makes sense. As an adult woman, I don't understand none of that shit, to be honest with you.
Oh, and the co-author was his former fiance. And they got in an argument, and she said, well, maybe you should write a book since you're an expert. And that's how he got the book.
Oh, okay. So wait, so Asia was his former fiance? And they ended up breaking up, and now she's married. Because he was like, I think she's married. That's what he said.
He did.
That's a damn shame.
What did 50 Cent say? Like, was it 50 Cent that said? I don't know if it was 50 Cent. I don't think it was him. Someone said, good publicity, bad publicity. No, Kanye. It was Kanye that said it. Good publicity, bad publicity is still publicity at the end of the day.
I do not think bending over backwards is being nice to men. I think bending over backwards is a woman going out working 8 hours a day, 8 to 12 hours a day, coming home, cooking, cleaning, and paying the bills, and a nigga managing the money. That's what the fuck I think bending over backwards is. And as we can see from what we've heard in this room tonight, that shit is happening. So miss me, please, and thank you. Nathan.
Sorry, I missed it. Did it say Asia was his ex-wife?
Ex-fiance.
Ex-fiance.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I missed that.
I wonder if Asia wrote a book by herself.
She needed to. Like, look at what the fuck I missed out on. It is like
I can't comment. I can't say anything. There's so much happening, so much of this LGBTQ that's getting pushed on society instead of society pushing family values. There's a huge war on gender. There's a huge war.
Well, they're trying to deconstruct everything. That's kind of the problems. You have like the communists who use conflict theory between the classes, and they apply it to like everything from gender to sex or race, whatever. Then you have the postmodernists, mainly out of France, which heavily did the same thing, but it wasn't. It was through a much different lens. But they did deconstruct everything, and these are people from the far left. That's what they do. But I would say, why? It's rather logical. Why do men have to budget, or when it comes to courting a woman or dating, it's actually something you literally have to do if you're sane. I mean, you can't just waste all of your fucking money just chasing women. You can't. If a woman has standards that is above what you actually earn, you can't jeopardize yourself financially and.
But do you believe
just to appease this woman.
Do you believe men are getting demasculated?
I don't think they're getting demasculated. That's the thing. A man, when the scenarios were different, for example, when you could grow up in Canton, Ohio in the 1960s, graduate high school, work at a steel mill, or move to Cleveland and get a factory job at an automobile plant, and you could, at the right age of 19 or 20, be able to get a house, get a car, and take care of a family. And of course, the wife was expected to stay at home. I mean, your earning potential you basically could afford that. Today, the reality is that there are not enough jobs that are high paying enough for a man to be able to do that.
So why is there enough jobs for all these independent women to be able to find these jobs, and there's not enough for men? Are men not choosing
the model? No, the model. That's because that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Once they opened up and they made it a normative thing for women to go to college and to work. Now you have a bunch of women that also have incomes, which you did not see in the 1950s and 60s. And so basically,
they have incomes. Again, it doesn't hurt to have the income, but again, it's not that they're taking. As a man, if I need to find money, I'll find money. I'll find a way to make money. I'll figure it out.
That sounds super Jewish, but it's one of the things you guys are good at.
It's not Jewish. It's survival. Listen, we were taught to survive, and money is a survival skill. To survive in society, you need money. It's nothing to do with Jewish. It's either you're lazy and you're driven to succeed.
But would you not say that this is, and it's not just Jews. I would say the Lebanese Christians do super well.
It's everywhere where there is no Western values. I'm sorry to say, everybody does well where there is no Western values. Wherever there's Western values, there's LGBTQ, there's weak men. It's the 50-50 bullshit. Let's split the bill. All comes from Western values. The splitting of the bills, this fucking men are sitting at home taking care of the children while the wife's at work. Men are using women. It's just became a norm in the Western values. It's not a norm, I'm sorry to say, in Eastern Europe. It's not a norm in the Middle East. It's not a norm in Africa.
Yeah, but women also don't have. Women are I'm not going to say subjugated like in Eastern Europe. You probably know way more about Eastern Europe than I. somebody's Russian. I do.
We are taught the same way as you would say a Jew. It has nothing to do with Jew. We were taught to be the protector and the provider. We are known the woman is the nurturer and the caregiver. He is the one that builds the home.
That's what we were. Okay, in America, that's what we were taught. That you saw gradually, like the indoctrination that would occur from the 90s. It might have started before that, but you had what was expected of like one of the most popular shows with women back in the late 90s, early 2000s was the fuck do you call that show? It was about a bunch of these single women with like nice corporate jobs. Sex in the City. Yeah. Now these were all like childless, approximately late 30s to early 40s women, and they were basically these women that were, their ideology was basically consumerism, sex, and I don't know, that's about it. And these were not the traditional women. And I would say like looking back further, like as we go forward from the 1990s till now, what is considered ideal for a woman has gradually moved away from what used to be considered ideal for a woman, what women used to actually want, and even what men expect from women. And it, like, even this whole 50-50 shit, like, I kind of think it's a stupid game. Like, if I ask a woman out, I would pay for her shit. But, like, and I'm telling you, even over 20 years ago, I had zero problems splitting a fucking check. Like, and part of it was a psychological game. And so if I did not take you out, part of it is that you're going to think, like, oh, I have this guy in front of me, and he's not paying for me, but I wasted my time with him. What am I going to get out of it? And, honestly, it's probably going to lead to me fucking her. And so it was, it's kind of counterintuitive, but I'm talking like 20 years ago. I would do this like all the fucking time.
No, but it's not that man nowadays. You ask a man, on your first date, how much would you spend? There's an actual budget. There's a budget out there. They'll say $50, $100. I wouldn't, for my first date, I would go to a coffee shop with her. So I started thinking about it. Okay, why are we dating? Let's start with that. Are you dating to get laid? Is that why you're going on a date?
Sure.
Or you're dating to find there's two reasons people do. It's either they're dating to get laid because they're trying to get correct. We all understand. Or they're dating to find their significant other. Correct? There's only two reasons why we date.
Yeah, and I would say there's one, but like they'll stop when it comes to
first date's a coffee date or this, that. And then I think about it. Like, listen, I don't know what you guys did. If I want to go date or I want to get laid, I'm not going to go fucking waste time. If I want to go get laid, I can go get a fucking hooker. Spend the same money I would spend on a date, just get straight to business. Yeah. Fucking, I don't have to waste any other woman's time. I don't have to take Coco's. I don't have to waste Coco's time. Nobody's time. I don't have to disappoint. I don't need to play this fucking games with people. I'm a little bit older to play these games. If I'm dating, I'm looking for a significant other. So if I'm looking for a significant other, and then I already have a budget that I'm setting on my first date and if I already, again, before I get on a date, I'll speak to you either via text message, via whatever, phone call, FaceTime. I know who I'm going on a date with. I'm not going to randomly just go, hey, going on a date. This is only blind dates. And even if it's a blind date by my friends who are setting me up, they know who I am. And whoever they're setting me up is their friend, right? So if they can get along with that person, they can get along with me, that means we're a good match. We have something somehow all in common, that we have one mutual friend. And so when I started hearing they're setting budgets, I don't have a budget on the first date. I just go with the fucking flow.
You want to go to the craziest restaurant? Let's go to the craziest restaurant. If fucking I want, I'll fucking fly out to Mexico. We'll fly out. Like, I am a retard. But, again, the reason why I say this, Pepe, is because this is a potential of my future. This is a potential of the future wife to me. So why am I already fucking, from day one of meeting my future wife, I'm putting a budget and a limit on it? I'm already setting myself up for failure. By doing such an action, I'm showing I'm not serious. By even thinking in such a way, then I'm wasting time. Then that goes to me, I just want to fuck you. So if I want to fuck you, I'll get a hooker. I want to play a game, okay, again, but in my opinion, if we're dating for a reason. Like, I go on dates to find my significant other. If I want to go out, I can go out with my friends. I don't need to go out with strangers and pay for their bills.
I get what you're saying. So you're talking about dating with intention, and I'm somebody who was like a hedonist. I'm somebody who like slept with a lot of women. You know, like rather you could say it's gross, and it's absolutely unfulfilling. You know, really, it is. It gets so fucking old. And I do. You know, I had friends who could have like definitely gotten more women than me that were they more or less dated with the intention of finding a future wife, and then now that they're married and have kids and all of that stuff, and I do, you know, I don't blame anybody. Like when it comes to my personal life, I don't blame women for where I'm at or that I didn't get married and have kids. You know, I made my own bed. I don't blame women for that. But I don't know. I just like today in America, I do think that there is this very. First of all, it's very toxic on both sides. We can look at the manosphere, where they like to say women have these innate traits. They're only good for these things. You cannot trust them. Yada yada yada. Then you have women who say like, oh well, basically. Test the shit out of them. Like, how far are they willing to go on the first date? How much are they willing to spoil you? All of this stuff, and then they can get into the same toxic bullshit that men get into, where it's basically like they have to look a certain way. They have to basically provide whatever they want whenever they want, which. Is a rather sociopathic view of a healthy relationship, much like a womanizing person on the manosphere, type of view he would have when it comes to women. And I just I don't know, but they're both super fucked. And I'm gonna be honest, I see all of these angry, bitter, and you guys know me. I will say super offensive shit. And at times I would troll and make fun of women and all of that stuff. But I think everybody here would know that's never been where my heart is at, because I just never cared enough to make to passionately talk about it. But I would say I almost want all of these people's genes to be washed out of the gene pool, because they are such toxic pieces of shit. That's my point of view.
Again, I don't know who hurt you, Pepe. At the end of the day, again, you have your own skeleton.
Who hurt me? I never said somebody hurt me.
Again, Pepe, something happened that you were hurt. Don't tell me I know.
What do you mean?
Because you have your guard up on everything.
But I don't have my guard up when it comes to. When it comes to women, when do you guys hear me bitch about women, though? I don't bitch about women on the app.
Are you serious? Out of everything?
Yeah, I say very offensive, and of course a lot of it has been a show. Back from when I do my rooms, I was a troll and this offensive person, but it had to do with politics, it had to do with taboo subjects. But when it comes to relationships, I'm a rather simple person when it comes to relationships. Okay, we all have. For anybody who has brothers and sisters, you might have that brother or sister where you're like, oh, I feel really bad for that person that's dating them because they suck. or you would say like, wow, she is such a great person, and you would like everybody's fucking different, and I hear a lot of people that tend to be on like, oh, their siblings would secretly think to themselves like, wow, he's a piece of shit to women or men, or she's a piece of shit to men. And they're not capable of having healthy, loving relationships because they suck.
Listen, I can be a piece of shit to a woman. Don't get me wrong. But I will be a piece of shit to a woman that either A, has no self-respect for herself and she was wasting my time, or I was supposed to have one thing and I got something completely opposite. When they present themselves one way, they're completely different when you meet them in the real world, which does happen. Yes, I'll act accordingly. But my intention when I am going on that date is I'm looking for my significant other. I'm looking for either a life partner or anything in that matter. Whatever she wants to spend or I want to spend, we spend together. But if we are as one and I go out,
but you have to put a limit. So if you're a guy like out of limit, so if you're a guy like just out of college, by this time you'd be 22, 23, and you don't have much. You have student loans. Like if a woman expects like a $700 dinner date, that is not feasible.
No. Listen, nobody expects nothing. Again, if you're expecting, I'll give it to you, yes. Because that means you already came with expectations. You came with an agenda. Sure, that is wrong. It is my choice, yes. I might be more fortunate. The next guy might be more fortunate than me, and one guy could be less fortunate. But you give what you can. You don't set a budget. If you have that $150, but you said, instead of that spending that full $150, I'm going to go spend that fucking $25 on a coffee. You're already, like, I don't know how to say it, like, fuck, I don't know how to
I can get the appeal to women where it might seem like a low effort.